We are live. Great. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to the Ventura County Supervisor Board meeting today. I apologize for a little delay. We had some getting all the technology and so forth together, so good meetings. First of all, I would like to start off this meeting with saying congratulations to Supervisor Bennett, who was appointed yesterday, I believe, for the assembly seat that he won. And then also we have on Zoom our new Supervisor LaVere. Congratulations, Supervisor, for being appointed by the governor yesterday to make sure that our board is full as we keep going with this COVID-19. And so really appreciate you being on Zoom today. Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Madam Chair, I also like to congratulate Steve Bennett, our new assembly person. And of course, we also have Carmen Ramirez is going to be joining us here in a couple of weeks. But I like to welcome Matt LaVere. I've had a pleasure working with Matt, as you know, with RDP 21. We made a lot of trips to Washington, D.C. to lobby our policymakers to bring funds for naval-based Ventura County. And he was very instrumental in helping us out. And also, I'm going to have the opportunity, Madam Chair and board members and staff, as our new mayor of Oxnard, I'm going to have the opportunity of working with him. He's going to be actually representing most of North Oxnard, including River Park and north of Gonzales, a big section of Oxnard. So we'll have a great opportunity to work together, to help our residents and our constituency there in Oxnard. So I want to welcome Matt, and to the Board of Supervisors. And Matt, you're going to have a lot of good professional people to work with, including Mike Powers. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Madam.
Well, thank you. And just to clarify, I was told that Supervisor Bennett was sworn in, not appointed. So
Yeah.
Matt LaVere was appointed. So anyways, it's been such a crazy day with COVID already, so I apologize. Yes, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I also want to welcome Supervisor Matt LaVere. Congratulations. It's wonderful to have you on the dais and virtually at least. And I really look forward to working with you. I don't think we've actually served on any committees or commissions or boards together, so I really look forward to it. And then Supervisor Zaragoza, this is your last meeting, and I just really want to thank you so much for so much that you have done. And I know when we were at the Transportation Commission, I was thinking you weren't leaving because you're going to be with the city of Oxnard as the mayor, and we'll still have close contact. But you won't be on all those committees that we've been working on. But I feel like you're not going too far, and so glad that you got elected, and we'll have some good relationships, even better, hopefully, with the city of Oxnard as a result. So thank you for running. I can't believe you did it. I know your wife is amazed you did it. But I know the constituents will appreciate the good service that you provide. And then, yes, obviously it will be nice to have a Supervisor Bennett sitting up at the assembly and being able to have that close relationship with the state also. That seat has always been held by some pretty strong women, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Mr. Bennett can do. We certainly know what he's done for Ventura County, but I am very much looking forward to working with our new supervisors and Carmen Ramirez when she comes on too. It's going to be a slightly different board, but I know our mission will be clear. And it is always, first and foremost, assisting our constituents and making sure that the county is there for them, and particularly in these difficult times. But I wish us all well. I know that things can only get better, and I'm looking forward to the coming years. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Parks, I want to thank you for the premature farewell. However, I wanted to leave today, but Mike Power says I told him a couple of weeks ago I have a meeting and I have to go, and he says, "Sir, can you stay another 3/4 of half a meeting?" So have another half.
We got him for one more meeting.
Half a meeting next week, and then he's going to put me out to pasture.
No, hardly. We're hanging on to you.
No, we need our supervisors as long as we possibly can. So we will, just to preempt everybody, we will have a celebration or just recognition for Supervisor Zaragoza's term in service for our county on the next meeting, which is the 15th. And then also we will be doing the swearing in of all 3 board members who won in the 2020 elections in January at the first meeting. So we are very happy that we got Supervisor Levere appointed so that we can have our full board. We are not losing Supervisor Zaragoza, so we will have a full board. Better to serve everyone.
And Madam Chair, let me add one more statement here, is that I'll be here in the morning of the 15th, and the PM of the 15th, I'm going to be sworn in or sworn at, I'm not sworn in over at the city of Oxnard as mayor at 6 o'clock of the same day.
Yes.
So anyway, just for information.
So if I could just, Supervisor Levere, if you wanted to make a comment, I wanted to open that up for you.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored and excited to be here this morning with all of you and to start this journey together. As mayor, I've had the opportunity to work with many of you on different issues, and I've always had the utmost respect for this board and for the executive leadership at the county. I'm excited I get 2 meetings with Supervisor Zaragoza, and then we'll bring in Supervisor Ramirez, who I've always greatly admired. But there's a lot of important work to be done in these challenging times, and so I'm just excited to be here and to roll up my sleeves and get to work. So thank you, Chair Long.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Bob Huber.
Yes, Bob, or Supervisor Huber.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to say welcome to Matt Levere. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. And with that, we will make the official roll call. Oh, sorry, Mike Powers. I'm super everything today, so we're already good.
He's super Mike.
No. Thank you. I just wanted to welcome also Supervisor Levere and his whole team, Matt, Lourdes, Brian, Anissa, Muraha. Great team, and we've already started meeting with the supervisor. Had really good meetings. He started to meet with the departments. I think Public Works put him through their 8-hour orientation, but he's really appreciate those meetings. And we've also started our meetings with Supervisor-elect Ramirez, so we're excited for her to join. And yes, congratulations to Assemblymember Bennett. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, roll call.
Supervisor Levere.
Here.
Here?
Yeah.
Supervisor
Yes.
Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Sorry about that. Supervisor Huber.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Okay, we are a full board, very appreciative of the governor's appointment, so we can have our full board. Next up, I will have the Pledge of Allegiance. So Supervisor Zaragoza, could you lead us, please?
Thank you. Please follow me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you very much. Next up is our approval of our minutes. Does any board members have any questions on the minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza,
Huber.
second by Supervisor Huber. Any further discussions? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks. Supervisor Parks.
Yes. Can you not hear me?
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, the motion is approved. Thank you very much. Next item is our agenda review, and so I will have Mr. Powers go over that for us.
Thank you, Chair Long.
Mike?
I'm sorry. Here's some.
Microphone.
Supervisor Parks, did you have a comment? No. Go ahead.
Your mic isn't on, Chair Long.
My mic, oh, okay, let's get it closer. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Item 8, COVID update, comment letters from Judy Bruce and Lorena Sotawatari have been submitted. Item 9, public comment, 62 comment letters have been submitted. Item 12, Area Agency on Aging, authorization to accept Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funding. A comment letter from Amanda Staples has been submitted. Item 30, Public Works, approval of a consultant services contract for solid waste and organics management consulting services with R3 Consulting. Request removal from the agenda. Item 40, Sheriff, approval of the Sheriff's Office law enforcement service rates for fiscal year 2020-21. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 46, CEO's Office, first quarter budget update. A PowerPoint from HCA has been submitted. And finally, a special meeting agenda item, item 3, CEO's Office authorized sending correspondence to the California Governor and California Department of Public Health advocating for creation of a Central Coast region with Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. A board letter, exhibits 1, 2, and exhibits 1 and 2 and 31 comment letters have been submitted and requests to be heard after item 8. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so to clarify, we have started our regular agenda meeting, and then we will recess after the COVID-19 item, and then we'll move into the special board meeting. The reason why we had to have a special board meeting is this item was added before or after the 72-hour notice for our regular agenda, and so we had to create a special agenda to make sure that we could have this item heard today. I wanted to clarify that with everyone because of the Brown Act and Rogers Rules of Order. Sometimes people get a little confused on that, so that's why we're having this special meeting. We couldn't just add another item onto our agenda after the 72 hours. So thank you for that. And then once we're done with that special meeting, we will end it, and then we'll come back to our regular meeting. So with that, if there's any questions on our agenda from the other supervisors, I would entertain a motion. Thank you. It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Huber. Any further questions? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza. Yes. Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Thank you. So today, with our state orders of COVID-19 being much more restricted from the governor, it's even more essential that we have some moments of inspiration. And it is my pleasure to have our Ronald McDonald Family Room be our moment of inspiration. This is at the Ventura County Medical Center. And I would like to welcome Amy Towner, our Chief Executive Officer of our Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County. And you will introduce everyone else. So I'll hand it over to you.
Terrific. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and County Executive Officer Mike Powers. It is a pleasure to be here today. And with me via Zoom is Vince Bryson, CEO of Ronald McDonald House Charities of Southern California, and our own local Clay Passion, and he is the owner of Passion Management Corporation. So also with me back in the chambers here in the very back is our Public Works Engineering team. And without them, none of this would have been possible as well as, of course, the support of the Board of Supervisors and Mike and the leadership within the healthcare agency, Bill Foley and Dr. John Fankhauser. So while we do have a viral contagion right now in COVID-19, I guess I want to start by saying that we also have a viral contagion too, and that's our authentic hearts within our community. When this project came to fruition, we never dreamed in a million years that our community would rally around because, quite frankly, this county has set the table for everyone to be able to join and to be able to come together for those less fortunate, which are children who are fighting life-threatening illnesses and diseases. They have the number one healthcare facility treating them, and now our community gets to rally around them. So for those of you that don't know about Ronald McDonald House Charities and the family room concept, I wanted to share with you, and let me get this forwarded here, there we go. You can see in the region, in the Southern California region, there are 6 houses and 2 family rooms. Ventura County is going to be the 3rd family room, which we are super excited about. in the state of California. We're also the largest family room in the state of California, and we are the only concept that has separate family room and quiet room spaces. So this will be a beta site and one for the world to look at, which we're really excited. So you can see this robust offering, and now Ventura County is a part of that. We also, to our knowledge, we're the only public health and hospital system that has ever been awarded a family room concept like this, and this speaks to the quality of care and the mission that we live and breathe every single day here in Ventura County. So this is, oops, I'm backwards just a little bit. This is our leadership committee, and you can see it's comprised of so many amazing people. This, when it first came, Dr. Karen Kwan, top left, she was the National Charity League Juniors president, and it was juniors that came alongside and pledged their support from the very beginning. They have been a stellar and phenomenal partner of our county and our healthcare system and our Children's Center for Cancer and Blood Diseases from the very beginning, raising, I think, in total over $1.8 million to date. Amazing. Dr. Chris Landon needs no introduction. I mean, he's been an amazing person, from the physician and leader in pediatrics for 35 plus years. Lori Morris, wife of the infamous Chap Morris, and she is also part of our leadership team and also a big supporter. Clay Passion, as you'll probably get to hear from him, a long-standing history. Mike Powers and Sandra Lee Moe, another amazing community advocate who has given generously to this cause and for this effort and believes in the kids of our community. So this is our leadership committee. So the family room concept, here are some renderings. For those of you that don't know, this is like an oasis within our hospital that families can come to. It's a place of respite, just steps away from the children's bedside with their doctors, their nurses, and really this is a way for not only our families to be cared for, but also our staff. It helps them to feel connected to their patients and to be able to care for them in a way that drugs can't treat. You know, medications can't treat the heart of the soul that we're looking to do. So there's a kitchen and dining areas and laundry facilities and kid play areas in the family room. And of course, in the quiet room, we have the nap rooms for the moms out there that are trying to get babies down and siblings down. Quiet workplaces where dads are trying to get work done or moms are trying to get work done while the families are being treated. So amazing. So the construction progress, it is underway, and for those of you, drive by Loma Vista and take a look up at those windows and see how it's transformed. It's just been amazing. Daytime and nighttime, I mean, Mike, you drove by and saw the lights, you know, beaming through the front. And I know you're going to want to talk about it because it inspired me, because I haven't driven by at night. But the construction is right on schedule, as of course our public works and their stellar work. Construction is to be completed by the end of the month, and furnishings and equipment have been delayed due to COVID and things like this. So we do have a delay on those arriving, but also our opening will also be probably delayed due to COVID, just because we can't have volunteers in that area of the hospital at this time. So we have all of our leadership team leaning in to decide when the best approach for opening will be, much like it is in all around the country. So this, the financial progress, well, I'm happy to announce that we have raised our community alone with, you know, again, I want to say the Board of Supervisors, Mike Powers, our hospital leadership and healthcare agency leadership set the table by creating this, and our community leaned in, and we've raised $1.5 million to date. It has been remarkable. National Charity, starting with National Charity League Juniors, of course, pledging and have been longtime supporters, and all of our Ventura County Rotary Clubs, just simply amazing. They came together and formed an alliance to support this 100% in the Walk for Kids, and it has just been something for our community. For all of these clubs, they work independently, and now they have a big, rich, deep philanthropy that they can lean in with together. Our Ventura County McDonald's, Thank you, Clay Passion, for championing that. And I'm sure he's going to want to speak to that. And then again, Sandra Bauer, the Charles D. and Mary A. Bauer Foundation have leaned in a huge, significant way to be able to give towards that 1.5 million. And then I want to acknowledge Chris Petty. So her daughter is Elisa Hall, who was a National Charity League junior. It was Elisa that encouraged her mom to give to this outstanding opportunity. And Chris came, went to our hospital. Dr. Fankhauser toured her alongside Public Works, Vince Bryson, and Dr. Stuart Siegel. And at the end of it, she said, what do we need to get to the goal? And we said 550,000. She picked up her phone, made a call, and made it happen. And this is the kind of loving hearts that we have in this community, and it just shows you how the threads are all bound together. So this is, we want to thank Chris Petty, Chris and Al Petty. Her husband just passed away recently, and so it was through this charitable fund that she was able to give so generously and for this cause. Also, we've lost amazing people, Sam Bamier, Chap Morris, and Tom Hashbarger, our Rotarian. And their legacies have also contributed to this, as have numerous community people. So really, this is a full court press, and even though we are all divided and separated during this time of COVID, you can see that our community is not separated when it comes to our hearts and for this philanthropy. So I want to thank you all, and again, thank our leadership here. It is another shining example of your exemplary leadership and opportunity to create a space like this that works so beautifully alongside the outstanding medical care and our healthcare mission that we can continue to be able to give like this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do know we have two people on Zoom that would like to speak.
They sure do.
They do. So first of all, IT up in space over there, if you can help me out, I would like to first introduce Vince Bryson, our CEO of Ronald McDonald House Charities. Vince, how are you doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd just like to thank
Hold
you
on
all.
1 second. We're going to ask them to bring you onto the screen because I want everyone to see you.
Yes.
There you go. All right. Hi, Vince. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'd really like to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for being our partners from the initial inspiration of creating this Ronald McDonald Family Room. We are beyond excited to come into Ventura County. And I have to say, if the reception that we've received is any indication about the service that we're going to provide, there are going to be a lot of very, very happy families because your community has just put your arms around our charity in a way that I've seldom seen in my 21 years with the charity. So to each one of the supervisors, to County Executive Mike Powers, and to all the hospital personnel, everyone that has been involved with this project, it has truly been a wonderful effort on our part, and we're just thrilled that it is finally coming to fruition. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vince. And we have Clay Passion. Clay, if we can let Clay into the meeting. Sorry, I need to speak louder. If we could have Clay come on.
You have me now?
Hi, how are you doing?
You getting me?
Yes, please go ahead, Clay.
Oh, great. Thank you. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm especially pleased to join you this morning as we recognize the work in completing our newest Ronald McDonald Family Room here in Ventura County. You see, I was one of the organizers of this charity in 1977 when I was asked to participate in the very first meeting to establish a Ronald McDonald House Charities program in Southern California. I joined others led by Dr. Stuart Siegel, an amazing guy, at this initial meeting to give a resounding yes to having this worthwhile charity in our community. There was a great deal of excitement among our McDonald colleagues back in '77, and we've continued our enthusiasm for the work done by our charity over this 40 plus years now. So McDonald's is recognized as the most important partner to Ronald McDonald House Charities, and our Southern California owner-operators have just been great in providing the needed support each and every year. I'm thrilled to share with you that every McDonald owner in Ventura County has made a major contribution towards the completion of this new family room. And I'm so grateful for their enthusiastic support and their response. And it's a dream come true for me, and I know and all the others for this program in Ventura. My wife, June, and I have been residents of Ventura County for over 50 years. We've raised our family here, and we feel so blessed and fortunate to be part of this Ronald Room that will play such a pivotal role, I think, in supporting the children and families in Ventura County. So I just want to say thank you for your embrace and some more support of the program. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Clay. And at this time, I was presented this by Mr. Powers saying, can you believe that this is on track and we are getting this done? I was a few months ago, maybe April, I was in tears that this was the idea and the concept of the families. So I wanted to pass it on to Mr. Powers first for his comments.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, and community and county family. This project is just magical. It really is. It was a great concept. You say, oh, this is really going to be great. And you see pictures and you feel good, but it's just hard to imagine how wonderful it is. And you think of the families that this is going to help. We're going to be able to stay here, stay in the hospital, stay in our community, right? It's just so powerful. And I remember when the first meeting of event, it was a junior charity league event, and they just did a little, raise your paddle thing to see if there was any interest. And Vince Bryson was there, and Clay and June Passion were there, and the room just exploded. And I think they raised about $80,000 in 5 minutes. And I could see the look on Vince's eyes like, whoa, this community wants this family room here. And it's been that way at every event since. We're so lucky to have Amy. I still want to find out what you have for breakfast, Amy. Her incredible driving passion, helping, and Vince Bryson has been on board from the get-go. And that has meant so much to us that Vince and Clay would believe in this system and the quality of care. You said it, Amy, our system has such a strong pediatric program here, and with Dr. Siegel and Dr. Landon and Dr. Flossie and Dr. Finkhauser, it's just an amazing group. And I also want to recognize the Rotaries. They just amazing. Jeff Berg, Bruce McGee, the whole team. I got to tell you, these folks, they just rally. They go all in, and they are totally committed to this project. And to see it come to fruition, what Amy's speaking about is I drive by the hospital every night, and it's dark now, and where this room is at, it was all boarded up. It's the main face of the hospital onto Loma Vista. It's all boarded. Now it's these huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It's opened up. Light is streaming in and out, and it shows how much this community cares. And it's just a beautiful reflection. And Public Works, I really want to recognize them. They are on track. It just looks great. The quality is excellent. And so just thank you to Amy and Ronald McDonald House and this whole community. It's a beautiful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up for supervisors. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Amy, thank you for an excellent presentation, and that PowerPoint really speaks a lot. The old adage is 1,000. One picture is equal to 1,000 words. That's 10,000 words. And I want to thank I think Ventura County is special when we have leaders like Michael Powers and the leadership that we have to put this together. Just outstanding. They're all here, and I want to thank you for that. And I think Mike said it, and you said it very well. It's a place for the families to come and stay there when their kids are in the hospital. And it's so important for them to be there. And I'm sure that the children and the families feel safer when they're there together. And as Michael mentioned too, to thank all the donors, the Rotaries, the different clubs that help, the volunteers, that $1 or $2, at $5, $10, we picked up the $1.5 million, which I think is extremely important. I commend you for that, and I think it's excellent. Thank you so much. Amy, you always do good work. And of course, Michael Powers and the committees and all the people that worked on this and all the volunteers. I think even $1.50 really helped a lot.
It's true.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up to any supervisors on Zoom. Any comments?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Long. Amy, you know how much I respect you and everything you and the foundation are doing here in the community. I had the chance to work with you and the women of NCL juniors briefly last year to raise some money. And I just saw firsthand the impact of everything you're doing. And this Ronald McDonald Room is going to provide just a resource and a breath of fresh air to a lot of families who are probably going through the worst moments of their life. And just to give them this kind of comfort zone is, I think, going to be such a huge benefit to a lot of local communities. And so thank you for everything that you and the foundation are doing to make this a reality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavere. Anyone else?
Yes, Chair Long, I
Yes.
do also want to send my thanks, and it is so wonderful to see it coming to fruition. And obviously, for those families, it will make such a difference. And what wonderful philanthropy! Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. I just wanted to set the tone. This is such an impressive project. Our healthcare system in Ventura County supports our community in so much. If you think about it, you're going in for a procedure. You know, your kids are going in and they're scared. They don't know what's going on. And right now they can't have family there. And to have a room that's there to support the child that's in the hospital when they're scared and they're getting all this medicine, they feel just horrible. To be able to have that emotional support is really needed. And so Vince, Clay, all the volunteers, just thank you so much, because these families aren't having to drive down to LA. They're not having to uproot their whole family. They're able to stay closer to home, to deal with all the different things that happen in a situation, and to be there for their families, because you don't know if that's your last time. And it's very, very special. So I just thought today, with the Tuesday of Day of Giving and our holidays coming up, there are so many ways we're trying to figure out how to get through this pandemic, and everyone's in such fatigue. I can't believe my voice today. But just how wonderful things. We are doing amazing things. And our public work department, you're still moving strong and on time. Love it. Just, Amy, I am really impressed. The surge we hit the first time for this COVID, the foundation was there. You were hustling, food, masks, anything our hospital system needs. You were there, and all the volunteers rallied.
Oh, yeah.
And we're here again on another surge. You know, we're in almost like a lockdown of not able to do anything for 3 more weeks. And I know you guys are there. We trust each other, and just wanted to say thank you and give you a moment to shine, all of you, with what tremendous things we're doing in Ventura County. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Absolutely. It's my pleasure to be of service. And you're right. COVID might be a contagion in our community, but nothing can stop our heart.
That's right.
This county leans in, the community leans in, and it shows on every single level. And thank you for creating space for our community to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I hope everyone's a lot more inspired. We will now move on to our consent agenda items, 12 through 39, and there is the removal of item 30, I believe.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we'll get a motion to approve by Supervisor Zaragoza. Can I get a second? Supervisor Huber is for a second. So a roll call, please.
Supervisor Lavere,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and so that motion is moved unanimously. Thank you. I love having a full board. Okay, next item is number 8, our receive and file report on COVID-19. Pass that on to Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, county and community members. So let's get right to it, and we'll sort of lay out the whole situation here. You can see that the trends are troubling. The cases are rising in the community. The hospitalizations are up to their highest point. and our hospitals are being strained, and staff fatigue and the community fatigue. But these trends are troubling, and so that's what triggered the state to issue its regional stay-at-home order. And really, the question now is, what can we do about it? And so you can see we'll be reviewing with you today those key 4 things. One is just continued the testing, the tracing, and the surge preparations in our hospital, and that's been ongoing for the last 8 months. But the testing, there's a lot going on. We appreciate people's patience, but that's until the vaccine gets here. That's one of our best weapons to battle this virus, and we thank the community for getting tested in just extraordinary number. That's how we identify where it is in the community, because it's out there. Mm-hmm. It's out there, and then following up on responding to the tracing and the isolation is key. The other thing that we're doing is, as you have likely seen and read about, is partnering with 3 counties, Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, to request that the state, and we asked your board to send a governor requesting that the state, after 3 weeks, allow us to form a tri-county region with those counties, because we believe that the region that we're part of is simply too large. And I'll go into more detail on why we believe that makes sense from a public health standpoint as well. We need to support our businesses more than ever. I think one of the challenges has been the orders have sort of gone back and forth, and that's extremely hard on our businesses. They've been incredibly resilient, but this is an especially tough time right before the holidays. So we know the state has offered some more assistance, and that's positive. But your board has been very supportive of businesses with your grant program, rental assistance programs, and you'll hear more later today that we are also in the process of designing another business assistance program. We're setting aside anywhere from $15 and maybe as much as $20 million for that program. So we know our businesses are hurting, and we know we need to help. And that's without waiting for federal help. We see federal help as there's discussions going on. It'll be great if we get that. We need it, but we can't count on that. And we're not counting on the state. If the state comes through, that's great. But locally here, we want to step forward and support our businesses as best we can. And then, of course, the light at the end of the tunnel is the vaccine, and Dr. is going to walk us through.
If any supervisor on Zoom, could you mute your line? We can hear items. Also, I wanted to, with that, Mike, I really appreciate the due diligence of our budget team and your team to make sure that we're using all the funding that was provided from COVID so that we can get it out to the community as quick as possible. If that funding from the state and the federal come in for additional, then we can address and do more for the community. So I really appreciate the advocacy of our state and federal. I know we sent emails and talked to people about what's going on right now every hour, it feels like. Yes. But if all of you, who's watching, to make sure you're talking to your state and federal legislators to make sure we're getting the funding that we need, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Long. We appreciate you and the entire board working with our congressional delegation, our federal delegation, to urge support for a new federal CARES bill. We need it. And so we really appreciate that. It makes a huge difference when they hear from the locals where the impact really is. So you can see here the regions that the governor and the state set up. There's 5 regions, but our concern is that the region that Ventura County is in is just simply too large. There's 23 million people in this region. Large counties like LA, San Diego, Riverside, Orange. It's, as you can see, it's over 60% of the state's population. We just feel that we partner more closely and regularly, and we have more things in common from our demographics as well with the other counties to our north, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo. We appreciate working with them. I know Dr. Levin and Rigo work very closely and well with their public health leadership up there, and this idea really sprang from public health leadership as well. And I think that really lends more credence to it. And so in addition to the letter that we're asking your board to send to the governor, there's a letter also that the public health leadership is sending to the state requesting this. So what it would do is when we get towards the end of 3 weeks, because the order will be in place for 3 weeks, if our ICU capacity exceeds 15%, then we will be able to move out safely, and we'll see what things look like in 3 weeks. The problem is, right now, again, being part of this larger region, it's just, we could be held back by large counties with large population, and it's really just different issues
And Michael,
than what we have. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure you're going to share the number where we're at now in the second bullet point after a while. Or...
Yeah, so I can jump to that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza, yes. So our region, and it changes regularly. So I'm looking at Rigo Vargas there. Our region number is about 10.3%. So we dropped under the 15%, which is what triggered the order. Ventura County is actually a little bit lower than that, 9.3%, somewhere in that range. But I also want you to know that we are working with our local hospitals and public health and EMS to make sure that everyone is on the same page in terms of the definition of ICU capacity. And the state clarified it over the weekend. And just anecdotally in talks with Dr. Fankhauser, and now we had a good talk with all the hospital CEOs last night, and I appreciate all of their support and leadership. They all jumped on the call, and I think they agree that it's worth taking a second look at, and we might be understating the ICU capacity here locally.
And that'll make a difference.
That will make a difference. Also importantly, what will make a difference is if you combined the ICU capacity of our 3 counties, we would be well north of the 15% capacity. As of today, probably 20% plus. Again, these numbers are fluid and they change, but it would be very favorable. And the shame would be is if we get to the end of 3 weeks and we could get out if we were the tri-counties, but we weren't because we were sort of stuck in this large region, and that would create preventable educational and economic hardship to our community.
Right.
And we think this is important for our local businesses, but it also makes sense from a public health standpoint. We partner very well on testing, on coordination of services, and again, we just really appreciate that partnership with our other counties and their public health leadership and their boards, and just we'll set it out there for your board to speak to.
Thank you. And it's really important. I want to make sure everyone understands. We were on calls for the California State Association Executive Committee with Dr. Galley, and they stated they wanted to do a regional approach. We were talking about which counties were in which region. We were just told there's a regional approach, and it's based on the ICU bed capacity to make sure that counties are sharing resources. And so that's the understanding that we have. And when they built this, that makes sense. We need to make sure that our ICU beds are for communities. But we also know that by setting up each county with like the purple, red tier, we were able to be more nimble and to be able to do the things that we need to do to protect our community. Now, as we all know for the last 3 years, anytime we go into any type of order, it's about recovery. And so that's really what this Tri-Counties relationship is to me, is to recover. How do we get out and be able to have our businesses open, to have our ICU beds good, to have our schools going back? And so I think that this is really an important step for us. The state does want to go with a regional approach, and they put in that huge Southern California. I'm not alone. We are having calls with all of our California State Association supervisors tomorrow and Thursday and Friday to figure out how do we break up the Southern California region so we can better manage it.
Madam
and
Chair,
that we can get out of things a little
is
bit
Santa
better.
Barbara and San Luis Obispo considered Southern at this time?
Yes. So
the breakaway.
yes, the breakaway. And so what's interesting is we're looking at, I've talked to Dos Williams of Santa Barbara yesterday, Bruce Gibson of San Luis Obispo. I know that Mike has spoken with all the CEOs, and then Rigo with our public health directors and Bob Levin to really understand the needs of our tri-county and how we can better treat our community. And we really feel that this is a very big bonus. We've also talked to our cities. And you know, our businesses are in our cities, majority of them. And they are very supportive and very concerned of what this economic hardship is going to do.
The impact on our business is tremendous, you know, that'll really help us, you know.
And yes, and so last night I was on an interview and they're asking me, well, what do you want? I go, well, I want to make sure our businesses open safely.
Exactly.
And that, you know, Dr. Ghali's on the phone saying, or Zoom saying that it's outdoor flow, making sure where air flows in there. Okay, well then how do we get restaurants open back outdoors? I know it's cold, but how do we get that? Or the retail, how do we get it so that it's safe? Our personal service, they only see 4 or 5 people a day maybe, but then we have Home Depot that has 100 people.
That's right.
How do we equitably manage this pandemic and make it equal for our economy? And then we have our schools. Some that are still available to go because they opened before this
Prior.
order, and then others are holding because they don't have waivers. And so this is not a big solution, but this is a step I think we can get a better management for our 3 counties.
I agree. Thank
I could talk forever, Mike knows this, so.
Thank you.
But I want the community to know that this is a hard decision, but I think this is the best decision we can do.
Okay.
Yes,
Key.
well, definitely.
Thank you so much, board members. Just 3 follow-up points. And again, looking at our tracing data, we're very public health data driven here, and our tracing data, as we said before, does not show that the spread is coming from our businesses. Our businesses are doing an excellent job of complying. We have our wonderful business ambassador program, and so that's why, yet another reason why we think this Tri-County region makes sense. As Chair Long mentioned, the governor at his press conference yesterday did highlight why he broke the state up into regions, and we think following that same spirit, this would be consistent with the governor's approach. And we also want to say, though, too, that just because if we are so fortunate to be able to form this region, doesn't mean we're not going to partner with our other counties.
That's right.
We partner regularly and well. We're on coordinating calls. I know public health is, my office is, and so we want to continue to be good partners with all of our Southern California partners.
I'm glad you said that, Mike, because my example to Dr. Gali was when Imperial needed more ICU beds, we took them. We spread them out throughout the county to make sure our community was taken care of. So if LA County needed help from us, we would do that. If Orange County did. It's just trying to get more of a standard as we, as a community, understand how we can reopen. And that's why we feel it's better for us to move into these coastal region area once this 3 weeks goes. And so we have to do that work now so we can set those
So
expectations.
the CSAC Urban Caucus is working with the, is that,
So the California State Association of Counties is working with it. Our urban counties, which
Urban
is a
counties.
different one, that we're working on that as well. We have a kitchen cabinet with Mike is on. I have the executive board. We have multiple different calls going on. So please know that, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Zaragoza. And I think it is important for folks to know that there are, and they might not know it, so it's good that we share with folks that there are regular calls. Chair Long is on, our board members on, our office, public health is on, hospitals are on, day and night, weekends, regular. And so making sure that the governor's office, the state, Dr. Gali, Dr. Pan, they understand what's happening here locally. This is a huge state. And they need to hear the challenges of individual hospitals, individual businesses, people being laid off, businesses being closed. And we want to make sure that they hear that because we also want to be credible messengers to the public. And so we want to make sure that they hear the challenges of abiding by some of these orders as they're changed back and forth. So with that, that is communicated regularly by our county, I can tell you at the state level, and by other counties as well. And when we're speaking with one voice like that, I can tell you, I think it's very powerful. I think it's very powerful. Thank
Well, and I want to say thank you to the community. They're telling us that they're fatigued. They're telling us, you know, we need businesses open. We need to pay our bills. And we are transferring that and saying that. I want to make sure we are very strong. Yeah, you know, you're in the political agenda or political arena and you're not supposed to say certain things. Well, I am. You know, we have, Mike laughs because I do, because I think it's really important. This is common sense. We need to help our community, and that's what's really important. So
And we
it's
take your
not
feedback.
political.
Sorry, Charlie. Yes,
go ahead.
absolutely. You know, and we're on social media, and you know, here at the board, we get feedback from the community. I want you to know that makes a big difference to it. We listen, we incorporate it, we share it, and so that engagement. It's not a one-way street. We share information and we get information back. That's very helpful to us, and we just want you to know that it is being heard and it is helping us in our state advocacy efforts. With that, I'll turn it over to Public Health Director Rigo Vargas. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair Long, CEO Powers. My next couple of slides are on this regional approach, and then after that I'll give an update on today's numbers, and then followed by the updated slides. Okay, so just again, it's been covered very well in terms of why we're taking this initiative to request that Ventura County align regionally with our northern colleagues in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara. So we've been working together with leadership from our counterparts in those two counties. We have, as mentioned, a long, very productive, successful history over the years, not just current leadership, but previous leaderships in terms of various initiatives that the Tri-Counties region has worked on, all the way from obesity prevention, tobacco control, many others, and we outline those in the letter that we'll be discussing later on. One of the other reasons why we're proposing this approach is we really feel strongly that being in such a large region, we might be lack of a better word, stuck in that region, waiting for the overall ICU capacity to go beyond the current state's measure of 15%. And if we align it with a smaller, more aligned county or region, then we feel that we would be able to better serve our residents, especially businesses and schools, to be able to safely, and when we go over the 15%, be able to move out
Madam
of
Chair?
the regional
Yes.
approach.
We go between the three counties, what are we about, 1.2 maybe million between the three counties?
In terms of population?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I believe it's close to 1.5 combined population, and I think we're about as large as those two other counties combined. And yes.
Yeah, so you're
much better than-
talking about 23.1 million
Million
people
compared to-
in all of Southern California. And that goes down from Imperial, and it goes all the way up to Mono County and
That's-
San Luis Obispo. It makes like a big, huge U.
That's
And
right.
that's 60% of our population for the state.
But working with 1.5 million is much better than 20-some million.
Yes, and I believe that we will get more trust from our community
That's right.
if we can move to this area.
And-
Because we
and-
need their trust to comply.
And we're above the 50%. I'm sorry to get into.
No, thank you for.
Thank you for
covering that.
reiterating that. Thank you.
Yes, it's very important that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
May I
Supervisor
ask
Parks?
What other ICU capacity, how it compares with other counties in Southern California?
Yes, Supervisor, we outlined this in the letter, and we've done some analysis. The numbers are very fluid. They fluctuate in part because they were recently modified the way the state is looking at this. But we are very confident that combined Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and San Luis Obispo, even our current ICU that is stretched, our percent would be over the 15%, closer to 30%. ICU capacity. And while we are still in the Southern California region entering, what we're proposing is to align these three counties for when it's time to exit after 3 weeks, and once ICU stabilize, that already, even right now when it's stressed, we're already over the 15%. And so we're very confident in continuing to work with these counties that our number will stay above 15% when it's time after 3 months for us to explore so-called exiting the stay-at-home order that is currently in place.
Okay, and we're not on the item about the letter at this point, but I do have some questions related to whether what the potential advantages and disadvantages, because there's always both when we look at changing things. And so I'm interested particularly in ICU, if, as I understand it, we are somewhere about 9% still with capacity, but we're also at one of probably the toughest time ever in this pandemic. And we know that things are likely to get worse. And so if we switch to, if we change what the region is that we're in, does it have any implications on being able to get further capacity when we need it?
Great question, Supervisor Parks, but we don't believe so because, again, what we're proposing this to be an exit strategy that once, after the 3 week minimum period, that that would give time to stabilize ICUs percentages, and that then would be when we exit. Now, also along with that, as Mr. Powers mentioned, we've and Supervisor Long, we have, all of you know that we collaborate very well with our Northern and Southern California counties. And so during this 3-week period that is so critical right now, there would be transfers and opportunities to collaborate with San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara County, as well as Southern California counties. So that's for stabilizing the situation in the current 3 weeks. So I don't think there's harm or a downfall in us going this regional approach at this time, because again, we're talking about an exit strategy after the 3 weeks.
Smart.
But
More specifically, if I may, so if we reach our capacity, we're only got 9% or so, and we reach our capacity, and if we are in this other region, would that mean that our patients would like go to French Hospital in San Luis Obispo instead of, down to a hospital in LA County?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, can you repeat that first part? If in what situation?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what the benefits and positives and benefits, as well as potential negatives of going into a smaller region. And one of my questions is, if there are, if we, our capacity in our hospital is exceeded, we're at 9% now, we know it's going to get worse. Would we, with this smaller region in Central Coast, be sending our patients to, for example, French Hospital in San Luis Obispo instead of Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles?
Oh, great
question. Would that be one of the implications, that we would be sharing our ICU patients with Central Coast instead of Southern California?
Yeah, no, Supervisor Parks. Our request and our understanding, if this is this Tri-County regional approach is granted, is only for when we exit the current situation, meaning again 3 weeks of the stay-at-home regional order. We'll stay in the current region, and furthermore, again, the transfers are done based on the availability of beds and collaboration, communication with the hospital. So it would be, it could be up north, it could be Southern California hospitals that during this 3-week period we would continue to receive patients, or if needed, our patients would go to other locations. And again, it would not change that dynamic at all.
Madam Chair, Rigo, is that the reason we're joining is for the number purposes only, not for usage of hospitals? Is that correct?
It would be for meeting the 15%.
In order to increase our capacity, we're using the partnership just to increase our numbers, not to use our hospital beds and ICUs. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's all focused around the 15% ICU capacity, adult ICU bed capacity rate that the state is measuring to keep counties for the minimum duration of 3 weeks in this stay-at-home order. And so right now, as a current region, we're under that 15%.
Yeah.
Had we already gone in as a Tri-Counties, we wouldn't have been in the situation. We actually are over, again, closer to 30%. So all we're, again, trying to accomplish here is that after these current 3-week minimum stay-at-home order, in order to move safely out and start getting back into the tiers, we have a better chance if at that point, again, when the situation is further stabilized, is that we align with our colleagues in the north, and then our ICU capacity more likely would continue to be over 15%, therefore not keep us perhaps unnecessarily in the current large Southern California region, waiting for other counties that are larger and perhaps would be having more challenges and having to stay longer in waiting for that large of a region for the 15% to improve.
And also on my calls with Dr. Galley and so forth, we have talked about we're not changing how we treat our community. In Mono County, their ICU gets flown to Reno in Carson City. They're not changing it because they're in the Southern California region. Our hospital care is we're treating our community. This is a way to track our ICU beds for capacity. What they're looking for is, we know the trend There's articles coming out now that we're 2.5 weeks from Thanksgiving, and it's going to surge even more. We're just looking to make sure that we can have that capacity, that we're not over the top. They're talking about a funnel of patients, and the most critical will come into the ICU, and we want to make sure that that's staffed. Thank you.
Can I ask a second question then? So it's our understanding that doing the Tri-Counties approach will have no implications on transfer of patients out of our ICU when it reaches capacity, if and when.
That's right.
And the second question I have is, will it have any implications on the distribution of vaccines? For example, Tri-Counties will be in a separate vaccine distribution than Southern California.
Yes, Supervisor Parks, neither of those cases apply here, so it won't affect vaccine distribution, and neither the transfer in or out of patients that need to be transferred to available hospitals north or south of us.
Great.
So it's just solely for measuring this and its effect on the stay-at-home order.
That's right. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. That's very important to clarify. All right. So with Mr. Powers?
Well, thank you, Rigo and Supervisor Parks, Chair Long. I would just reinforce the point too that 9%, I think it's fair to say at this point is probably too conservative. In our call with the hospital directors last night, our sense is they're not including their surge ICU beds, staffable surge ICU beds. And so they're meeting today with their chief nursing executives and so forth to dial in that number better. The state clarified that definition over the weekend, so we'll have some, I think, more accurate information coming. So I just want to really highlight that because there's more data to come.
What's the number for the surge component?
That's what we're going to find out. So
okay.
It's going to be higher.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, and also when we're talking ICU beds, Catherine Barger, LA County, we were in a conversation. She's talking about, well, ICU beds are usually at a higher capacity right now because we have flu season. This is the season for that. So it'll be interesting to see what the difference is on our ICU beds with flu and versus COVID. Those are discussions that we're having because usually are they, maybe I'm wrong, but are we similar in LA County in which our ICU beds are higher capacity right now because of colds and stuff?
Yeah, so, there's various reasons clearly that folks go in and are in the ICU, including for COVID, but my understanding is we've not seen a significant number of the current census or patient load due to the flu, but they do prep for it, and right now it's helping to accommodate ICU patients for COVID. Yeah.
Thank you.
So this slide will briefly also just reiterate some of the points that we've made, so I won't go through it, but basically, as Mr. Powers mentioned, we do believe that the 9% that is currently assigned for our county as a ICU capacity for adult is most likely understated, underreported, and with the new definition that came about with all of this during the weekend, and with that conversation with executives from our fabulous hospitals last night, there is a follow-up conversation taking place today to further dialogue this issues, and so that we can consistently and accurately report our ICU bed capacity, because our hospitals have outstanding capacity, not only in their current planning, but also in surge planning. They've identified, I think close to 800 beds collectively to treat for any reason, but including and especially now COVID. And so the question is this definition of currently staffed and available. Are we talking about staffed and available today for today's census versus what they could staff and made beds be made available tomorrow or the next day? And I think with that definition, at sometimes I think our hospitals being precise and as accurate as they are, I think they've been reporting staffed and available with today's census. But again, now the state allows for projected staffing within the next few days when you call up registry or you reassign perhaps staff or do some shuffling of responsibilities, and then you'd be able to have increased capacity. So all of this is being worked out with all of our hospitals. They're just outstanding partners, and so we expect to make headway on even our own capacity percent. We want it to be accurate, reliable, of course, and also consistent with how it's reported, because it's so important now that it really would dictate how long our region, our county stays in this new stay-at-home order. And so we can switch a little bit, but definitely we can come back to further dialogue on this regional approach when the item comes before the board. So as a heads up update for today's numbers, they're being worked. We always look and relook at our numbers before we report them. Our EPI team does so that they could be the most accurate. But as a heads up for today, we'll be reporting around 315 new cases. These are folks that have been infected with the coronavirus that don't necessarily have the illness, but they are confirmed positive. And again, the importance for that is that even if they don't go to the hospital, of course, that is a great thing, but it's very important to know who has COVID, so that the coronavirus infection, so that we know that they can need to then take precaution to not infect others, and especially because many do not have symptoms. And we're going to be reporting close to 2,000 additionally tested, a little bit over 1,900. And unfortunately, what we're going to be reporting today, too, is 6 additional deaths among Ventura County residents that were at least 5 out of the 6 had comorbidities, and 1 did not have a comorbidity, and their ages range from 51 and older. So our thoughts and prayers are out with those families. Sometimes people mention, well, you know, these folks were ill and they were going to be passing anyway. When I hear that, it's really upsetting, because COVID, what it does is it exacerbates the conditions and the chances that someone's going to survive. And so if that's someone's mom and dad and brother, sister, a loved one, you know, having COVID and having them pass away, perhaps unnecessarily, prematurely, is, I think, a great sad situation. And so I do take issue when some folks will make light of that people are dying anyways with comorbidities. So anyways, thoughts and prayers with those almost 200 Ventura County residents. We'll be at 195 Ventura County residents that have lost their life in part because they are infected with COVID. On this slide, by the way, this slide is the current metrics as of yesterday. Today at noon, we weren't sure if the state was going to update the metrics, and so much focus lately has been on the ICU number, which we report on the right-hand side there, 10.9. On the top is for the current region, ICU bed capacity at 10.9, as reported yesterday by the state, and the lower one is our current one as of yesterday, 9.1. Again, we believe that our 9.1 rate has some room for confirmation in terms of how it's reported. That'll probably be higher, even with more cases. It'll probably be higher because, again, our hospitals can staff up to be able to accommodate additional ICU patients. The top metrics are covered in the next slide. So the state sent us some embargoed data last night that at noon today will likely be confirmed that these are our current numbers for our case rate. So as you can see, our case rate is expected to be confirmed later this afternoon. If they have a press conference, otherwise it'll be posted on the state's website, that our case rate is going to jump to 25.6. In part, it is a big jump from 15.5 to 25.6, but it also has to do with the overall testing volume for the state has increased, so our adjustment factor is no longer the same. So before, our adjustment factor would allow the official and published case rate from the state to be half of ours. So we would be, in order for us, when we got the 15.5, our actual true rate was 31. Our current case rate is actually 34, so it's jumping from 31 to 34, but the adjustment is less, so therefore we're not getting as a favorable downward number, and our number will be at 25.6. Still very favorable adjustment factor going from 34 to 25, but again, it's not going to be cut in half as it was in previous times. And this, again, has to do with the state's own system that allows for an adjustment factor based on test volume. And since it's based on a state median, then everybody has increased testing in the last few weeks. And now with this new adjustment factor, the state average, we're not getting as a big adjustment factor.
I appreciate you stating that, because as we're looking at this data, that isn't shown here. We've been advocating as a county, and I appreciate all the work you're doing in regards to giving us a credit based on the goal, which is 150. Our testing last week, I believe, was like 650% higher. This week, it's 546%. But all those people that are being tested right now are finding out if they're positive or negative and being able to do something about it and making sure they're not spreading it more. But because all of the state has raised their testing, then that median, we don't get as much credit.
That's right.
And so then it sounds like we're not doing as good a job when we really are. So it's very frustrating when we're playing data. I'm a very data-minded person, is because you can make a chart look like anything.
Yeah.
But it's what our community is doing.
Yeah, well, thank you for pointing that out. Our main point has been just have one fixed number so that everyone knows. We've definitely been over that 150 test volume per 100,000 resident for a long time, and yes, we've gone over 600 as our test volume per 100,000 resident. It's currently at 545 or so, but again, the state average has increased. We're still higher than the state average, and so if we just stayed at a stable number, they could up their goal from 150 to 300, even 500, whatever, as long as it's stable and not on average, because as Mr. Powers has pointed out so well before, why does it really matter with this adjustment factor based on, say, X county up north and their awesome test volume? Ours is awesome too, but why should our adjustment factor be related to another county's test volume?
And that's another good reason why we want to go with the coastal region. Supervisor Parks, I appreciate your questions earlier. I know with our board, we don't get to discuss this unless we're doing it here in a public forum. And so I really wanted to make sure that we go over everything, because we're all not on the calls with me on the state and so forth. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
Ron, can I ask a question? The slide you were just showing the 25%. Does that mean that 25% of those tested have COVID? And would that then be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 out of 4 people have it?
Yeah, no, Supervisor Parks, this is I will get to the test positivity rate. That's the next slide. This slide is on the case rate. So this is the number of cases on average that we've been getting for the last 7 days with a 7-day lag per 100,000 resident, and this is still part of the tier system, case rate and positivity. Again, positivity we covered on the next slide. Case rate is number of cases, and still you can see the dramatic increase from even our highs in July and August of that surge. We're now much higher than that with this 25.6, and that 25.6 is again adjusted. Our actual one is currently is 34. The next one is the test positivity, and that one is also increased dramatically. It's quite high, but it is important, as Supervisor Long mentioned, it's important for people to be detected, get tested, and know whether they're positive or negative. And if they're positive, for them to go in isolation and help us make contact with those that they've had close contact. And if you're negative, it's not a free pass to then go and socialize or do other things that are not advised at this time. What it means is that currently with that test, you're not showing that you're infected, but you could later that day if you let your guard down with regard to not practicing social distancing, washing your hands, wearing the mask. And so it is important still to get tested. For those two reasons, and we are obviously with our increased testing, we are catching more positives, but that's again an indication of how much there is community transmission right now out in the community. It's very important to detect it, to further then do isolation, quarantine, and tracing.
Madam Chair.
So this chart, which isn't being shown on the screen at 7.8%, yes. So that is the one. So 7.8% of the people tested have it.
That's right. Yes.
Out of,
Much better than, much
This is a
better than
percent.
25%.
Yeah, this is this is a percent, and it is over the 7-day average, and with the 7 days ago.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Rico, I've been hearing the news, and so forth, that we have not hit the peak of the gathering at Thanksgiving. Is that number going to skyrocket to some number, or because that's what they're saying now, because of the gathering for Thanksgiving and so forth? What impact is that going to have on what we're doing?
Yes, so if we, this week would be later this week when we really have a truer picture indication of the extent of any impact on, yes, positivity rate, but also cases. That would be the previous slide, case rate per 100,000 resident. So both cases would increase if there was a gathering and there was not enough of the public health measures that we all are very familiar, again, wearing the mask and hand hygiene, staying as distant as possible. And so, yeah, we're going to be able to see by the end of the week the extent of that potential surge related to Thanksgiving, but it would be in both case rate and in positivity.
That's going to be the 2 weeks dip, yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks from the 20.
Well, and also to reiterate, we have not opened up our surge capacity, right?
That's right.
We are just with the services that we have currently. If we needed to up, you were asking about if we had more cases. Am I correct? Or maybe clarification would be, so if it did increase, do we have the capacity to handle that? I think that was the question.
Yeah.
Rigo, you want to?
Mr. Powers, he's very familiar with the conversation we had with executives, and I can add to this as well.
Yeah, I would say some hospitals have sort of touched lightly on it. I think it was Gary Wild from CMH referred to it as a surgette. So they've modified some of their units a bit. They've not really gone fully into their surge, but they're starting to take advantage of it a bit, I guess is what I would say.
That's right.
Thank you. And I wanted to mention that just because I want to make sure people trust our hospital system, but they also have to help us in regards to not spreading this virus so that our healthcare providers can take care of those that really need it. Thank you.
Yes, and this slide gets at that as well. This is a past 3-day average of those that are in the hospital. The higher number is daily average for the last 3 days. Confirmed ICU patients, of course, again, they're still, our patients are providing excellent care for many reasons, not just COVID. And so as of our last measurement period here for the last, that includes a 3-day average, 124 are in the hospital, confirmed cases in ICU, and then those for COVID is 34, but that number, both of them have been increasing, and you see, especially for COVID, our number is averaging at 34 in the ICU unit. Okay, so switching gears a little bit now with my last 2 slides, just a reminder with regard to what is affected in this regional stay-at-home order, and while it can be confusing and I know frustrating for many sectors, it definitely has a devastating impact on a lot of businesses. But I would say that the main thing to ask ourselves in trying to understand and hopefully abiding by the stay-at-home order that we do expect, if it's closely followed in the next 3 weeks, that it will stabilize these hospitalization numbers that we just heard about as well. It will start improving our positivity rate and our case rate, and again, those two are critical as they have before for us to move from the tiers. And so for that is, I really hope that every Ventura County resident, and as much as a sacrifice it is for every individual, that we do abide by these orders, because really the first question, the first goal of this order is really to stabilize our hospital numbers and get COVID under control as best as possible, given that the vaccine, while it will arrive next week in our county, it'll be a limited quantity and supply. Dr. Levin will cover more of that in terms of it will go to, hospital workers and those working and providing care for long-term care residents. And so for the general population, the vaccine is forthcoming, but it's not going to get us out of these 3 weeks to stabilize the numbers. What will is abiding as much as possible with a stay-at-home order. And so the first question that I would ask for someone if they're really wondering, can I do this or can I do that, is do I really need to be outside of my home right now? Obviously at times we do, but if we don't, let's stay in our homes. And that doesn't mean stay inside your house or apartment. Please do gardening, so play outside, go to the park, take a walk. But the intention is minimize gatherings and contacts with others, stay at home as much as possible. So again, ask yourself, do I really need to be outside of my home at this point in time? And if you do, because there are, our economy as slow as it's going right now because of these changes, people are going to work. Schools that were open are staying open. If you have a doctor's appointment, if you want to go outside and take a walk in the beach, in the park, you can do those things. So you ask yourself, do I really need to be outside of my home? And if the answer is yes, do it safely, and especially with 100% mask wearing when you're coming in contact and you're being outside. And then yes, follow the order as listed here. This list is found as all our information on COVID at our website, VC Recovers, and you can see more detail. There's also frequently asked questions section, both locally on this site and at the state. And so if you have questions detailed around the details of this list, please let us know. But basically, is indoor operations for most businesses are to cease, and only a few outdoor remaining activities are allowed. Again, the specifics are listed here and on our website, and we can answer any questions if your board has on the actual what the order covers.
Can you go back to that
Yeah.
slide real quick? I just am trying to urge people to really shop local. Many of our businesses are now online. They're still local, they're online. They got shut down on Sunday, unfortunately, because it's a pandemic, makes sense. But what I'm urging people to do is on that personal care service, buy that certificate. We will be open. And we will need to be getting our hair cut and our nails done. Buy a certificate so that we can use that later and support our businesses right now. Go online if you need to. If it's a winery, join a wine club. Give that for next year, and we'll be celebrating 2021. If there's any way we can think out of the box to support our businesses right now, they really need it. The last 3 weeks is a huge amount of sales for them, and we all are in a very much a giving point of view right now. So I just want to ask that. I know it sounds that things are closing, but we're still in operation, just in a very, very limited way. So if there's ways that we can do that, I just really urge everybody to assist our businesses. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, we continue to work with the stakeholders, the people that are concerned about South Oxnard, because we still get information that we need to do more in South Oxnard, that the COVID has increased by 400+%, and so are we doing more than that we have done in the past to convey the message to stay at home, to not party, to distance and to wash our hands? And do we still continue to do that? Because I've gotten some information. I know your office has gotten quite a bit of information regarding that too in South Oxnard. So are we doing any additional work there?
Definitely, our Supervisor Zaragoza, thank you for asking that. And so, this is a worldwide pandemic, worldwide surge, nationwide. We see the numbers similar to our local numbers. Our colleagues in other counties in California are all experiencing this surge. So once we're in this such pandemic and surge mode, it's hard to just be able to say how effective outreach and education is being done. But that still needs to happen. But right now there's extensive community transmission of this virus, also family to family. And so we've expanded our outreach and education and media efforts and target those messaging countywide, but including and especially in the health equity areas of greater Oxnard, Santa Clara Valley, and almost every city and community does have some census tracts that correspond to the health equity metric. But we've definitely have continued and many ways expanded efforts, both our office in public health and in collaboration and work with others. It does include working with trusted community leaders that we call promotoras, health promoters, that are assisting our public health team in doing direct outreach and education. Again, for the general public, it might seem like we're not doing anything or that we're not doing enough because the numbers are high. But again, even with all even additional outreach and education efforts, right now we're in the middle of a surge. We're not going to see a drop, unfortunately, until we take such precautions as we've been talking about and really abide by the stay-at-home order.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to assure that I want people to understand that we are doing it, and we're not just the only ones that are experiencing that. I mean, it's actually statewide, worldwide, and so forth. Exactly. One of the other questions, and I'm sure that Barry's going to help us out, is the testing hours. I've heard that over at Oxnard College, for example, they close at a certain time. If we have X amount of people in line, that they cut the line, and the people that didn't meet the hour are sent home and so forth. So maybe Barry, when he comes up, he can give us more information on that.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so he'll follow me, but I can assure you that he will be relating how we've made fronts and improvements there too with expanding the hours and the lanes. And yes, we've had overwhelming demand for testing, and so and then also with the wind situation, there's been some situations there. So we're working on it, but he'll expand on those details.
However, on the positive side, I've also heard that in some of the locations, the testing is very rapid, within an hour, and also they get the test within 24 hours in some case, which I think, we also have some positive and negatives there that I'm sure that Barry's going to share with us. I just wanted to share that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one
Yes.
question. Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
And
Supervisor Levere.
I just want to start by echoing your comments about just the critical importance of supporting our small business community. So many of them rely on this holiday season to meet their bottom lines, and we just need to do everything we can within our means to support these businesses. But I do have one question for Rigo, and it has to do with outdoor playgrounds. Our children are really taking the brunt of so many of these state closure orders. And we know that the spread is largely happening in people's homes and in indoor gatherings. And so when people need to get people, we're trying to push people outside. That's the goal. And yet, our kids, many of whom are out of school and coming into the holidays will be out of school for several weeks. There's just so few outlets for them. And I was just curious what the public health reasons were coming out of the state, why they are including outdoor playgrounds in these latest closure orders.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for that question. We've had dialogue, Dr. Levin and I, with the state over the weekend on that. Overall, still the goal is to keep folks, away from possibly coming in contact with others, even in the playground and touching equipment and such. But let me assure you that we encourage at the local level for folks to remain active for their physical well-being, their mental well-being. Still go to a park. Yes, at this point, the order does not allow the playgrounds, but the parks are open, the beaches are open. Still go as a family, as your own individual household. Please stay active and use the parks, use the trails, use the beaches for movement, for activity, and for, again, physical and mental well-being. So while that is a nuance that it's a very important point we've covered and others have covered at the state that we I think generally would have advised otherwise and encouraged the playgrounds to stay open, but it is a statewide order that applies to our region, and so for right now the state does not allow the playgrounds. But again, please I encourage families to still be physically active and partake of other opportunities in the parks outside of the playground.
Supervisor Levere, just know that we are pushing that on the state level as well. When that came out, we had to push hard to get it back open, which makes no sense to me personally, but maybe they have more information that I just am not understanding. But we are pushing on that because that's a key thing. We need our kids out there. We've also talked about the fact that, you go to a playground and you wear a mask and you use your hand sanitizers and you distance. The kids are learning this. They know what to do. The parents are there. They could advise their kids. So Dr. Galley has kids too. He understands, but they have closed that down, unfortunately. And so we're going to push that one again, along with several others that are on this to close list.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that advocacy because, my daughter started going back to school in a hybrid model yesterday. She's in first grade. A lot of these kids are starting to understand ways to stay healthy and safe during these times. And I think the more we can continue to advocate to give them as many outlets as possible, the better. So thank you.
Thank you. And so my last slide is just a reminder that the following sectors are still open with modifications. So we talk about outdoor recreational activities. These facilities could only be open outdoor, and they cannot serve food, drink, and clearly alcohol. So this is open just again to encourage physical activity, but it needs to be distanced. It needs to be done in a safe manner. Our retail, definitely the timing supervisor long. Everyone realizes that this is a huge impact to our businesses to have this restricted capacity, but it is at 20%, and there are also online sales. Shop local is very important. So just a reminder on that. Our supermarkets, by the way, they are allowed to operate at a 35% capacity. When you do, again, your shopping, please still do all the safety measures, maintain your 6-foot minimum distance, wear your mask, and wash your hands frequently. Huge impact to our local hotel industry. Unfortunately, for right now, it's only allowed for critical infrastructure, essential workers that need the hotel, but not for leisure. Restaurants, again, very sensitive to the huge impact on restaurants, but support your local restaurants with takeout, pickup, or delivery. It is so important to continue to support our restaurants. And so outdoor is not allowed right now, but these other ways you can still show your support for our restaurants. Offices are, encouraged to offer remote working whenever feasible, possible, and applicable to your workplace. But overall, it's encouraged to have remote. Places of worship, no change to that. We really urge everyone to abide by this, including places of worship for outdoor services only. We have had cases in Ventura County that involve places of worship. So we really encourage all the churches to limit their services to only the outdoors. And then, the state, it doesn't apply so much for us in terms of the entertainment industry and professional sports, more to our larger sister counties, but those are allowed without live audiences. So all this information, again, is found locally on our website, vcrecovers.org, and at the state COVID website. And I'll take any questions at this point. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mr. Barry Zimmerman, Chief Executive Deputy Director of the Healthcare Agency, on the update to testing.
Thank you, supervisors on Zoom. Any other further questions? Supervisor Zaragoza?
Thank you, Rigo.
Rigo, just to say thank you so much. I know we are very fatigued in our staff in regards to how much work is going on with COVID-19 on a 24-hour basis. I really appreciate all the effort and advocacy for our community and the networking with our different counties. It's really important that we're talking to each other and lessons learned, how to do it better. And we're doing that. I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman, nice to see you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Rigo, for your report. Barry Zimmerman will give a status on the testing a little bit and address your questions that it's not just on your mind, Supervisor Zaragoza, but others as well, as how it's operating here. Let me just show you the graphic that we have on our trends associated with the volume of testing. As you can see, it continues to grow at a very high rate. There, we anticipate that this volume will continue, if not even increase a little bit more as we get closer to the Christmas and New Year's holiday period.
I think, Barry, the concern that was shared with me was that, for example, like there was a line of people and they were waited for 4 or 5 hours and the place closed up at 3 as opposed to, some other number.
Yes, and so let me describe that a little bit.
That's one of them, and then I'll give you the positive one. Okay.
Yeah, there are, and we're aware of the long lines, and we're trying to address those. And so let me just explain how the process works today and what we're doing to try to minimize that wait time as much as possible. We know that we run the operations. It's a day-to-day operations, and so it's not a limited time event where a cutoff is completely detrimental to an individual, but we have to run the staff day over day, and so we do have limitations on the hours that we just can't keep it open until midnight. It would be midnight in some of these cases to address all the volume. So what we do is that we know basically the pace in which individuals come through, so in the afternoon they will evaluate how long is the line. And say that X number of, and they do it by a geographical location, like in Moore Park, it's up to this stop sign. They know that's about a 2.5 hours worth of volume coming through. And so they'll position someone out there at that point and say, no longer can we accept individuals coming in. So that occurred at Oxnard early. We had a tremendous demand on one day, and so the cutoff had to be, the wait time was nearly 4 hours associated with the volume coming through. And so they did have to cut off those. We do not want people to wait 2.5, 3 hours to get up to the point and say, we're closed,
But
right?
however,
And so we're trying to divert them as much as possible.
But then I heard also that, like you said, that, for example, if you're going to be open for another 2 hours, like you said, they count X amount of people, and they said, look, right here you're at the end, come back tomorrow or go to the next station.
Sure.
And then people know.
Yes.
But that was the other part. So,
yes. And so that's the instruction that staff, as we divert individuals, that if, let's say, the fairgrounds in particular is accessible for Oxnard residents to go to, that their wait time is lower, so divert them there. And so we're
I
trying
had a
that.
very, very positive information from the fairgrounds that, it's steady stream and it's quick and you get results ASAP. So that's very, very positive. I've heard a lot of good news on that too. So
yes, so we're trying to balance that out.
Balance this out.
Very much so, yes. So there's a lot of positive going on. I think many residents are appreciative of the accessibility of testing. We don't limit testing like in other locations. I'm not here to compare everyone, but just to make people aware that in other locations it's by appointment only. Usually it takes days for them to get an appointment for testing, and then they still have to wait in line to get the test. Here, we went with a strategy that we'll try to build as much capacity as possible to allow open access to it. We recognize that the demand's high and it creates lines and waiting associated with that. If you see, prior to the month of November, there was no waiting time associated with testing. We have been working with trying to expand the capacity and throughput associated with our sites. So, for example, we did go from 3 lanes to 5 lanes at Moore Park. We had some infrastructure issues there that we were able to resolve. Now we're up to 6 lanes associated with that. We also, as we divert individuals and close the lines as supplies allow us, we have been offering home kits for individuals to take home in order to also do that on their themselves if they desire. Some do take us up on that offers, and some say that they'll be back tomorrow and get a test directly there.
So in the home kit, they take it home and then they return it back where?
It's the home kit. It's all self-contained for an individual to do. It has a prepaid UPS label in it.
Okay.
That is sent directly through UPS. The process is a little bit, they have to go online and register online, and then arrange for either UPS to come by and pick it up
Send it
at their
back.
house, which they can, or they can drop it off at a UPS station and they will send it off.
That's great.
It will take an extra day because there's a 24-hour delivery time and then the lab processing time.
But that's more convenient. They can do it at home, and it's
Yes, and you can do it in home. We've had many people do it. I tested out the system there, and
And
it's
it
very
works, eh?
practical to do. So that is one of the options that we allow as supplies allow us to offer that opportunity there. We are looking at expanding lane capacity at Oxnard College in particular and getting infrastructure to do that, to do it. We are also looking at potentially additional sites for additional locations throughout the county. The demand and request is all over. We're focused very much in South Oxnard. We have our mobile type sites out there. Even today with the wind, we're trying to work out with a church to say, can we use your community room? Those type things to continue testing to occur. That is a priority for us. I'll mention, unfortunately, due to outdoor events, the wind events do cause problems for us. And unfortunately, yesterday and today, we had to shut down many of our sites. It's just not safe to operate and practical to do so. I think the public recognizes that because most people do not like to be out in that wind anyway.
It's not safe.
There. But we hope with the weather report we'll be fully operational tomorrow with all our sites running. So that's the current status as of today. I'll just tell you and give you that due to the demand and volume, there has been some, well, why didn't you anticipate that, and so forth. We have anticipated the growth. There are limitations associated with capacity to meet the demands. We're not the only area increasing in testing, and so supply chain issues are a real concern, and we are working with additional supply sources, additional avenues associated with laboratory capacity in order to address that. That is not an overnight solution, and we are working on that, but just wanted to make you aware that we're keeping as a highest volume as we can associated with the supply chain. The results, as you've mentioned, are very positive, and I think our turnarounds are excellent. We're within 24 to 48 hours at this point in time for the most part. I do recognize and acknowledge we have had isolated events where a batch may not have gotten in the chain, the courier chain timely or whatever, and has delayed out. We troubleshoot those and try to accommodate when we find out about them to resolve those and get those results to those
I had
individuals.
one friend that took the test, and 24 hours later, negative, and they're happy as anything.
Well, that's great.
So I just
Well, yeah, and I say that there's some modesty here because I am on calls with other supervisors from other counties where they're talking about they have a 4-day, 9-day turnaround. Who do we, who are we working with? How do we make it faster? And I sit there just thinking how lucky we are in Ventura County.
That's right.
I want you to know that, how much our staff, Barry and all the team is really working to make sure it's 24 hours and it's on a text or a phone call.
That's what they call it.
I have to say it, appreciate it.
So there's negatives and positives, Mary.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we're trying to meet the needs, and we'll continue.
And I'm sure it's really not negatives. It's a matter of people understanding, that they have to wait X hours or whatever, and then people need to ask, how much longer do I have to wait? And just as opposed to just standing there and not sharing anything and going home frustrated. Anyway, but there's...
No, I appreciate that, and we recognize that, and we want to give the best service possible, and we recognize that no system's perfect. We are working on now, we are getting wait time status reports throughout the day, so 11, 2, and 5 o'clock are our check-in times there. We right now will post those on the Ventura County social media sites, so people can go to those and view the wait times at our various locations, and that will help inform the public also where they could access testing the most quick.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Most quickly, yes.
Is it possible also, in addition to social media, if it could be posted on our our webpage?
Yeah, yes, we are working on getting that, set up so it can be posted on the webpage appropriately. So that will be another option coming in the future. Thank you for that. Also, I just wanted to remind we do publicize, and we are screening that our test sites are for residents of Ventura County. And so that is a question that maybe a few months ago we were not screening that prior, so some might be taken back that now that we're asking those type of questions there. Priority is to residents or those who are working in the county easily can show a work badge or a business card or whatever to say, hey, I work in the county and I'm going to take access of it. Or those that are visiting from out of the area that are in the area can easily show that, I'm visiting someone here. We know a lot of people, if their relative comes in, usually they take them there, and that should be acceptable for that. So we anticipate some growth as we get closer to the holidays of Christmas and New Year's. We encourage people to still take advantage of testing. It is important for us to identify those that may be infected. That is a strategy. We encourage those who are positive to take the precautions that have been outlined by public health and other healthcare authorities on preventing the spread further. I just want to take this time to express that this is not a singular activity. A lot of times I'm in front and communicating this here. It is a team effort by many individuals, both staff and contracted staff, who are doing a tremendous job in working out into the community and trying to address their needs, and I commend them for that effort. It is a somewhat grueling when it's a nonstop work day out there. If you're out in the weather, it gets tiring, and yet they're doing a tremendous job to serve our community well.
And the reason I'm asking those questions is because I want the public to know that we're doing everything that we can, and we're really testing. That's a tremendous amount of people that we test, and the public needs to know that.
And the public has helped us in understanding our time.
Sure.
And I really appreciate implementing our times. I felt it was like, you're sitting in line with Disneyland, you want to know how long this line is and how important it is for our community to set expectations. We're not here to waste people's time. We're here to make sure that this COVID doesn't get spread.
And it's important testing. My goodness.
Yes, so thank you very much for putting that. I know it sounds, why are we putting a time on it? But it really does help. And we've heard a lot of great feedback, so thank you. Yes, Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank our wonderful team for increasing the testing capacities in the East County to reduce the wait times at Moore Park College. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Barry.
Mr. Powers. Go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank staff who were, look at what Barry's doing now compared to what he was doing a year ago. I had no idea this was going to become his full-time job. And the same thing, like you look at so many of our staff, Rigo and Kim Creelhart and others. So we really are kind of designing the plane while we're in the air, and we have to be nimble. And it's great to see such robust testing going on in our county, and it does help our numbers in terms of how the state gives credit. Question that I have, I so appreciated being able to have these mobile testing units. How many do we have? How versatile are they? And, I won't make my request right now, but I just, obviously they are very much needed, and how we prioritize them.
Yeah, we have two mobile teams that go throughout the county. We have a team that really focuses in on the health equity communities and is really targeting their efforts there in a rotating basis. Some areas get more frequent return schedules in that just due to demand and volume. The other team is really addressing the demand that is coming through. We get businesses and cities and local community areas there. We have them fully scheduled out. They're not just during the day. We also have weekend coverage there, extended times into the evening, variable based on location. So they're completely there. I get as far as we get requests in, and we try to meet those request demands, and we'll continue to do so to the best of our ability. I think as we look at also potentially additional, maybe a site or two that will help address some of the more remote areas that individuals are requesting these mobile teams to go. So that's where we're at. We do have those schedules published on our webpage so people can see where they'll be next. Those sites are small mobile sites, so they meet a small walk-up community. They can only address about 300 individuals at a time, so they're not built for the 1,000 people coming through like our other sites.
Well, in the pop-ups or the locations that were closed, if people don't know, the winds are blowing 20, 40, sometimes a gust of 60 miles an hour, and that is why. We just had a Cornell fire in Santa Paula that we were watching very closely that went from 5 acres to 174 acres in minutes. So if you're thinking about trying to hold on to a tent, do the test and all the other things, safety of our community and our staff, that's the only reason why those were closed. And we do not want to stop access. We want to include access. So in case anyone didn't know how hard the wind was blowing yesterday or the days before, I just want to make sure we hit that.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would like to just comment that our board also, as well as our staff, we really do want to accommodate all those who want to get tested. And if there are any additional resources that the board can supply to increase the number of testing sites available and the capacity of those sites, I know that we are behind that. And I would very much like to see that we don't have people having to wait hours to get tested, and do what we can. If that means, putting some more funds towards testing, that's something I certainly would support.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Mr. Powers.
Yes, thank you, Chair Long, board members, and Mr. Zimmerman for the report. I have just a few comments to share. First of all, the wait times are already on our website and social media, so they are posted. So thank you for that suggestion, Supervisor Parks. The residents only requirement, that is there simply because our county has more testing capacity than our neighboring counties. And I don't know another way to say it. And appreciate your support, Supervisor Parks, the supportive comment about resources. I can tell you we've taken that at face value from the get-go, and we are pouring a tremendous amount of funds into our testing. It's probably over $2 million a week. All of these tests are free. I don't know of any other county that's spending more on testing. The staff knows whatever they need, whether it's testing materials, whether it's pop-up sites, whether it's staff, they got it. They have a green light. So we are leaning in with every resource possible to make sure that we maximize and meet the community's demand and need for testing. And we'll continue to do that, and we really appreciate that support. Supervisor Zaragoza, if I may too, just speak to the outreach piece that you referenced earlier in South Winds and other areas. And just so you know, we sent a letter to the community last night and copied your board summarizing these outreach efforts in multiple, and I'll just cut to the chase on some of them, is evening and weekend testing hours, outreach with promotores groups, One Step a la Vez, contract with South Winds, other promotores groups, training them so that they can go out, train the trainer. We expand that messaging and multiple different formats, radio, print, bus ads, you name it, and in English and Spanish, social media, and in indigenous languages as well, Mixteco, Purepecha, and Zapoteco. So and it's about a 5-page summary of all the outreach. Can we do more? Always, and we're always looking and listening to see where we can engage more effectively, looking at our data, looking at our outreach, and we appreciate your board's unwavering support for that. Thank you.
And Michael, I appreciate that too, Madam Chair and staff, because I just want them to know that we are applying all that assistance and help, even probably more so than other parts of the county, because they're probably affected more so, but people need to know that, and that's why I brought that up, that we need to balance those things out, and we're doing a good job, and I believe, and I think Rigo mentioned also that he was working with the South Oxnard folks, and you're working with South Oxnard, Dr. Lemon is, and all of us. And Mike, thank you for that report. And as far as long, I know you've been working with us too, and then, well, we've been working, both districts.
Yes. Well, and also because it's not only county testing facilities that are out in our county. We have private sector ones as well. The federal had made an announcement that CVS will be doing it soon. There's like Quest sends out emails now about home testing that you can do, so that we're broadening the testing, and I really appreciate the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
And I also want to say thank you that we're nimble enough to get those wait times up onto the website. And I know that wasn't the case before, so I'm so glad to see us be able to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Levin, hello today.
Hello, Chair Long, members of the board. Congratulations and welcome to Supervisor Levere and Mr. Powers. I'm Robert Levin. I'm the County Health Officer. And I would like to thank Barry, but I'd like to focus my gratitude to him for his problem-solving skills. Things are constantly arising as these numbers increase, and he is constantly making adjustments and accommodations and expanding our services. And I think it's wonderful that we have someone like him in charge of our testing. There are a number of obstacles we face in slowing the spread of COVID in our county. One of them is COVID disbelief in a few of our residents. Another is COVID fatigue. That's a lot more common. Separate from this and slightly different is the growing perception that the pandemic is over, though the rising number of cases recently has probably set this belief back somewhat. Also, in spite of the many sacrifices that have been made by the residents of our county, our COVID trackers are recently encountering less and less cooperation. Over this last weekend, of 471 infected people our COVID trackers contacted, only 18 close contacts were elicited from them. We should have had at least 471 close contacts to create 471 cases.
Is that because the person you're talking to doesn't want to give that information out?
They don't want to give that information up. I don't want to psychoanalyze deeply, but my guess is they don't want to inconvenience them by having to be quarantined.
Well, then, if that's the case, I really appreciate the education of what to expect if you are exposed, because we can't make them do it, but I think it's important, extremely important, the education for our community.
They get the education, and it's my hope that they are contacting these people on their own and asking them to quarantine. And again, I think our citizens have been very responsible, and I think once notified like that, I think a lot of people will quarantine themselves. And quarantine has gone down now, officially from the CDC, from 14 days to 10 days. So it's a little bit easier to do that.
Well, you know, that is very startling that of the 471 asked, you only got 18 referrals of people who might have been in contact with them. Do you ask a question if they will be contacting the people that they were in close contact to when you are talking with them? So we know that maybe they are making that attempt, but that is very startling and very unfortunate if people don't want to provide that information so you can let others know that they may have been infected.
I agree, Supervisor. So how is public health going to contain this virus with that kind of cooperation? It seems that many individual decisions, like having 3 or 4 families over for a child's birthday, or allowing your boy or girl to compete in sports, even going to tournaments in other counties or in other states, are shrugged off as potentially harmless, when indeed it's the many cumulative decisions like this that are coming together as a surging whole. And incidentally, I want to go back to something that Barry Zimmerman said. He mentioned that we will test visitors to this county that are staying with families. Well, that has been true, and it will be true again. But for these 3 weeks, we should not be having visitors from other counties.
Well, I also think that people were a little overzealous
They had stated that they were to only have 3 families in really their pod, and I've heard, I didn't see it, but I've heard that there are parties of 50. That's a little too extreme, and now we're in a situation where we are, unfortunately.
That's correct. We have to be responsible for ourselves and for others. The promise of a vaccine is in some ways contributing to this relaxed attitude about COVID. At the same time, we're hearing more and more about vaccine hesitancy, the unwillingness to get the vaccine once it's available. A September Pew Charitable Trust poll found that only 51% of U.S. adults would likely get a COVID-19 vaccine if it were available. That represents a big drop from a Pew poll in May, just a few months ago, that found 72% of American adults would get vaccinated to protect themselves from COVID-19. I've got to say, this is insane. We can't afford to be a part of that movement. We need to be the county that gets the vaccine, that achieves herd immunity, that opens its businesses and keeps open its schools and parks. Let me address one of the concerns expressed by the vaccine hesitant. Some people believe that the vaccines that we will be offered cannot be relied upon to be safe. They say it was rushed, that corners were cut because of politics, that vaccine manufacturers and the scientific oversight groups were pressured to get a vaccine released before the presidential election. These 2 vaccines got ready so fast, not because they were rushed, not because shortcuts were taken, but for 2 very sound reasons. One, once promising vaccines were identified that were being developed, production of millions of doses of those vaccines began at the same time as the start of the final phase of the research on vaccine safety and effectiveness, rather than waiting until that phase was completed. This was done knowing full well that millions of doses of vaccine were being produced on a number of vaccines, not just these 2, some of which would fail, and the vaccines produced would have to be thrown out. This gave the drug manufacturers a jump on production that saved several months. The second reason these 2 vaccines were available so quickly is because they're not traditional vaccines. Most every vaccine in use today is made by growing the virus or bacterium and then either killing it or busting it into pieces. That's a major simplification of the process, but the process takes time. Some of the other vaccines in the pipeline for COVID, and there are others, are being developed this way and will be available in the coming weeks and months. But the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine are made in a different way. Weeks after this virus was discovered in China, scientists published its genetic code. Genetic code is composed of a limited number of individual simple molecules or chemicals. These common chemicals are in containers in manufacturing sites throughout the world. So all a drug manufacturer has to do is plug in the part of the genetic code that will give a person immunity and put them in the proper order to create the vaccine. He or she can sit at a machine and just type in the genetic code, and out comes the vaccine. There's no waiting around for a virus to grow up and then be processed. And all of this is obviously an oversimplification, but frankly, not by much. This method of production also takes months off a vaccine's development. So it's for these 2 reasons that we have our first 2 COVID vaccines so quickly. It's not because of political pressure or careless shortcuts that have been taken. The FDA, the Federal Drug Administration, is a stodgy old institution that lives or dies by one thing only, and that's its reputation. If it could have been swayed to approve a vaccine prematurely, it would have done so before the election. Other than to put an end to this pandemic, which will require safe and effective vaccines, There's no reason to rush a vaccine's approval now. I know there are conspiracy theorists who promote one reason or another for why these vaccines are being approved, but that would have to be a pretty amazing conspiracy that would convince the Federal Drug Administration, the Advisory Council on Immunization Practices, the American Medical Association, the American Nursing Association, the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and the American Hospital Association to all collude on approving a worthless or dangerous vaccine, or, for that matter, a vaccine that once injected, some people claim, tracks your movements. All of these organizations rely on their reputations. Vaccine will be available in a week or two if the FDA approves it. There will be limited amounts at first, so it will initially go to our healthcare workers on the front line. Then it will go to the people who work at the homes for those who need skilled nursing and homes for our elderly and for the residents of those places as well. It will go to our law enforcement, ambulance, and fire personnel. The vaccine will be made available to our essential workers. That includes farm workers and people that work in grocery stores. It will then go to elders in our general population and those with chronic medical conditions that lead to worse outcomes if infected by COVID, and then finally to the general healthy population. This may take months, maybe May or June. It will depend on how fast these companies can make vaccine, on their not running into problems in manufacturing it, and on how many vaccines get approved and when, beyond these first two vaccines. So what you can do now with this new stay-at-home order, and what can you do until widespread receipt of this vaccine frees us from this virus? We got into this situation because of thousands of individual decisions that concluded with, I can do this and I won't get COVID. So for the next 3 weeks, begin every consideration, every decision about whether an activity is all right to do with one simple statement. Begin it like this: it's just better that I stay home and not have anyone over to my place for 3 weeks. Also, think twice before you go out. Wear masks indoors when not at home unless someone at home has COVID or has been exposed to someone who's had COVID. Wear masks outdoors when you're going to be within 6 feet of someone else, not from your household. I've been worried for months about gatherings. I still am, but now vaccine hesitancy is starting to occupy more and more of my thoughts. Please learn about vaccines from reputable sources, scientific sources. Science is proven. Science lets the chips fall where they may. It's objective. It looks at questions with a cold eye. Go to the CDC website for answers to your questions. Ask your doctor. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Levin. Supervisors, do you have any questions for Dr. Levin? I thought I'd open it up for you. Hearing none, thank you so much. Appreciate your conversation on this today. Okay, next up, Paul Stamper. Come on down.
Good morning, Chair Long, board members, CEO Powers. Paul Stamper with the County Executive Office. I'm here to give you an update on our Business Assistance Grant Program. And this is in the context of the many different ways that your board has been supporting our local businesses and employees, including multiple rental assistance programs, the Great Plates program, which has delivered over $19 million worth of meals and in the process supported local restaurants who are providing those meals. Additionally, millions of dollars in fee permit waivers and a local eviction moratorium. So this is in the context of that, and at the end we will touch upon our future plans for additional support for our local community. So again, thanks to your board, with our Business Assistance Grant Program, we were approved to provide assistance and awards of $5,000 to every eligible business. So in the course of this program, you can see on this slide that a total of 3,868 recipients were identified as eligible for a total of $19.34 million in assistance. There is the possibility of a handful more of additional awards through the appeals process coming up. So every one of these businesses has already received that assistance. A check has gone out prior to Thanksgiving, with the exception of those potential additional, which would be out by the 18th of this month. So I want to talk to you about.
Paul,
yes.
Is that the minority-owned and women-owned? Is that can you add them together, or do they cross?
Excellent question. Yes, they are separate. So there's some
they are
overlap
separate
between the two.
So that's 80-some%.
There is some overlap.
No, that's what I meant. Okay.
Yeah.
If you
There's some
combine them
overlap.
together, the total may be slightly less.
That's very significant. Very
Yes.
significant.
And that was per our board
Yeah.
requesting this.
Exactly. So that was part of the emphasis of your board, to make sure we're getting out these dollars to those businesses that need it and those populations that we wanted.
I remember that was brought up by our board, but that's very significant, and that's great. Yeah.
Right. And a foundational component of this program at your board's direction was we really were aiming for small businesses. And you can see by the top chart there, the breakdown, that 77% of the awardees were in that lowest tier of total revenue, which is exactly what we were aiming for. And so we're very pleased to see that those dollars are going out to those
And
businesses.
that's where the money's needed.
I'm sorry?
That's where the money is needed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right.
So a few more charts to describe that.
Hold on, let's see
I
if
may
we
need
can
some
help you.
from
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so in addition, you can see a breakdown here by the industry types of where those awards went. And if you look at those kind of top 5 bars of industry types, where the largest portion of recipients were, that included areas that were hardest hit, such as childcare, gyms, personal care, retail, food and accommodation. You can also see in the second chart on the right there, a distribution across the county by cities. So there was widespread recipients across the whole county. Now, the state recently announced some relatively new programs in the light of the current conditions and the additional restrictions. There's a widespread recognition that businesses need our support more than ever right now. And so the state has a website, covid19.ca.gov/business and employers. And there you can find more detailed information about these items, but includes such things as a 3-month extension for sales tax payments, expanded interest-free payment arrangements so more companies can take advantage of that, a hiring tax credit of up to $1,000 per employee hired. The franchise tax fee was waived, making it easier to start up new businesses. Loan capital was increased to make sure we have funding available for businesses that need it. And a new grant program was described. We're still awaiting some details on that, but the state announced $500 million will be allocated to that, and that it will include grants up to $25,000 to eligible businesses. Now, of course, we'd encourage you to go to that state website to get information, but more importantly, we would encourage you to take advantage of our local resources here. We have some incredible free resources that not only looks at the state, but also locally what we can do. And so you can contact EDC or Weave by going to EDC Collaborative or edcollaborative.com or weaveonline.org with the phone numbers listed there. And they will help connect you to the resources that you're eligible for. One of the ways that we were successful early on with the PPP program is by leveraging their support in getting those PPP applications in, and which resulted in our county getting over 13,000 businesses receiving PPP loans, over $1 billion worth of money coming into our county. And so they will help connect you to those programs. They have loans available, and most importantly, they have free advising, right? We don't want businesses right now to be trying to solve one problem at a time, go after one program or assistance opportunity at a time. Rather, go in, talk to these advisors, take a strategic approach, right? How are you going to deal with some of these key issues like cash flow management, suppliers, and making sure that you're leveraging technology and online sales, so they can help you create a plan to be successful as a business.
And with that, I'm the chair of the EDC collaborative right now. I'll be chairing next year. I want to push, and I'm so glad you had those numbers. Just even on December 8th at 10:30, they're putting webinars out on how to, increase your social media, there's so many how-tos that are free services for our businesses. I just want you to urge to go to that website and really use the resources so that take this time, if you can't have your doors open to the public, that we're rebuilding our businesses because we need them stronger.
And
so
Bruce
appreciate
has
that.
a really good staff. Bruce Stensley, and they're really, really good,
Ex-
business-oriented folks,
Yes, excellent staff. We had a press conference he spoke at last Wednesday, the days blur. And so just really thank you to the governor that he did hear our calls of the need for support for our businesses, for tax deferral and business grants and so forth. But we need our community to know how to get them. It's really easy to say it's out there, but how do we actually get those and use those? And so EDC and our website at VenturaCountyRecovers.com is another location. So I appreciate that, Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you. And yeah, not only do we have those resources and that team, but they're one of the best in the state. And we are very lucky to have that particular resource here. So we're very thankful to Bruce and his team. And additionally, you mentioned the webinars and such. Those are all recorded as well. So you can find those on the website. If you missed any in the past, they're still there, both at Weave and EDC. So in addition to some of these past programs that are already in place, we're, of course, actively working on the current things we can do and planning, looking ahead for what we can do in the future. Currently, your board has already just today talked about some of the things that are really important in supporting our local businesses, like advocating for a Central Coast region, which would give us a better opportunity to move out of this more quickly with the restrictions from the state. Maintaining our high testing levels, which will not only reduce the spread, but will also allow our county to take advantage of the testing adjustment that comes with that once we move back to that blueprint model and approach. And many of our businesses, by the way, are already actively helping our community by calling for the mobile trailer or the pop-up tents to come and test their employees and make sure that they are doing everything they can for the local community. And of course, to your prior point, Chair Long, the shopping local and how important that is. So these are all things that can be done now. And we're also looking ahead for what we're going to be doing in the near future. Yes. So we're looking at additional grant program coming up and possible multiple programs. Some of this will depend on federal funding and what happens, but to CEO Powers' point, we're not waiting around, right? We're going to be coming back to your board very soon and asking you for your approval to proceed with immediate assistance because our businesses can't wait. But we recognize that there may be multiple programs as we recognize what funding becomes available going forward. So our initial proposal that we will be bringing back to your board will be similar to the previous grant program in terms of eligibility and dollar amounts. And our goal here is going to be speed and maintaining some flexibility so that we recognize that there may be multiple programs, as I mentioned. We've been working on this for many weeks already, and as a result, we're primed and expect an RFP to be going out in the next few days, most likely, where we'd be seeking an administrator for these potential future programs. And we have been assessing county staff to see how they might be able to supplement these programs to make sure we can get them up and running as quickly as possible. And I have Scott Powers here as well, who's going to talk about some of the funding behind this, and I'll return to your board, and we are both available to answer questions afterwards.
Paul, I think, Madam Chair, that bullet point number 4 is extremely important. You know,
Well, it's important, you know, we rushed quickly to
That's
make
right.
sure, and we appreciate our partnerships, and we are always process improvement,
Yep.
making sure that these dollars are getting out as quickly as we possibly can.
And yeah.
So I appreciate, it's been a lot of work, and our biggest goal is really trying to get as much funding out
That's
as
right.
possible. We know that there's childcare facilities. We know that there's a lot more demands there. We saw on your chart with per city, you know, where it's going and advocating more for our community. I mean, no one ever wants to ask for help. I'm sorry. I don't like asking for help, but when we need it, we have to be there for them. So
Right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Yes, Supervisor LaVere. I like saying that.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you. No, and I really appreciate staff being proactive in bringing this second round of business assistance grants forward to us next month. I absolutely support that. But Paul mentioned Great Plates and what a success that was. Not only did it provide meals to our most vulnerable residents, but it supported our restaurant community. It allowed restaurants to keep people employed, to provide those meals, and it kept a lot of restaurants afloat during those difficult months when there was closures. And I was curious about is there any possibility of further Great Plates programs? Or I know that LA County is considering a program today, a partnership with World Central Kitchen. I'm just curious what possibilities there are to continue this support to the restaurant industry.
Thank you, Supervisor LaVere. So it's one of the areas that we are discussing as we look at future programs. My understanding is that the existing Great Plates program was also renewed, and so that's going to continue. And I believe there's an item coming back to your board next week related to that, and Scott may have some other information. But I'll hand it over to Scott, and we'll be here for questions.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, board members. Chair Long, Mr. Powers. Welcome, Supervisor LaVere. To answer the question on the Great Plates is a very good question. And there's also, in tandem with that, is the Senior Nutrition Program, which is run by AAA as well. And I believe it's today where in the consent agenda there was an item that was funding that program using CARES funds. The current Great Plates, it expires January 7th is the latest word we've heard from the state. I also want to share, and I was going to share a budget update, but that's a unique program for us in that 95% of those costs are leveraged with federal and state monies, and the county's portion, which is roughly 5%, is funded through CRF. So that program, as of we're projecting, and I'll share that, I was given the information early now, is $29 million by the end of the year, by the end of December in that program, and that's serving 2,500 people per day with meals delivered. Relation to the...
Scott,
Can we add more?
I'm sorry.
What did I say?
No, you said it perfect. I just went so fast that I just want to pause on that number for a moment. $29 million is a huge investment, to Supervisor LaVere's point, the help for the restaurants and to the seniors getting the meals. But a lot of logistics went into partnering with those restaurants, with our communities, with AAA, with OES. We just appreciate all the logistics that went into actually making sure that could happen very, very quickly. It's been a great program.
Well, and it's also because so many of our seniors are in disadvantage, aren't able to cook. And so providing a warm meal is very helpful. I know the state, we were on the call and they were talking about the Great Plates program. I'm sure the legislators would be very supportive to extend that because it is a budgetary issue as well. And so those I'm sure we'll be hearing more, just like the eviction notice or, you know, certain things that the legislation has to come through. But it's been a fabulous program and really appreciate the restaurants supporting us.
That's right.
I will also add. Oh, please.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, since we've interrupted, I just was wondering if the list of those businesses that have received the grants will be made available.
Oh.
Yes, Supervisor Long. We do have the names. We are in the process of reviewing them. It turns out there's some special child care guidelines around what information can be put out to the public. So we're going through that process now, but I expect potentially by the end of this week that we'd be able to put those names out of the recipients.
Thank you.
Mr. Powers?
To add that I
Comment?
believe as part of the Great Plates program, World Central Kitchen also played a central role in helping with that too.
And to our healthcare providers.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, thank you.
In discussion of Paul's presentation and our future position forward, we are with our CEO's direction moving very proactively on this and not waiting for additional federal funds to come before we'd stand up a program. We're issuing the RFP today, looking for firms that can help administer this. We would like just to hand them the money and let them administer this and be successful at our direction. We'd also have the option B of doing this in-house and working with our consultant EY, Ernst & Young, to support this program as well. So we have options. Right now, we want to see what the RFP produces. This is why we're putting it out today in ASAP. The other thing I wanted to mention is, and we'll be sharing this further in the budget update, is the unique opportunity we have to utilize general fund monies to stand up these programs immediately. And that's at the benefit of using the CRF fund, and I'll explain better in our budget update what that means.
That's subject to the CRF funding? So we fund up front, is what we're doing.
That's the goal, is to kick off these programs with funding, and as CRF or other funding opportunities roll from the state, from the feds, we can even bolster those programs.
Smart.
Yes, and on to Scott's point about the budget, and we appreciate your board supporting budgeting very conservatively in our adopted budget, not using as much CARES funds, but now with greater guidance from the Treasury Department, with Ernst & Young, we feel very comfortable using more of that. For example, in our public safety organizations, that frees up more of this general fund so that we can move forward with these business assistance programs. That probably where we'll be able to provide the funds in January, February, March timeframe. Whereas if we just were using the CARES funds, of course, that wouldn't work because we'd have to use them by December 31.
Right.
So 2 points there, just to summarize. We will expend our CARES funds by the December 31 deadline. And 2, in the way that we're doing it with your board support, we'll be able to free up some general fund money to support these business assistance and rental assistance programs in the first part of the calendar year. And we'll go into more detail on our budget.
And we can continue the program. Yeah.
Right, and thank you to our board for approving having our consultant be able to really use this as a resource. We need to use every single dollar possible for our community, and that was they've already paid that investment, so thank you.
Great. Any further questions? Happy to take them.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Scott?
No.
Supervisors? Okay, moving on.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
I think that's me. I'll just go back real quick, just to highlight this slide. You know, your board, these were the priorities that your board set here. And the truly small businesses, you can see they were prioritized, as has been summarized. And as we look on this and then the other, minority-owned, women-owned businesses being prioritized, I really want to recognize our 3 community partners who helped with this, the Ventura County Community Foundation, the Economic Development Collaborative, and Women's Economic Ventures. This was a lot of work. It wasn't just, here's our application, we qualify, send us our check. There was a lot of engagement, work back and forth with these small businesses to help them qualify. And it took a tremendous amount of effort to do that. And I think that's a big reason why we were able to meet your board's priorities for this funding. And so I just want to recognize that.
And Madam Chair, Mike, that keeps those businesses would have closed if we had not helped them.
We heard many businesses saying just that. They were at the next check they wrote for rent was that would have emptied their bank account.
Exactly.
They
right.
didn't get this check. So absolutely.
That helped tremendously. So I really commend that.
It was business sustaining. And they're still hurting.
I agree. It was nice to be able to provide funding to keep businesses open, and then also importantly to be able to see that their employees get paid and that they can keep the employees from being laid off and adding to those unemployment rates. I'm curious as to what the percentage of minority and women-owned businesses are in Ventura County, so we have a comparison of how we've done our outreach if we've exceeded that, and I would certainly hope that we have.
And maybe we can report that out at the next meeting next Tuesday to have more information on that so we know how effective we were.
Great. Thank
Exactly.
you, Supervisor Parks. Yes, we will research that and report back to your board.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's really our report. Here's the summary of our plan of action: continued investment in testing and tracing efforts. Just the gratitude to our community for continuing to get tested. That's our best weapon. The vaccine preparations are ongoing. We are also, as we talked about resources for testing, we want to over-resource our efforts to support the logistical administration and distribution administration of the vaccine here locally. A lot of work at the federal and state level, but as we know, at the end of the day, it comes down to that last mile, actually making sure that the right people are getting the vaccine in the right way at the right time. We talked about the Tri-Counties approach and the business support to who our businesses are hurting so much. We didn't touch as much today on surge readiness, but I can assure you that Steve Carroll, EMS, all of our hospitals in the county have partnered well and very clearly on their surge plans. They are in place, they're ready to go. And then, of course, the guidance that we all know. So just thank you to the community and thank you to your board for your support. And then at this point also, then we can, if with your board's permission, Chair Long's permission, we can recess this meeting, go to our special meeting.
Yes, I will first ask for our supervisors for any more comments or questions that you might have at this point.
Just, Madam Chair, I just want to
Supervisor Zaragoza.
thank our staff, all of them for the excellent work they've done, in helping with the tracing and helping with helping our individuals in the tough areas, and also for the good work, that we're doing with the testing and the overall, Dr. Levin and Regal and Paul and Scott and in our sales office and you guys. Thank you for the good work.
Okay, supervisors on Zoom, any further questions? I would like to personally just say thank you to our OES, Patrick Maynard, and all of those that have been working so diligently on COVID-19 surge, capacity, high winds, power shutoffs, Cornell fire yesterday. I know I'm missing quite a few. We have vcemergency.com has all the latest information. I was on a government panel with SEE a day ago and talking about how do we not have these power shutoffs, how important it is to have our businesses going, working from home. We have school from home, so much that we need to keep going to fight this pandemic. So I just wanted to say thank you for everyone's efforts. I appreciate, I know our days do not turn off at 5 o'clock. Many of times we understand we're sending an email, so when you get a chance to answer it, you will. And I really want to appreciate everyone's time. We joke that, we're not doing one job, we're doing two jobs. And I think everybody is doing so many different jobs out there. And I wanted to say thank you. We have over 9,000 employees for Ventura County, and they're working diligently for our community. I know we don't cover everything in these meetings, but we will. We will be making sure our community knows what's going on in our different departments as well. Not only just COVID, but all the other things that keeps this county going. So I wanted to say thank you very much. Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Madam Chair, I know we have a couple of time certains that we're going to get to, but I want to ask them to please accept our apologies because we'll get to them soon.
Yes, our meetings do go long.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So with that, without any further comments, this is just receiving a report. There's no vote on that is needed. I am now going to not close, but to go into recess for our regular agenda. And if we need, I'm going to make sure the clerk and we agree. Then we will now open up our special meeting agenda so we can have the item is placed. We will first start with I will call it to order, and then we'll have a roll call. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
I'm still here.
Supervisor Huber.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Chair Long.
Here. So thank you. We are all in attendance. Appreciate that. We will now move on to the item of number 3, authorizing the sending the correspondence to the California Governor and State Department of Health Agency, advocating to create the Central Coast region with Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. We did state this earlier, but I'd like to pass this to Mr. Powers. I could talk all day about this because I've been pushing this hard, but I would like to extend it to you first.
Oh, thank you, Chair Long. I would just say that we have covered it, I believe, pretty thoroughly in our COVID presentation, the justification for it. Appreciate, again, our public health leadership recommending this, our partnership with Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties.
Thank you.
Answer any questions. Thank you.
And after Thursday's meeting and how important, well, with the state, how important this is for our counties to come together. We will bring more back as soon as we find out more information. But I've spoken with the supervisors in each of the counties. They've stated that their board's very supportive. I just wanted to talk with all of our board how supportive this is for our community. It's really needed. And I just really urge your support. I will make a motion to support this.
And I'll second it.
Oh, we do have a public comment. I apologize.
But Madam Chair, I think you said something important because we need to do this because I think it'll help our businesses. I think it'll help our ICU numbers that we're looking for. And also we're talking 1.5 million people compared to 20-some million people that I think might help us. But it really is going to help us, help our businesses, help our stay-at-home people. People are tired of staying home and help our children and our schools. And so it'll be beneficial to all of us.
Okay. We do have 2 emails to read. I apologize, I skipped over that part. So on our public comments on this, we had one person, Monica Gray, that's no longer on the video, but I would like to pass it to our clerk of the board to read the 2 emails. George Armandola is the first one.
Yes, this email reads, Dear County Supervisor Levere and other county supervisors, it appears to me today's recommendation to align public health advocating for creation of a Central Coast region with Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties under the regional stay-at-home order and for related actions by the state is a precursor or starting point for Ventura County to separate from SCAG. Therefore, prior to any consideration for separation from SCAG, I request county supervisors and county staff do the following. Should Ventura County and the cities within Ventura County consider separating from SCAG, the County of Ventura and cities within Ventura County may consider becoming its own separate and standalone metropolitan planning organization, MPO, and not one in collaboration with Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County. Cordially, George Amendola, resident Ventura County District.
Thank you for your comments. And yes, again, this is only for the public health order. Drew Pletcher.
This email reads, Dear Madam Chair and Ventura County Supervisors, I write to you today as both a small business owner and a voter in District 2. I am asking you to support tomorrow's motion to write a letter to Governor Newsom encouraging the creation of a Central Coast region for the purpose of implementing the regional stay-at-home order. The regionalized approach taken by Governor Newsom in the recent stay-at-home order to add our county to the Southern California region remains impracticable and punitive in light of the size and population of the Southern California region as a whole. The Southern California region encompasses 23.1 million people. By comparison, the next largest region is the Bay Area with 8.5 million people. The approach under consideration today is more manageable and is similar to the 10-region approach taken when the county was completing the U.S. Census. The approach will help our local economy recover faster, provide better data regarding ICU capacity, and allow PPE and other COVID-19 resources to be better concentrated in areas where they are needed most. As always, I appreciate your continued leadership and want to thank you for your time. Thanks, Drew Pletcher.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'd also like to let everyone know that the city of Camarillo has also submitted a letter in support and also in supporting businesses. That is key. I've asked, I'm in discussion with our city managers that we talk about business and how we can support businesses, whether they can write a letter of support for our regional, for the state, a letter of support to them and public health, and then also a letter to the League of Cities in regards to keeping businesses open. I know in Santa Paula that's a huge concern of ours, and I've asked that they support what we are doing here in the county and supporting our regional approach and also for the businesses to open. So I believe that there'll be letters coming through as well, which is great support. We are not just the county in this. We are along with our cities as well, and they are hurting. So,
That's right. Thank you.
if that closes the public comments. I will motion to approve this. I appreciate Mike's Powers and the whole team, Rigo and Vargas and Bob Levin for connecting with our public health directors, Mike Powers with the CAOs and CEOs, and all the other supervisors that we're in discussions of this. I don't believe this is the last thing we're doing, but it's the start of a discussion. And I really appreciate it. Supervisor Zaragoza is going to second that. Are there any further discussions?
I have comments, thank you.
Please, Supervisor Parks.
I know if we look at the front page of the newspaper, we're seeing ICU capacity throughout the state of California, really throughout the nation, really coming to a serious situation of becoming overcapacity. And I believe strongly that the state of California, we are all really, no matter what region we are in, we are really all in the same boat. And no matter how you slice it, things are going to get harder with this pandemic, unfortunately. And I also don't see us loosening requirements with businesses, with schools, until we turn the corner and things get better. And if we do end up in this smaller Central Coast region, our board will still have that ability to institute stronger measures just like we have right now. So while there is a lot of emphasis on the fact that this action will allow us to open things up, I want people who are concerned that by opening things up it will increase infection rates. I think it's important for everyone to understand that we will always still have that ability as a county, if we so choose, to be able to institute requirements that we think are necessary for public health. I also think that as a smaller region, if we're in the Central Coast region, we will have a louder voice than we currently have with some 20 plus million other individuals in Southern California region. And that will also give us some more flexibility. And I think that's important. So I will support the motion in the long run, because like I said, I think we're all kind of in the same boat of having an awful surge. And I believe we'll get worse with more holidays. And as Dr. Levin showed, less compliance. We will need to have all tools that we can have available to us. What's most important, I think, with this, and as I hear the board and Supervisor Zaragoza and Chair Long and Mr. Powers and staff, this is really an important measure because it brings some hope. And I think we've got some dark times coming. So for that, I will support it.
I really appreciate your words, Supervisor Parks, because you're correct. We're not going rogue. We're just being more nimble, and will always follow with what the state mandates are. And you're right. There is the flexibility for putting more controls in there. I appreciate it. And I wanted to let you know also that the City of Thousand Oaks has supported this as well. I just got that information. So thank you very much. Any other supervisors' comments on this?
Yes, I absolutely support this creation of a new Central Coast region as well. Supervisor Parks asked some great questions earlier to Rigo. which show that there will be no negative public health implications to the creation of this new region. It will give us, greater control over our own destiny, as has been said, which is so important. And really also, I think taking this step will provide our businesses the best possibility of safely reopening as soon as possible. So I'll support the motion as well.
This is Bob Huber. I support the motion.
Well, with that, I'm
We gotta-
relieved. Sometimes as the chair, I push things just to make sure we're doing as much as we can, and it does give me a little anxiety when we bring things like this, because I want us all to agree, but I can't have these discussions outside this board. So I really, really, truly want to say thank you. I will get a roll call, please. I need it into record.
Supervisor Levier.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes. I sigh of relief. Thank you very much. You're right, it gives me hope. And so I really appreciate all the hard work, Mr. Powers, and the whole team to get this together. And thank you, because this is, again, a recovery advocacy. And please share this with San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara as soon as possible. I know, thank you to Ashley Bautista for putting out the press release, and also for the news for covering this, and really just appreciate it. It's a step, but it's a step in the right direction. So thank you. Mr. Powers?
Yes, thank you, Board. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close our special meeting. That was very special to me. And what I'm going to do now is reopen, come back from recess on the regular agenda, and I'm going to move to the time certains. We'll come back for our public comments, board comments, CEO comments afterwards. I know we've had some delays, so I want to appreciate everyone's time. So we will first move on to item 42, which is a presentation that Supervisor Zaragoza is going to do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and my apologies to Art and also to Mike Barber. We're only 55 minutes behind, which is not bad, but I just want to share that it was an honor for me to give the resolution to Arturo Hernandez, Art Hernandez. I've known Art for many, many years. In fact, Art and I were in business together. We opened up a real estate office many, many years ago, and it's really an honor for me to share this with Art and Julie, his wife, and his family. So I'd like to read this resolution as we progress. Whereas Arturo Hernandez has served as a Ventura County Community College trustee, representing Area 5 since 2000, and has faithfully served with great distinction for 18 years, representing Oxnard Shores, Mandalay Bay, Silver Strand, Hollywood Beach, Hollywood by the Sea, Challinas Harbor, El Rio, Nyland Acres, Del Norte area, Oxnard Plains, Strickland, and portions of Naval Base Ventura County, Port Hueneme. Whereas Arturo Hernandez has had a long and distinguished career at the Human Services Agency manager for the County of Ventura. In 1997, he started working for the Workforce Development Program as a regional manager and youth program coordinator. In 2002, he was promoted to Human Services Manager, supervising CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh programs. Where Arturo Hernandez, a former Union High School District Board member, Real School District Board member, University of Santa Barbara graduate, and current Oxnard resident, served the community throughout his county work as Human Services Agency for 18 years, and dedicated 27 years of community service, volunteering in local nonprofits, including Casa Pacifica, El Concilio, and where Arturo Hernandez worked tirelessly to advance the success of youth through academic access, particularly first-generation college students and those who are underrepresented. And whereas Arturo Hernandez provided leadership and guidelines to Ventura County Community College as a board chair, vice chair, board community chair, and as a member with dedication, enthusiasm, and passionate articulation. And whereas Arturo Hernandez was one of the longest-serving Ventura County Community College trustees, left an indelible mark on the colleges and community throughout his work at County of Ventura Human Services Agency, and for his resolve to advance the economic stability and sustainability of the County of Ventura through developing resources, services, and educational opportunities. Now therefore let it be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and appreciating Mr. Arturo Hernandez for his many, many years of service to the students and community of the County of Ventura. And this is presented on the 15th day of December. Thank you, Art, and thank you, Arturo and Julie, for excellent work. And we have a resolution that we have in my office. We'll hand it to you. And Art, I hope maybe you're on Zoom. Do you like to share a couple of words?
Yes, he is in Zoom. So Art, please go ahead. We'll have IT bring him in. Show your video and microphone, turn it on.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, Art. How are you doing?
Hi. Hi. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm not sure. Good morning still.
Good morning.
I want to thank you, John. Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate you taking time. Was listening to your agenda. You have so many important things going on, so I appreciate you taking the time out of your agenda to recognize me. It's always been a real honor and a real privilege to serve the community and to work with the county. It was just such a blessing to be able to do both and to work with many of you. Of course, you know, Bob Huber, we served on the board, the community college board together, and I served with Supervisor Parks on the Energy Alliance. And of course, Supervisor Long, you were very, very helpful and very in helping to work through issues that the college district had in the Santa Clara Valley. And of course, Steve Bennett, it was great all these years to be able to work with all of you and see you in the community. And then at the same time, be a county employee. And they really overlapped, and I really do feel blessed. It was 23 years that I worked with the county, and I really didn't have any intention of leaving. But I had a nephew who's in construction development, and he kind of made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And I've been a real estate broker for 40 years, so I'm going back. And I was looking forward to maybe, John, you joining me again, but it looks like you got tied up in another little part-time thing you're going to be doing at the city of Oxnard, and we're proud of you for that.
We sold a lot
congratulations
of houses.
to Carmen Ramirez, another good friend. It was great to help her and to see her coming on. And to Matt Levere, I haven't had the opportunity to meet him, but I know you guys are going to have very successful, a lot of challenges ahead of you. You know, I started out just getting involved in education, just to get involved in our children. My wife, Julie, and I wanted to be involved in public education. So we started to get involved, and I ran for school board, and it just kind of went on from there. And through that time, I had the opportunity to work for the county. So it's been a real, like I said, it's been a real blessing. I want to thank all my colleagues that I served with in elected positions. And I wanted to also thank all the staff and all the staff that do a great job at the Human Services Agency, all county employees, especially right now during these challenging times. I'm just so proud. You know, once you leave, you're in the middle of it. And when you have a chance to step back a little bit and take a look, I just kind of look at with pride and awesomeness, just all the work that all county agencies are doing right now. And all of you, you really should all be commended. And the last thing is I want to thank my family. Of course, my wife, Julie, we celebrate our 40th wedding anniversary. And she, you know, those of you and all of you know that our spouses don't buy into the public being in public elected positions. And a lot of people don't realize how much time it takes and the dedication it takes from family to do that. So I want to thank my family, my 3 children. I'm just so proud of them. And I'm proud of the time that I was able to serve. Thank you to the community. And again, thank you to each and every one of you, the board, the supervisor. Oh, also one more thing, Mike Powers. Mike, you were great. You were accessible, and you were really there. I had the opportunity to see your dedication and how you work and resolve, and were able to assist and work with the community. Thank you for your service and all your staff there.
Thank you, Art. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Huber, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I had the pleasure and honor to serve with Art as a fellow trustee on the Community College District Board. It was an amazing and informative experience, but it was also the start of a very long-term friendship with Art. I'd like to thank you, Art, for your many years of dedicated service to the Community College District, but also to the residents of our county who were given a hand up with your work in the Human Service Agency. Art, a well-deserved thank you for your service to our county. Bless you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Huber. Mr. Powers.
Mr. Powers?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Long, board members. Art, it's so good to see you and hear you, and I just so appreciate your years of excellent service with the Human Services Agency, with the county, but also your role as a community leader, a trusted community leader. And we always knew when we had a challenging issue in the community to work through, if we had Art at the table, we'd get there. And I just really deeply meaningful to all of us here. We know how important community engagement is to your board, and Art was a huge help with that, and just super happy for Art and Julie and his wonderful family. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Art and Julie, for all the good work.
Well, and also, Art, thank you for just pushing and having the hard discussions for our Santa Clara Valley and the whole college district. It's such a huge resource for our community to make sure that our people are working and doing the things that they want to do, and that's what the community colleges really help with. And you've been such a strong advocacy on that, and want to just say thank you and wish you well. I know we'll not lose touch. We'll be just in a different way. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next item.
Yep, there is no vote for that one. We all agree that he's amazing. So we'll now move to 43.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is it's really an honor for me to share this information with Mike, Lee, Barber, and Marianne Rooney. I have worked with Mike for year after year after year, and I call Mike my brother. He says he's my brother of a different mother, but he's my friend. And so let me share this resolution with you at this time. Of course, Mike Barber has tirelessly, unabashedly served and advocated for the 99 Acres community for more than 40 years. Most notably as a visionary behind the largest Santa statue in the country. And he was a founder of Santa to the Sea Half Marathon. He's a general manager of the Garden Acres Mutual Water Company. He's the chair of the El Rio Municipal Advisory Committee, the MAC, the co-founder of the Nyland Promise. He was a trustee of the Rio School District, board manager, and also a member of the Boys and Girls Club and president of the Oxnard College Foundation. And whereas throughout his efforts, Santa to the Sea Half Marathon, more than 35,000 toys have been given to needy children in Island Acres, and also $480,000 in scholarships to Oxnard College students, and created more than $950,000 in economic benefits to the county of Ventura through each year holding the race. And also, whereas Mike Barber is a retired iron worker and is a proud 53-year member of the Iron Workers Local 433. Locally, he worked on the construction of the tallest building in Oxnard, the Esplanade, at 300 Esplanade. And that's where the Tower Club, he worked on the construction of the big building. And of course, he also worked on ocean platforms, on multiple warehouses, and the Cogen plant in Oxnard, and the creation of a Santa's garden containing Rudolph, toy soldiers, a snowman, and a Santa sleigh. If you've been there before, that's really beautiful. You can see it off the freeway. Now, whereas, through the efforts of the Nyland Promise, along with co-founder and partner Marianne Rooney, both have done an exceptional community work for the residents of Nyland Acres, with more than 200,000 pounds of food have been distributed through the monthly food pantries, and almost 150,000 school lunches have been distributed, with more than 130,000 pounds of fresh fruits, produce, were distributed, and 2 COVID-19 testing units with the County of Ventura have been coordinated. And whereas Mike is a proud father of 3 daughters, Star McTaggart, Bridget Schwartz, and Gidget K. I'm not going to pronounce the last name because you'll know who it is. And 8 grandchildren, Dylan, Bailey, Josh, Caitlin, April, Robert Jr., Bentley, and Ryder. Whereas Mike is a proud veteran that served our country as a CB in the Vietnam War also. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring Mike Barber and Mary Ann Rooney for his dedication for work in the residents of Oxnard, and also Mary Ann Rooney also for her exceptional and positive drive to inspire and motivate the residents of the Nyland Acres area. And this is presented on the 15th day of December, 2020. And Mike, I hope you're on Zoom, waiting for us to share a couple of words, and Mary Ann.
Yes. Hello, Mike. I see you. We'll bring you in. And
Okay.
I think your screen is locked on your phone somehow.
think
So
you
we're
got-
just going to turn our head about 90 degrees and then we'll be able to see you.
So, Mike, did you have a couple of beers? You got to turn around.
There we go.
No,
Hi.
it's too early for beers.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, John, I wanted to thank you and the board for this great honor that you've, with this resolution. That's really wonderful. Thank you so much. And I can't believe, John, 12 years has gone by this fast. We didn't really know each other when you first started, and we've developed a great friendship and, as you said, brotherhood.
Yeah.
So thank you for everything you've done for the Nyland community. And I just couldn't go without saying all our comadres and compadres here in Nyland Acres. They show up every time. We do stuff 4 days a week out here with school lunches and food pantries, and they show up every day. They know what to do, and they're just great people. So a lot of the credit goes to our comadres and compadres. We could have never done all the things that we're doing out here without them. So, John, I'm going to miss you, and I'm sure it's going to be great with Carmen. And good luck in the city of Oxnard. You got your work cut out for when you go over there. And just everyone, thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you, Michael. And we do have the resolution, and we're going to hand carry this resolution over to your place at Nyland Acres. And thank you again, and also Mary Ann Rooney, the comadres, compadres, and all the individuals that really helped, and that little puppy in the background too. Thank you so much.
She says hi.
Thank you so much. And Michael, thank you again for serving the community as well as you have. And also thank you as a veteran of, of the Vietnam War and for all your help. And of course, the thousands and thousands of gifts that you've given. And by the way, one of the things that when we did give out toys, we also want to thank the firefighters, the sheriff department, Oxnard Police, Oxnard Fire, and the probation, and the numerous volunteers and all the stores that gave toys to us. I remember one event we gave out, an individual that was handicapped, needed a car, and we had donated, a car was donated to that individual, so from the people in Nyland Acres, and on your behalf too, Mike. So I know there's so many things that we cannot share, but the people know the goodness of your heart, and also the community does.
John, I just wanted to share one more thing with the board. Is this summer, and it was actually in August, I was out doing some yard work, and 2 little kids came up to me and asked me if there was going to be toys this Christmas.
Poor you.
And I said, yes, of course, we're going to have toys. So although Santa at the Sea is canceled this year and we get all our toys from the runners, our sponsors have really stepped up to help us. And we're doing a couple little things to collect toys, and we will have a socially distant, safe toy giveaway. And we got to take care of these kids.
Thank you, Mike. Or Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Zaragoza, appreciate you bringing it up. Mike and Mary Ann, thank you so much for all that you've done for our community. It's not just only in Nyland Acres, but in the Port Hueneme, just an advocacy you have done for all of Ventura County. Really appreciate working with you. So thank you. Any other supervisors?
Michael, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Powers, yes.
I just want to thank Mike for his just unwavering commitment to the Nyland Acres community. You see it in the Santa of the Sea events and the toys when he gives them to the kids. He just brings joy to that community, to the faces of those kids when they really need it. It's just beautiful. So
Madam Chair,
congratulations.
I just want to say one quick thing, and Mike's going to remember this. I used to be out there and run the 5K or 3K. What was it?
I think it was a 0.5K.
0.5K. So anyway, we were running. It was me and I remember Tracy Gallagher, one of my constituents. We're walking and running, and I was telling Tracy we're almost there. So then all of a sudden, this guy comes around, running around, goes circles around us. He said, "Hello, guys," and it was Mike Powers going by. But not only that, behind him was Lourdes, my chief of staff, running at 100 miles an hour right behind him. So anyway, those are the kind of fun things that we had
It was a
before.
great event.
It was just great, and I'm not sure, I think you came in first or second on your...
That's the way I tell it, in my age division, the Clydesdale division.
Well, and it's so nice. You see Santa all year round right on the 101.
Exactly right.
So it's a great reminder of all the giving that our community does.
But there's so many memories there that's just unbelievable. And of course, one of the things that really helped us there tremendously with Mike is the Boys and Girls Clubs, So anyway, thank you, Mike.
Thank you very
And
much.
Santa has a mask on now to remind everybody to wear a mask.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm going to do that right now.
I also offer my congratulations too, and it was wonderful to be out there and do the half marathon, wasn't it? And just great to see Supervisor Zaragoza out there running. That was great. But most of all, it's such a wonderful cause, and I am just so impressed with the big idea. The vision that you had. Let's get this Santa. Let's not let it go to waste. And you have used it in such a great manner. So congratulations for that and all you do out there for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Mike as well. I've gotten to know both Mike and Marianne over the past couple of years, and I've gotten to understand their true commitment to this community. And I really want to thank Supervisor Zaragoza for calling out Mike for special recognition. He deserves it, and just my best to both he and Marianne.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item is our 44. It's a second public hearing regarding the adoption of the ordinance amending section 1347.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Chair Long?
Good.
Good morning, members of the board, present and zooming in, and CEO Powers. I'm Marjorie Deal. I'm your Manager of Classification and Compensation, and I'm here just to present the second hearing to put the new classification of Deputy Director, Area Agency on Aging in unclassified service. This position is the second in command for the agency and has tremendous responsibilities, and along with all of the other second in commands, deserves to be in unclassified service. I'm here if you have any questions.
Marjorie, thank you very much. I will open the public hearing. I got the gavel over here, so don't scare Mr. Powers again. Are there any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
Okay, there are no public comments, so I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Zaragoza, did you have a question?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yes, Supervisor Parks? Is that you?
No, that was,
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Huber.
it was Huber. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Supervisor Huber, are you seconding it or do you have a comment?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I think it's your microphone. I couldn't really hear you clearly. So it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Huber. Are there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
I'm waiting. There we go. Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work. We went through this on the first hearing, and so it was very easy to go through this second hearing.
Hearing is easy, yes.
It is much easier when we have all the information already. So thank you so much for your time and
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Keep doing the good work.
Okay, next. Yep, there is a lot of work besides COVID. Okay, next item we are going to keep on is 45. Public hearing regarding to the repeal of ordinance 4426.
Good morning, Chair Long, member of the boards, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Charles Alvarez. I'm real estate manager for Ventura County Public Works. The item before you is a public hearing and first reading. by title only of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 4426. And it prescribes a revised procedure for leasing real property belonging to the county. Under California Government Code Section 25537, Subdivision B, there's currently prescribed a $10,000 monthly rental limit. Your board in 2011 revised that to $20,000 a month, and we're now asking you to revise it to $40,000. In general, the county, when making decisions to lease portions of county-owned real property, is reacting to requests from other public agencies to co-locate in county-owned buildings. It's good public policy to work with other local, state, and federal agencies to provide efficient services to the residents of Ventura County. The proposed amendment will allow us to enter into larger lease spaces with these other public agencies. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Charles. I will open up this public hearing. Are there any public comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
What is the intent of this state law?
The intent of the state law is to provide a procedure where county-owned properties can be leased. Usually, it's going to be a competitive bidding process. However, it does provide this option to do a non-competitive bidding process. And in most cases, we're dealing with county-owned properties. So we want to be able to offer available space to other public agencies so that we can provide additional services to county residents. A lot of times it makes sense. We're anticipating a lease with the Sheriff's Department and for a building that they own in Camarillo. And a federal agency is interested in leasing space there. It makes a lot of sense. So this provides us with an alternative way of entering into these leases.
I see. So the limit is a limit on those leases that are done without going to bid?
That's correct.
I see. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'll support the staff recommendation.
I do too, but that also expedites the process, right? Instead of having to wait weeks or months or whatever, it expedites a process going from a 20 to 40,000.
Right, and we don't want to enter into a situation where we put it out to competitive leasing, and who knows who we're going to get proposals from. Really, we want to make sure that when we're offering it to a county, access to a county building, that it's a compatible use.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and with that, I will close the public comments. So that, thank you for bringing this up. It is important that we bring our rules and regulations up to today's market as well. So that's important. I have heard that I have a motion to approve from Supervisor Parks, and I have a second by Supervisor Zaragoza. I like listening to you guys. So with that, are there any further discussion? I have Charles smiling behind his mask. I can see that. That's good. And with that,
Are you smiling, Charles?
I will have a roll call.
I'm going to read the title into the record.
Yes.
Chair Long. Ordinance repealing ordinance number 4426 and prescribing a revised procedure for leasing of real property belonging to the county.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So roll call.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved. Thank you very much, Charles. Great job. Next up is a very important one. It's our 46, reviewing our first quarter budgets. But I have to say, my excitement with always seeing the budgets is all the things that we are doing for our community and our county. So with that, I'll pass this over to Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, and community members. So, yes, we've heard, of course, a lot about our COVID response today, but the business of the county goes on every day, and this is a good reminder of that. And, of course, how we budget and how your board supports that budget helps us with our COVID response very much. So I'll just start off with this first slide here. One of the things that so this is our quarterly budget update, and we do that, of course, throughout the year to keep your board and the community posted on how we're doing in comparison to our adopted budget, to your board's adopted budget. But we also, in the first quarter, want to highlight our performance from the past year, which we probably don't do a good enough job of doing that. We're really focused on the future, what's next, but we want to just take 1 minute and pause and just see how did we end up last year. And it was a understatement, challenging year from a fiscal standpoint as well. And so we're pleased to report that our budget performance at the end of the last fiscal year was 23.5 million favorable. That's our actual fund balance and savings. Yes, that's about 7 million higher than we had predicted. We tend to be very conservative. Here's what it's made up of our property tax revenue. We project conservatively on our revenues, as you know, and as your board does. We projected about 4.3% 3.5% on our property tax, our general purpose revenue, and it actually came in at about 4.7%.
Madam Chair, Mike, that's really great, even with a pandemic, we thought initially that maybe that might hurt us, but this is really great.
It is, and it's a great tribute to the taxpayers in our community.
Right.
Just remembering that they, despite through all the challenges, they've continued to make their payments, and that's what enables us to continue to provide the critical services that your board supports for those in need in our community. So yes, thank you, Supervisor. And then, so that's conservative revenue projections, but also department performance, savings and salaries and benefits. The department leadership and managers and employees are doing a great job, and you see the result of that even through this challenging year. As your board, consistent with your board's policies, we don't use these one-time results to fund ongoing operations. They're treated as one-time funds, and we use them to increase our reserves, either our rainy day reserve, called our unassigned, and we'll talk more about that in a few slides, or our assigned reserves, where we, unlike the rainy day reserve, the assigned reserves like program mitigation, that's set aside with the idea in mind that your board may fund one-time projects or programs with that. So with that, I will turn it over to our CFO, Kay-May.
Can I just mention, having that one-time funding is key for us. We had budgeted it based on whatever programs and situations were there. We have that savings of 23.5, and we're making sure that that money is utilized by having that one-time funding. I think is important. We don't want to over budget, right? And then have a loss. So that's an important, then we can now use that for the one time as well. At least from my standpoint, I think it's important.
Thank you, Chair Long, and I really did want to mention that. So, why is this important for the community? Of course, it's important for the fiscal strength of our operations, but it has also helped us in our COVID response. In the early days of the outbreak, we were able to, because of the reserves your board had set aside in the assigned reserves, we were able to go get those hotel contracts very quickly. Scott Powers, Patrick Maynard, OES, boom, they just went and did it. We didn't wait. We had the comfort that we had those reserves in place to do that, and it gave us a lot of flexibility with that, with our testing programs and so forth. So it helps in our regular county operations, and having these reserves in this time of this pandemic has been a huge asset in our response.
Well, and I just wanted to make sure we gave you credit for that, because some counties don't have that. And we were positioned in a great place because of our board. Supervisor Parks, I heard you.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Powers, isn't it true, though, that while we did use our general fund, we were, fortunately, we got reimbursed through the CARES Act. Is that correct?
Yes, we did. Thank you, Supervisor Parks. That's exactly right, for most of it. But at the time, we didn't know that. We thought it might be true, and the Treasury guidance was evolving. I guess I'll go with that term. Scott, is that about right? And Mike Taylor from HCA, CFO too. And so it was evolving, and so we also knew that we would try to maximize our reimbursement from CARES and everywhere else too, in FEMA. But we could also go forward knowing that if it wasn't there, we could still move forward.
And we are in a fortunate situation because of our conservative budgeting. But you look at some other counties that were tapped out. They didn't have reserves to be able to pull from to begin the quick, needed operation of response to COVID. And so because of the fact that we had the reserve, we could do that, but not all counties are in that situation. And obviously we don't ever want to get into that situation.
So just to your point, we've thank you, Supervisor Parks. I really appreciate those comments, and we appreciate your board's fiscal discipline and support for this budget approach. And I just jumped ahead just briefly here to the general fund reserve slides, and you can see the assigned reserve, the unassigned, the 152 million. That's our rainy day reserve, and that's been growing. And Kay will talk more about that in a moment. The assigned reserve is a separate reserve, and the rating agencies tell us that this is a little bit unique amongst counties to do this. This also reduces our need to borrow and just makes us more flexible for when we want to when your board wants to make these one-time investments. So you can see the roughly 90 million, and some of that, though, I would say is, maybe about 30 million of that is committed to priority projects that your board has outlined, but there is still a great deal of flexibility in that account. Thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kay.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, Chair Long, board members, Mr. Powers, Kay Mann from the CEO's office. So just a recap of our fiscal 21 adopted budget. Our total county-wide appropriations are at $2.45 billion. Our general fund appropriations are about half of that at $1.197, and our adopted general fund revenue was $1.2 billion. Our total county-wide positions stand at 9,000, just a little over 9,000, and our general fund FTE allocations are 5,500. These are our general fund reserves, as Mike mentioned. And the very first column, that was what was presented to your board at the budget hearings in mid-September. And since then, as we mentioned, the final budget adjustment, we had $7 million added to our assigned reserves in line with your board's policy of taking the year-end savings and not using them for ongoing operations, but placing them and setting them aside in reserves for future either capital items or one-time programs. And so that's the $7 million that increased our adopted reserves, our assigned reserves, to some $90 million. And during the first quarter, your board, in line with your policy, used $4.6 million. Part of that was used for capital modifications to the Kaya Takade building, as well as some additional costs related to the November 2020 election.
And Kay, if you could explain what the Kaya Takade building is.
That is for our public safety, and it will provide them additional capacity. And I believe that we also have the opportunity for locating other non-county entities there as well. So,
and that remains an asset of the counties. Is that correct, or is it owned by the Sheriff's Department?
No, it's an asset of the county.
Thank you.
All right. And as Mike also mentioned, we have our $152 million in our what we call our unassigned or our rainy day reserves. We'll go over that. It's in a little bit. We have a bit of history of that as well.
If I could just make sure, there is an emergency alert being sent out from the state of California. The new public health stay-at-home order is in your area. COVID-19 is spreading rapidly. Stay home except for essential activities. Wear a mask. Keep your distance. Visit covid19.ca.gov. It's an alert system. I want to make sure people
are calm when everyone's phones go off. I just wanted to read that out so that people know what's going on. Thank you.
That's going to be an alert.
It just happened. My phone just went off
Right.
and I'm hearing it. So I wanted to make sure people knew that was from the state in regards to our new stay-at-home order, which we've been talking about all morning. So thank you.
This slide shows the detail of our assigned reserves only. So you can see that our program mitigation reserves were increased by that 7 million of the additional savings at year end. It also shows your board set aside $12.5 million during the fiscal 21 budget process for pension mitigation.
As well as the set aside for the $2 million for the permanent shelter match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a history of our rainy day reserves. During the fiscal 21 budget process, we actually increased our unassigned by $2.25 million to take it to $152 million, which represents a slight increase from the prior year. We're now at 13.2% of our appropriations in terms of the ratio, and our long-term goal is to take that to 15%, slowly but surely.
And appreciate the investments that we have done to make sure that we can do this for our community. I have Supervisor Bennett, now Assembly Member Bennett was here. He would say, oh, and look at what happened in fiscal 2002 when he first started. He takes good credit for that. So with him not here, I had to say that in spirit because it is the great work of this Board of Supervisors and our CEOs and team to make sure that we can have this here. So thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah, and also this is the last year you'll be seeing that because this is a 20-year, look up, and so next year that the negative will fall off. So it's just as well that Supervisor Bennett isn't here because then we'd have to have a 21-year.
Thank you.
This is a history of our assessed valuation. When we budgeted for fiscal 21, we had budgeted at an assessed valuation increase of 3.5%, but our actual came in at 3.91%. Just for your information, each 0.5% increase in the assessed valuation translates to about $1.7 million of additional property taxes. So the 0.41% increase will lead to about an additional 1.4 million of property taxes that will come in during fiscal 21. And that will fall into our savings or fund balance at the end of the year.
Right, and I appreciate with COVID, I know we were in discussion with the state, and state stated that the property taxes needed to be paid on time and so forth, and understand all the constraints that everyone's been going through, but appreciate this, that all of our property owners were paying their tax. Thank you.
Normally, in November, the Legislative Analyst's Office prepares a budget outlook for the state for the upcoming fiscal year, and they have done so again. And for the most part, they believe that fiscal 22 will be fairly stable for the state, but they do expect the state to have about a $26 billion windfall because of mainly due to the revenues that they have been receiving in terms of sales tax and the personal income taxes, those have been much higher than they had originally projected. And so what the LAO has recommended is that the state take that windfall and put half of it in a safety net reserve in order to offset future increases in costs of various programs, and to take the other half and use that for the COVID-19 response.
Good to hear. Hopefully we'll hear some more from the governors. I know they're looking at it in January. Is that correct? More to come?
Yep.
More to come.
All right, and now another regular budgeting practice of your boards is for us to provide a 5-year forecast during this first quarter, and this is our updated one. And it's a summary chart, but I just want to let you know that there are many, many spreadsheet line item detail that roll up into these numbers, and they are gone over in excruciating detail with the departments, with our budget analysts, so a lot of thought goes into this. But as you can see, what it looks like. And we do this for our budget, and we do it when we're talking about also discussing with your board our labor negotiations as well and setting those parameters. So it's just part of our practice. Okay.
All right. So as you can see, our initial forecast for fiscal 22 shows a deficit of $4.5 million. This is based on our initial projections. We are projecting property tax revenues for fiscal 22 at 3.5%, the same for 23, and then taking it down to 3% for fiscal 24 and 25. And all other revenues, again, we are being conservative, and although some revenue line items are higher and others might be lower, but in terms of just an overall increase for the revenues, we are taking that at about 2% for each year.
One other point I would make on this slide is that this does not include the use of the pension mitigation fund of $12.5 million. So it's even a little bit more conservative than this, what's up there.
That is correct. So we do have that available in case in the future our retirement costs to increase. So as they're bound to do, probably.
Right.
So these are our assumptions that are behind the forecast.
With this, I cheated and looked ahead on the presentation. I just wanted to make a comment. I had mentioned it to Mr. Powers yesterday in regards to this forecast. I know that our budget meetings for our different departments, we didn't do them last year because of COVID and all that. And I'm really urging us with our 2 new supervisors going to be on the board. And since we didn't have that, to make sure that those budget meetings do happen this year. I know you'll probably come back in January with a line item as to what the timing is for going through budgets, because you're really good at that. In a past meeting, we had our planning department stating that they're coming back with the list of projects that they're doing the end of February. And I'm just hoping, or a request is really what it is, not hoping, but requesting that we perhaps move some of those updates from our departments sooner than later so that we can really update. I know you're having one-on-ones with our board members, but I think it's a good conversation to have for the whole board, and making sure that with our budgeting, and also to communicate to our community. They hear COVID, 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 and they're not hearing as much as to all the other different things that we're doing. And I want to make sure we're very transparent on that. So if we could in January to look at that and make sure that we're bringing those, because I just going through my head on it, it says May, usually when we go through it. So if we can do it sooner, that'd be great.
That's normally the mid-year, right?
Yes, but I don't want to stress out the staff in double dipping, you know what I mean? And giving us an update in January, and then they have to do it in in May, but maybe we can move it up a month so that then we're in alignment.
And the new supervisors are up to speed on them.
Yes, and I'm saying it to you now so that we can plan versus, I'd like to see this in 2 weeks.
We appreciate
I-
that.
Yes.
So apologize, Mr. Powers.
No, that's great. Was a board member going to speak on that? I didn't want to. So, yeah, that's no problem. I think that makes great sense. As you know, with our budgeting process, what we've done is we have the departments do their budget presentations, say 2 or 3 at a time at one board. So we spread them out. It's with 25 departments. That's a lot for one day. It's a lot for, so we could ask each department to do a budget overview presentation, and not just on budget, but on operations and key projects and priorities, and spread it out over, say, 3 months. And that way we give each department plenty of time to share their ongoing operations with your board and get questions and answers and back and forth like that.
And a little bias that.
I think that's a great idea and recommendation. So I would appreciate you doing that, and I assume Supervisor Ramirez would feel the same way.
Great, thank you.
And for those who didn't see him on screen, that was Supervisor Levere.
But Levere,
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Ramirez, one program you want to see is a program that Public Works has and what they do. It's an
Yes.
excellent program to have it over at the equipment yard. And
Yes.
give Jeff Pratt 200 points for the program that he puts together every year,
Right, and I being in the new supervisor role 4 years ago, I understand the learning curve, and I think it's extremely important that we have it. They will be out and about and meeting with the different departments, but I think it's also a good overview for all of us supervisors to know what is going on in the community. So that's why I'm asking earlier than later, so that that's on,
People can
being
plan.
strategic in that way. So thank you.
Thank you, sounds good. I wanted to go back, just if we could, before we leave this slide, and just talk about just a reminder that we did have the big pension savings happen this year, and with your board support for county operations, that was about $45 million, because what happened there was in about 2004, Visera, the pension board, they rolled up all of the unfunded liability into one amount, and they spread it out in payments over 15 years. And so what happened was those payments, we just paid off that amount. So that's going to be sort of ongoing, but it's also a pretty big one-time extraordinary event. So we felt it best to sort of smooth that, so we didn't base budgets on, sort of an extraordinary event. And so we've done that for county operations. We could not do that for the city sheriff contracts, so that's why those rates dropped. But we did include that in the board letter so that the cities would know that to factor that in as they were establishing their budgets going forward.
And Madam Chair, Michael, you said something important, because the other agencies smooth at 30 years, and we cut it in half in 15 years, which really was monumental.
It makes such a difference, Supervisor. It's just like a 15-year mortgage or a 30-year, and it sort of hurts more in the short run. Your board has been making a higher pension payment to knock down that unfunded liability, which is one of the reasons why you have one of the higher funded pension systems in the state at 88%.
And the wise recommendation, wise decision that the board took, going to 15-year smoothing, as opposed to 30 years. Yeah.
And so as part of that smoothing, that's where the pension mitigation fund comes in,
Exactly
that 12.5 that was set aside. Thank you.
This time I will call up Mr. Scott Powers for the next few slides that are on our COVID spending plan.
Board members, Mr. Powers, Chair Long, Scott Powers, County Executive Office. I wanted to say before we start going into this a little bit that this is a culmination of an incredible amount of work between analysts on our team, the COVID financial team, which is made up of 3 analysts and myself, Tina Wang, Brian Friedman, and Mike Kumazawa. And Mike Kumazawa does a really wonderful job of coordinating these meetings we have with Ernst & Young 2 to 4 times a week, working with Ide Bailey, our external auditor, and working with the auditor's office and Jeff Berg's staff as well, and coordinating some of these efforts. So this is some simple numbers in front of you, but it shows there's a lot of work behind it. I just want to make sure that's clear. And Well, what's before you is really a simple summary of where we see ourselves going to the end of the year, in addition to the first 3 months of next year. And this is a conservative estimate, a conservative spending plan, specifically because in 3 weeks, the CRF funds are no longer eligible.
Right.
Those costs are. So we have to use general fund. We don't have it. We're not expecting anything from the federal government in the next week, or we'll know by the end of this week if we have anything. But we can't bank on that. So what we've done here is coordinated this report to show a category of costs, including logistics, county operational costs, and all of the community support that we've done, and some description behind it. And then we kind of coordinate these into 3 areas. One is the 2 significant funding opportunities. One is FEMA and CRF, and Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was part of the CARES Act. There are 2 disparate types of reimbursement processes. And to Mike's point earlier about having a strong reserve, it really came into play in March when this pandemic set forth, and we needed to put resources immediately. We brought in from the general fund, I believe, about $20+ million of a fund balance to OES to stand up room key and many other things, with the notion that we would be reimbursed, and we are being reimbursed. So in that regards, it's a reimbursable grant. So you need to put your money up front and you get it back. CRF was given to us, was transmitted to us in late April, $167+ million, and spend it by the end of the year. And here's some generic guidance as to how to do it. And then, as Mike mentions, it evolves. And we said we've been wrestling with that, but we are in a really good place right now in terms of assuring your board these funds will be expended, and we have a good place to land come January. I'll call out a few of these items. Number 1 is testing, and we've been reporting, obviously, the increase in testing that's been going on in the last 3 weeks. It's tripled, and so our estimates have increased as well. We were around in the 20 million range, 20+ million range, and now we're estimating $39 million by the end of the year in testing costs. And so we understand that's a formidable cost, and we're here to support that from a financial perspective, so we're really in a good place regarding that. In terms of county labor and professional services and the supplies and substantially different use employees, substantially dedicated employees, and our disaster service workers. That's a significant amount there. It's $59 million that we're estimating. And I'll explain how we're going to reinvest some of that, to Mike's point, in a minute. As well as room key, and again, Great Plates, the $29 million you see under senior support for FEMA, that's Great Plates right there, and that is a significant program. As I said earlier, 2,500 needy seniors that are being fed on a daily basis, and with most of it leveraged by the federal and state government, which is really positive for us. Then we talk about the local assistance programs, the rental assistance, as you're aware of, the business assistance grant that Mr. Stamper reported on. Our city support, we're providing $5.5 million to the cities for their CRF-related expenses, and that's moving smoothly. I expect checks to be out within 10 days or so. Food share, we're continuing to look at food share and opportunities moving into January. We know right now our contract with them ends in December, so I plan to speak with them about their needs and what's going on with food share these days. Farm worker assistance, your board approved that, and that's moving well as the hospital support. So in the FEMA costs and CRF, we're estimating about $206 million collectively of COVID-related costs between those two. That's the FEMA and the CRF. And so what we're projecting to do is taking that $59 million of general fund, which most of it was already budgeted, and reinvesting it for January through March. So you see in that green column is kind of how we're going to take $59 million and reinvest it, and assuming no other funds come available in the meantime, let's say. So a majority of that's going to testing, and we can estimate as the way we are today, that's not going to decrease. It may increase. So we have $24 million in there for the first 3 months for testing in our plan. In addition to what we intend to do is reinvest some of that $59 million back into the community assistance, local assistance of $20 million. And so what that reflects to, the next slide kind of takes that and looks at the same data in a...
Scott,
Yes.
I'm sorry. On the $5 million from the general fund for vaccine,
Yes.
that is How many vaccinations are we looking at?
I'll be quite honest with you. That is just a number in
The
case
number.
we need to expend funds. Right now, how vaccines are going to be distributed is one thing. How it's going to be financed and what burden comes on the county in terms of distribution costs. It's a whole nother stand-up process we have to put together. So this is merely a placeholder.
Just a placeholder then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and to reiterate,
Uh-huh.
for our community, this is a budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not the actual in regards to January through March. And I want to make sure that the community knows that our Board of Supervisors has supported all of this. We are supporting all these programs, and it's really key. But this
is
on
good.
January through March is a budget, and it'll
Yeah.
come back to our board in case there's any other programs that weren't extended or not. With those flexibilities, that will come back to our board. I
And
want
we
to
know
just
that a budget can always be adjusted, but that's a big one right now. How are we going to fund that vaccine? And other one too, the farm worker assistance. Has that money gone out now? All that money for the.
I believe so. I'll have to check with Melissa if she happens to be available. No, I'm not sure if the checks have actually gone out yet.
Because that was a big help for the farm workers.
Correct.
Which I think is really important that we need to share that.
Yes.
Thank you.
we'll get an answer for us today.
Thank you.
So to your point, Supervisor Long, yes, this is a spending plan and it is a fluid situation, and we all understand that, and we've been in that fluid situation for some time now. But we do see the opportunity at the end of the year to reinvest some of these funds back into the community, and that's was the next step I was going to take here in sharing with you what that data reflects to from a pie chart perspective, and the percentage of costs are going towards local assistance, which is roughly 50% of all those funds are going towards those significant programs like Great Plates, Room Key, Business and Grants, City Support, and et cetera, Food Share. And so what else you see is the testing amount. And in the county operations, you'll see the total amount is still the 59 million, but the goal is to take that 20 million of that and reinvest back into the local assistance, which really makes that local assistance number even higher, to 120 million by the time we're done. And again, this will change should we get additional opportunities moving forward. But this puts us in a really good position to reinvest these funds for January through March. The assumption is by April we'll have some determination from the federal government. That's, again, your guess as good as ours.
Madam Chair, the city support, how is that done? Is that to be distributed by population or?
That's accurate. It was the majority of it was by population. So the city of Oxnard got the largest portion, of course.
We got 1 point something, I think, or what was?
Yeah, 1 point something million, and then that's for 5 million. Then the 500,000 was specifically for cities under population 50,000.
Right.
So those received a little more, 100,000 per city.
Yeah.
And so they submitted their costs. We provided a template, and we worked with EY, and all those. Ernst & Young, all that documents goes to Ernst & Young to review, to ensure it's audit compliant, and we're 95% there, I'll say right now, in terms of getting that finalized and having those agreements signed and checks out the door.
Great.
If I may.
Yes.
Could I
Go
ask a question, and that is, with the project Home Key, are there any funds for the maintenance or operation of that program beyond just the costs of the building?
I believe so. It's through the CDBG funding, and I'd have to go speak with Christy Madden on that into more details as to how the operational costs for Home Key will be pursued further. These funds are for the county match for the acquisition of the property.
Thank you.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Long. Supervisor Zaragoza, an entry question on the farm worker program housing assistance. Yes, those checks did go out.
Good.
They went out last week. And I really want to thank the Auditor Controller's Office, Jeff Berg, and his team for processing those checks and doing it so quickly.
And we went from some number to 3,000 or so.
Over 3,000 farm workers.
3,000 plus.
Yes. Over 3.2 million plus, I think.
That's fantastic.
Farm worker assistance. Great. Appreciate your board support. Thank you.
That is impressive that our Auditor Controller's Office was able to do that.
That's right.
It is very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Thank
Agreed, Supervisor Parks. Thank you. Scott?
So this next graph is the same graph you saw before, but it's really reflecting that extra 20 million that goes to community support, where it really amounts to 60% of the local assistance of county funds that are addressing COVID. And so With that, I'll close with what we're doing moving forward. And we're doing quite a bit, as you could guess. But we're always monitoring what's happening at the federal level. It's been a roller coaster ride, so we'll just keep riding that one for a while. Preparing resources for future assistance grants. We talked about that earlier. I'm working with Paul Stamper's group, so that's moving forward as well. Vaccine distribution, I mentioned that earlier, and really want to keep our eyes, our attention on what that means for us financially, and that's kind of our role right now in the budget and finance as well as operationally. Finance reporting, it goes unknown, unseen, but the amount of reporting that goes to the Department of Treasury is onerous, we'll say, and very complete. We were kind of surprised at the level of detail they required from us. So Brian Friedman in our office, who is very much a wonderful asset to this, to our team, produced something that really was beneficial in making that streamlined. And really, I'm really excited about how we can move forward. And I don't know what other counties are doing, but I know we're in good shape in terms of reporting. Continued coordination with FEMA funding and CRF. And I also wanted to mention the Provider Relief Fund, which is also another funding source that is primarily for healthcare and for the hospital. But that also is being on our radar. Right now, FEMA and CRF is our key to get testing and get other aspects, and we're relying on HCA to support on the PRF side as well. And those expired by the way, at the end of June, I believe. So we have some more time with that. And the due diligence, as I said earlier, I think, teaming with our financial team, with Ernst & Young, with Eide Bailey, who's our external auditor, we're in good financial shape, I would say, as well as we're really well coordinated right now. So I'm really excited about moving forward.
Thank you very much. And since we're talking about COVID response moving, I did hear from Bruce Gibson, supervisor for SLO, that their board approved 5-0 the regional location for the tri-counties. I also heard from Doss Williams, supervisor at Santa Barbara. They also voted 5-0, and the letter is at my desk right now to get sent off. So we have 3 counties with a 5-0. I wanted to make sure we announce that as soon as possible. I just want to appreciate the collaboration of everybody working together. So thank you.
That is fantastic. Yeah. Thank them accordingly.
I did. I can't hide my passion. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, and thank you, Scott. I would add, I think you mentioned this earlier too, in terms of this due diligence team, the Auditor Controller's Office has played a central role as well. And it's just, I think your board and the public would feel really good about the thorough due diligence that the team is going through to make sure we got it right, we're being conservative, and we don't come along later and have an audit and we have to pay back. Doesn't mean it's 100% foolproof, but boy, you couldn't ask for a better team to do that due diligence for your board. I did want to go back if I could just, there it is, yeah. Thank you, Kay and Scott, for putting this graph together so quickly. I just thought it was important for the public to see, per your board's direction, we've really tried to focus the CARES funds on the community. You can see, almost 60% on the local assistance programs, 3% on PPE, almost 20% on testing, as we talked about earlier, almost $40 million in testing. So it is, it's really a significant investment and very important, 19, 20% for county operations, but you can see the bulk of it is going out into the community, just as your board had wanted. Thank you.
And I appreciate the research to make sure that we use all the funding. I would hate to say, we had all this funds and we didn't use it. No, you guys are working extremely hard since day one. Since March was looking at how we can utilize this funding. We'll get paid back. I'm sure we need to do this for the community. And that's been the goal the whole time. So just thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
And by the way, I appreciate the festive tie. It's very somber sometimes today, but thank you for that. It's so good.
He has this ridiculous tie on.
I loved it.
That's Scott. Super competent and ridiculous at the same time.
I'm too serious today, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott. I know Scott and his team have been working very hard and very diligently in making sure that we have all of this dialed in terms of reporting as well. There is a lot of reporting, and also to thank our Brian Friedman for all of his work as well. The next few slides are sort of highlighting a number of items that are either included in our fiscal 21 adopted budget, or these are items that may impact our county budget either this year or going forward. And I think a lot of this you have already seen, but we thought that we would recap it. On pension, I think we've discussed that. I just want to point out again that we have $12.5 million set aside in our pension mitigation fund for future retirement increases. On the year-round shelters, the Knoll Drive facility opened back in January 2020, and we share the annual operating costs with the city of Ventura. And for fiscal year 21, we have $650,000 budgeted.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza.
1.5 million mitigation fund, what's that again?
That is for future
Very smart.
increases, yes, that we've set aside. Because we had such a large decrease in the rates for fiscal 21, we did not take the full 5% reduction.
Okay, I just want to share, probably, Mike, you might remember many years ago when CalPERS had a lot of money and the cities was given a lot of money and there was no money set aside, and eventually we ended up with a big major deficit, but this is smart, doing what we're doing here, putting money aside for that mitigation fund.
Agreed.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Very smart.
Appreciate your board support and the department support. I think it would have been, it would have eased their budgets to have taken that this year.
That's right.
Right?
However.
But to the departments, a great shout out to the Sheriff's Office, incredible partners that they are, public safety departments in general, in helping, and all the county departments for doing this. There was some sacrifice in doing it, but it's but they're fully stable in their funding, and it is certainly for the greater good of the budget going forward in the future.
That's why I want to bring it up, because that's so important for the future, that one of these days we're going to say, hey, it's a good thing we did that, and we probably add some more as time progresses, I'm not sure if we can or not, but that's good. Thank you, Kay.
Okay. On the year-round shelters, I believe the city of Oxnard is still in the development stages for their facility. And in Santa Paula, the city of Santa Paula has contributed $50,000 to the improvement of their homeless shelter. And we are currently evaluating funding opportunities to support their project.
Yes, and I want to say thank you very much to the city of Santa Paula for that. In our homeless, trying to take care of our homeless is extremely important, and we have been matching, or we have working with the cities in Ventura and Oxnard to make sure that both cities and counties are working together along with funding. And so appreciate their board approving that. I know that we were trying to get it today. I can't wait, but we will bring it back in January to make sure that we have all the fiscal items taken care of. So that will be coming to our board in January.
And Madam Chair, that's very significant for Santa Paula because of the small budget they have.
Yes.
And budget concerns. But $50,000 is a lot of money for that.
Yes, and I wanted to make sure that we had brought it up in December with you being on the board and our work that we've been doing. But I know we'll get Supervisor Levere and Ramirez up to speed for that vote. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Our fiscal 21 budget also includes a $300,000 contribution over a period of 3 years, $100,000 to be distributed annually to the Housing Trust Fund of Ventura County. We already discussed the Farm Worker Household Assistance Program, and in terms of the Home Key project, that the building purchase is in process, and we, the county, are providing $3.5 million from the county's allocation of the CRF funds, and it is my understanding that they hope to close by the end of December.
Oh, it did happen, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
So they're going to close escrow?
Pardon?
It's looking good. We never like to count
Right,
chickens.
yeah.
We never like to count chickens, but
No.
it is
Then have to
it
go
is looking
back
good
to-
at this point.
Does it have to go back to the planning commission or city? I'm okay, but that sounds great.
You'll be in on it as your
There you
city
go,
of mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
You'll have all the information there, and we look forward to
I have the
working with
information?
you on that. I'm on my toes today.
Okay, thank you.
And the other item that I wanted to mention is that our county has had a $51 million borrowing program for a number of decades. It started off as a commercial paper program, and it is currently a revolving credit agreement. And it expires in February of 2021. And we have put out an RFP for a replacement program, and we received proposals from 6 financial institutions who are more than eager to lend us some money. And, we believe that that is a credit to our high credit ratings that we do have. And so.
Which is K, which is, what is that, AAA, what is it?
Yes, it is. It's AAA.
Lucky guess.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it for a specific use, the borrowing, the funds?
It is, it's really meant for capital items, and it is to fund things that come up that are too small in terms of just going out each time to the financial markets in order to do a bond, because that would be highly inefficient and also very costly. And so this allows us the capability to borrow from this $51 million. As an example, our current PTAX project is being funded through this $51 million borrowing. And in the past, we have used it to fund upgrades to the financial accounting system, to the payroll system, for the solar panels over at the Todd Road facility, and the VCMC Kitchen Lab sometime back. So those are the types of items that we fund through this program. So what we'll be doing is that we'll be taking a look at the proposals, and then we will go to the Financial Planning Committee sometime in January, and then we'll come back to your board with a recommendation for a replacement program.
Thank you.
Sorry. By doing this RFP, it again ensures we're getting good interest rates. It motivates our existing lender, and we see what other opportunities are out there to get competitive, favorable rates and reduce our borrowing costs yet again. So I appreciate Kay and Brian and team going through that process.
And Michael, with a good credit, that really gives us a good
absolutely
interest rates. That it saves us a lot of money in the long run.
Right, just like the refinancing your house.
That's right.
The interest rates are at a 2.5 right now. I think everyone should jump on that. And to have the county be nimble to be able to do this is extremely powerful. And that's why we have such great ratings, because we have a financial group that really looks ahead. So thank you.
And our FICO score is about 750, 790.
It's very high, a little bit higher. But who's bragging?
So these are some of some other items that may have an impact on our budget as we go forward, and the impact of these is currently under review. We'll be coming back to your board at mid-year with some updates.
And I can just touch on a couple of these. We've reported to your board the realignment. Division of Juvenile Justice probation is on top of it. There's actually only just a small number of youth involved, and I think they are on top of it. The criminal fees, we reported that to your board. Makes perfect sense to eliminate them, but we were just concerned that they were going to be eliminated without a backfill, but the state is going to backfill counties. We are watching closely, though, what that amount actually is, hoping that it is close to the actual amount of fees that will be canceled. Prop 25, that will repeal SB 10. That basically, Prop 25 would have repealed the cash bail system. It did not pass. So, but what does that mean? There is still, because of a case called the Humphreys decision, courts are looking differently, trying to make sure that folks aren't held in jail pretrial simply because they're low income and they can't afford the bail. It should be more risk-based, and our safety partners here are doing a very good job, as usual, complying with the Humphreys decision, district attorney, probation, public defender. So they're already kind of doing it, but the implementation of it may take some support as well going forward.
Well, and if you can keep me updated on that as well. I was just put on the Administration of Justice board for the CSAC as a chair. So let me know what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Los Angeles County now will be looking towards doing things like that too, correct?
I saw that, yes. Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
With regards to the 2040 general plan implementation, the board approved the plan in September, and RMA is planning to present its 2-year work plan, which will include the 2040 general plan implementation sometime in February, and agencies will work with planning and our office to further develop implementation strategy and to refine the cost estimates. Measure O was passed in November. It allows for the cultivation of cannabis in pre-existing indoor structures in specified zoning areas. Staff is currently developing zoning clearance and business licensing processes because the program start date is January 1, and just an estimate in terms of the revenue that might generate for the general fund. Currently, we estimated about $2.9 million annually.
Well, and just hit with the general plan, we'll be hearing from our other departments as well.
Yes.
Coming up to make sure we understand what they're working on. Thank you.
Indeed.
And if I can, just because we're on Measure O, I am having a meeting coming up shortly with staff to discuss how our county may want to better position itself as cannabis growers look to begin cultivating in greenhouses throughout the county. I believe there are some things we can do to be proactive to avoid the tremendous opposition we have gotten with just hemp. And this, with cannabis, will be even closer to people's homes than the hemp. So that I believe there's more to come for that, and more work for us as a Board of Supervisors to do on this.
Supervisor Parks, that's great. And we also have the hemp ordinance we'll be talking about at the next meeting on the 15th too. Perfect timing.
And just a couple, we'll just touch on these lightly, but very importantly, the expansion of the inpatient psychiatric unit at VCMC, as well as the crisis stabilization unit. I just really appreciate Bill Foley and Dr. Fank and the team and Savette, everybody working on this, and their role in the community in terms of providing services to the seriously mentally ill has never been more important, and this expansion is very helpful, and we know it's a huge priority for your boards. We recently saw the Mental Health and Safety Task Force report, and those items are included in the budget as well. And just an overview of the waiver, the 2020 waivers, as we know, that was continued because of the pandemic for 1 year, so we're still in the previous waiver, but the next 5-year waiver is in the process of, they're building up the plan for negotiation of it, and that plan was called CalAIM. And so a lot of really important work going on there. Human Services, the IHSS legislation, you can see some of the factors there. Also importantly, the legislation helped diverting, had been using diverting some of the growth funds from realignment dedicated to public health and mental health to support that, and they stopped doing that. The Westminster Free Clinic, this is the item where your board funded $1.5 million to bring the wonderfully successful.
And that's working great.
And it's working great. Wonderfully successful Westminster Clinic from the one like in Thousand Oaks and modeled that in Oxnard. And it's to be spent through $600,000 the first year, and then $500,000 and $400,000 ending in fiscal year 22. Ambulance contracts, to put those on there. More to come on that. That's a complicated area that I know Scott Powers and Steve Carroll and County Fire, everybody's working on that, and we'll be bringing that to the board shortly.
I just meant that with the negotiation on the Medi-Cal waiver and CalAIM, I think we're in a better situation with a new federal administration that might be more willing to negotiate with us in appreciation of the fact of being able to fund people with severe mental illness so that we are repaid for those services and therefore being able to extend the mental health services that we do provide. But that is a key, being able to ensure that we are reimbursed and able to provide those services.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. I'm going to go back just 1 minute. I know we have Bill Foley, our closer, is going to close out with the VCMC report. We're just going to pause just 1 minute. I received a really good question from the community, and I wanted to expand on this a little bit. So I'm going to ask Scott Powers to come up. And the question relates to this issue where we are, it relates to CARES funding, and there's two presumptions for substantially dedicated. So you can fund your staff if they're substantially dedicated to COVID response. And if you can document it, that's, of course, a great way to do it. But within the CARES Act, there's two presumptions. One, for public health staff, if you're in public health, you're working on it, it's just deemed, you're presumed that you're working on COVID. And I can tell you from what I've seen, that's a very fair assumption. There was also a presumption for public safety. And truly, public safety has been very involved in numerous ways, in enforcement, their response in the field, the way they run our two jails. So it is having a big impact. Mm-hmm. When we budgeted, however, with your board's original budget, we were very conservative. We didn't rely on that presumption, right? Other counties did, and they allocated a tremendous amount of CARES funds based on that. We shared that with your board at the time. We just said, we're not ready to do that. And we wanted to get some more guidance from the Treasury, and we did. And the Treasury came out very clearly and said, no, that public safety presumption is just as strong as the public health presumption. So on that basis, and with the guidance of our auditor controller, our outside auditor, Ernst & Young, and the Treasury guidance, that's the basis for moving in the CARES funds into the public safety budgets and then freeing up that general fund money that will allow us to use those funds for the programs going forward. Yes, but it's a well-documented, thoroughly vetted approach. Great. Scott?
Yeah, that's accurate. You know, when we first got the guidance, and they mentioned, pretty quickly on substantially dedicated, but gave no direction, and we didn't know what that meant, and we didn't know how to address that opportunity. Mm-hmm. And to Mike's point, we took the conservative approach, let's wait and see. And eventually, I believe it was late June when they made this determination that there are certain positions within the sheriff and within public health as well, but public health is a little more expansive, that are available and they are considered to be substantially dedicated, which means their labor costs from March to the end of the year can be allocated to the CRF fund, or vice versa. Our CRF funds can fund those. Mm-hmm. So, and that encumbered deputies, included deputies, sheriffs, sergeants, and I believe that was it. But that was enough where we just looked at the detention alone, is what we're looking at right now. Because that's, to Mike's point, that's where the key impacts have been from the sheriff's perspective. So, with that $59 million. A portion of that, a large portion of that, is those deputies' costs.
That's good. That's good. Worked out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good.
And thank you so much, Scott.
Good clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, and I think that's the summary of.
So in summary, it's generally on track. In fact, to date, our revenues have been trending a little bit better, at least through the first quarter. It looks as if our realignment and our Prop 172 sales tax funded, let's see, revenues did not go down quite as much as we had budgeted. And so to date, we're seeing about a 5% reduction, but we had budgeted about a 10% reduction in the budget. But who knows what will happen as we move forward.
Right,
So-
and thank you for the education. You're always good at telling us the taxes that we get is mostly the property tax, and that gives us a substantial steadiness in this county. And unfortunately, more of the sales tax is in the cities. And so we really, need to support our cities as well.
And part of the reason, I think, for our sales tax being a little bit better is something called the Wayfair decision. Right?
Yeah, we're really going to nerd out on this now here, but maybe
Awesome.
you could describe it, because it does have a big, this is, when people purchase from Amazon online retailers, it's that decision that means that the cities and the counties where the people are located that make those purchases will get credit we'll get those taxes back.
Right.
Right, the Wayfair decision allowed states to impose sales tax collection requirements on these online sales where the seller did not have a physical presence. And so we believe that part of that reduction in the downturn of sales tax revenue is related to that.
So is that happening now?
Well, and that's a positive because so many are
Fantastic.
purchasing online right now, and it's based on your zip code that you're getting the payment. So it's important for our community to know that. So thank you.
Fantastic.
And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Foley for the VCMC update.
Thank you, Kay.
Oh, thank you.
Chair Long, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, Bill Foley from the Healthcare Agency. I'm pleased to present the first quarter financial report for our Ventura County Medical System. This includes our hospitals, ambulatory care, our clinic network. But before I talk about this year, I'd like to be able to operate this clicker. There we go. Okay. I want to thank Mike for calling this to our attention, this slide. This shows the financial performance of our medical system over the past 11 years. And, we talk a lot about the financial challenges of the hospital, our medical system, our clinics. But if you look at the past 11 years, there's really just 2 years when we operated at a loss. The other years we were positive in terms of our net income. We did dip in fiscal year 17-18. We experienced a $7.8 million operating loss. But over the past 2 years, we've had 2 consecutive years of positive net income. And I'm happy to report that this year, for the first quarter of this year, we continue the positive trend in terms of net income.
Stuck?
Thank you.
Whoops.
Go back one.
You want to go back one more, or is that?
No, we go back.
You want to go back?
Back. Oh, no, I'm sorry. For that one.
There we go.
Okay. This is our first quarter financial results for the healthcare system. And I want to point out that in our financials, if you recall, when we presented the budget, we reported a budgeted net income for this fiscal year 17.2 million, but 15 million of that was from a Prop 4 grant for our renovation of our pediatrics unit. So in order to normalize our financial reports and statements, we factor that out. But if you look at the first quarter, our net income is in excess of $900,000 compared to a budget of $590,000. So we're exceeding our budget and significantly exceeding our performance of last year, where the first quarter we experienced a $5 million loss. So as I mentioned, we continue to be operating with a positive net income into the first quarter of this year.
That is good news, Bill.
I'm sorry?
That is good news.
Yes, it is. Very good news.
Yeah.
If we could go to the next slide.
Next slide. Thank you. Nope, they got it. IT did it. Thanks.
And this is our provider relief funding summary. We have $47.4 million in PRF funding. This is through the CARES Act. We have drawn down 16.8 million of the 47.4 million. And it's a very rigorous process to justify funding or using these funds for for COVID. We need to justify dollar for dollar expenses as well as revenue loss. So thus far, we have drawn down 16.8 million. Of the remaining 30.6 million, based on very recent guidance from HHS, we're very confident that we're going to draw down the remainder of the $30 million this year. So I think that bodes well for our financial performance for this year. And as I mentioned before in our budget presentation, this PRF funding is not a windfall by any means. It's really dollar for dollar what we expend for COVID.
That's good.
Areas like, staffing, nurse staffing from outside agencies, equipment, as well as, loss of revenue when we intentionally reduce our census in the hospital to allow for COVID patients, or we restrict access to our clinics for safety, health and safety reasons. So in summary, our financial performance this year, as it has over the last 2 years, remains positive. We're very proud of that. Thank you.
Supervisors, any questions from Mr. Foley?
I think Mr. Foley, we kind of brought him in to do this job, and he did it, be able to turn our finances around at the hospitals and our system. So very much appreciate that. I know we were able to get some unexpected revenue here and there, but it is overall a lot brighter picture than it had been previously. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your support. We really appreciate the support of Mr. Powers, county leadership, and this board with all of our efforts.
Good job, Bill. Very, very good.
If I may,
Mr. Powers?
I just want to take another moment, and I know we've all seen Bill's announcement of his retirement in March, but again, appreciate that he's going to stay on as a long-term consultant. I throw that term in there. And just
It's a good hook.
That's right. And I could see how much he cares about the projects, too, that he's going to be focusing on going forward. The clinic integration project, working on the alliance with other health systems, Harvest, Santa Paula Hospital projects and others, and just being a good guide to the healthcare agency and to myself as well. And so, I had really high expectations for Bill when he came here to put us in a good path and a good direction, but he's exceeded those. And it's just been amazing, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your support, Mike. You've been a great leader and a good friend.
Thank you.
Really
Madam Chair,
appreciate it.
Bill, but the most important thing is you have to keep your home in Oxnard and the one in Chicago.
That's an easy call. Channel Islands, Chicago. Yeah, I did want to make another comment, though. One of the things I'm most proud of is the leadership team that we've assembled for the agency, for the healthcare system. Doctors Fankhauser and Cho leading our healthcare system, our hospital, our clinics are just, I think they're perfect for the jobs that they're doing and the times that we're in. Barry Zimmerman, it's just great having Barry as the chief deputy of the healthcare agency. He's been invaluable. Mike Taylor, who's here, our CFO, who we recruited earlier this year. And just all the way down the line, our CIO, we've got a great chief information officer for the agency with Bach Wen. And if you remember, revenue cycle has been a major challenge. And we've made a lot of the reason for the improvement in our financial performance is rev cycle. We've got a great leadership team in rev cycle, actually a two-person team of Tony DeSola and Patrick O'Connor. So I just want to really give those leaders a lot of credit.
Madam Chair, I
It's
think
really
we got to
been a
put
team
our
effort.
hands together for the whole team back there. And I think they had to stand up and
All
give
right,
them
well, thank you. I
a
do
good
have,
job.
I do have to say, being on the VCMC Santa Paula oversight, learning the intricacies of all that's going on, our community is very lucky to have the leadership that we have. It's been fitting everybody in to the positions and working together, but it comes from the top in regards to their comfort level of doing the job that needs to be done. And really, Bill, I just want to say thank you very much for your leadership. It's been hard with Huron coming in and being in the red for so much, and all the changes that need to be done. But those that you've assembled are really stepping up to the challenge. With the Blue Ribbon Committee, I've heard so much of the good work and the trust that they have with our doctors, with our administration, our nurses, so much of the staff. And I wanted to say thank you, because even though with COVID and different changes that have happened in the hospitals because of procedures that we couldn't do or we could do, how many births we're having in our community, making sure that we have our services there for those that really need it, and it's key. And just wanted to say thank you. And the awards that the nation is providing to our doctors is because they earned it. And they're doing such excellent job. COVID or not, they're stepping up. Resident program, people want to come here. It's really phenomenal. We heard about the Ronald McDonald House room today. Talks again about all the different things that are going on. You put all these together, it really is leadership. And I want to say thank you very much. I know we're not losing you because we have special projects always. But just thank you. And I will continue to say thank you to the whole team. Really appreciate it.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I would just add just a couple things real quick, and certainly want to add to this all-star crew, Supply Chain Bob, right? Your purchasing manager, this guy's extraordinary. But really, it's also putting the right people in the right roles. And the list that Bill just named off truly are all-stars, and it just gives me great comfort going forward that the great path that the agency is on is going to continue because of this strong team. The team that you mentioned, and also the team that was there when you arrived as well. And I know they're all gelling and really working extremely well together, and your physician engagement, that being so important as well, and partnering with our docs, that is just such critical. It's one of the secrets to the success of the system, I think, is the quality of care, and that's a big part of that is our physicians, our nurses, and our clinical providers, and so your engagement with them is something that is vital and we know important to the system and will continue going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Supervisors, anyone on Zoom want any questions, comments? I always have to remind myself to ask those in IT world.
Do you need a motion, ma'am?
I want to follow up and have Kay come up and just close us out. And Mr. Powers, if there's any other questions, concerns, comments?
I do have an answer.
Oh, good.
I always
I
like
knew
to
you did.
provide those. Thanks to Mike Pettit, Supervisor Parks, you had asked about Project Home Key, and Mike working with Christy and Tara. Part of the state Home Key funding was 1.6 million, and that covers about 10 months of operations. Operation costs are about 2 million per year. State HCD is bringing in oh, excuse me, no, I think it's Mercy House. Mercy House, our partner, and Mercy House has been such an amazing partner in this. HCD is bringing an additional operating subsidy of 1.6 million via a philanthropic donation. So they have approximately 18 months of operating program budget out the gate. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
That is just so wonderful when you think about it. Sometimes you can start raising funds when something really looks like it can happen, and I'm just really delighted that the city of Oxnard was willing to step up. I know other cities had an opportunity to get basically a free hotel that could be renovated like they're doing in Oxnard, where the need is great. So I'm just delighted in it. We really need to do more to get our private sector community to get involved too, because funding is so necessary for this, and it can really make a difference. So good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I do want to give just one shout out also to Tracy McCauley from our office. She brought in a few years ago. She is very adept and expert in these areas of partnering with developers on these kind of projects, and she was a real difference maker in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so Supervisor Zaragoza, with that, I will take your motion.
Okay. Motion to approve.
No, it's good. Again, our budget is all about the programs that we're doing. Supervisor Parks, will you second it? Is that what I was hearing?
I will second it if you'd like.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Zaragoza has first, Supervisor Parks has second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
The motion is to receive and file?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and so that motion is approved. Now, we have APCD at 1:30, but I'm going to take the two regular session items. There's item number 40 first, and then 41.
Lourdes.
Keeping everybody on their toes.
Lourdes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Amber Butler, and I'm the Business Office Manager for the Sheriff's Office. And I'm here to present item number 40, which seeks your approval for the Sheriff's Office law enforcement rates for fiscal year 2021 for cities and other entities contracting with the county, making those retroactive to July 1st of 2020. However, before I do seek your approval, I have a brief presentation for you. Currently, there are 5 cities that contract with the county for law enforcement services. That is the City of Thousand Oaks, the City of Moore Park, the City of Camarillo, the City of Fillmore, and the City of Ojai. Each city contracts with the Sheriff's Office for varying services. While we set a minimum service level, we also offer other direct positions that are available upon request. An example of these services are patrol services and also direct services, which may include traffic enforcement, special enforcement detail, detectives, school resource officers, and crime prevention officers. Benefits of contracting for the cities and the counties include reducing duplication of services across the county and cities, shared costs of dispatch services, and also supervision. It also lowers the overall price of law enforcement. It also helps to maintain continuity of police services across the county. It aids in the recruitment and retention due to a wide variety of assignments and collateral opportunities. Staffing allows for robust responses to major events and disasters such as the Thomas Fire and also the Borderline event. The scale of the Sheriff's Office allows staff to develop areas of expertise in specific areas such as human trafficking, homicide, and sexual assault. Our rate methodology is very complex. However, a general overview would be that we take the average salary and benefit costs by classification, and we project those costs out for a fiscal year. We then add an allocation of general overhead costs to include human resources, internal affairs, business office, IT, crime analysis, dispatch, and supervision. Those direct salary and benefit costs are added together with the overall overhead allocation, and then a rate is determined for a fiscal year for the classification. This slide is an example of cost sharing between cities and counties. In this slide, we have a patrol sergeant that is supervising both city and county deputies. The Sheriff's Office operates a 24-hour dispatch center. This slide is an example of how dispatch service costs are shared among counties and cities. While rates vary among each contract city due to varying types of positions that are contracted by the city, the overall reduction is estimated to be at 4.5% or $2.8 million. This estimate factors in personnel costs as well as special event overtime costs, court time, and also vehicle pass-through expenses, which are demand items and are subject to change. The Becerra actuarial valuation as of 6/30 of 2020 yielded a substantial decrease in sworn retirement rates, changing from 55.2% in fiscal year 1920 to 39.78% in fiscal year 2021. These costs are estimated personnel cost reductions by cities. The variation in costs reductions are largely driven off the variation of overhead expense and the count of sworn positions for each city. While when there is a larger number of sworn positions, there's greater savings due to the substantial decrease in retirement rates in fiscal year 2021. This slide is presenting the last 5 years of personnel cost rate changes, with the lowest increase being 2% and the highest being 4.5% for previous years. As you can see in the yellow highlighted row, there was a substantial decrease in fiscal year 2021. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Supervisors, do you have any questions? I would just like to say thank you for all that you're doing for the community as the Sheriff's Office. We saw it yesterday in the Cornell fire. So quickly it has been done that our sheriffs are there to make sure our community is safe. I noticed there was a decrease, a slight decrease, but I wanted to make sure that community members know that it's not because the service is changing. It is not at all that case, and really appreciate all that our sheriffs are doing. It's tough times. And that they're stepping up to make sure that our community is educated and understand the issues. Sheriff Ayub, really appreciate, he was just on Fox News last night or this morning, just working with our community for the order, for just all the different things. So it's been a tough year, and really appreciate that we're going to be consistent with our good service that we're providing.
If I may, Chair Long?
Yes.
First of all, thank you, Amber, for laying it out. And I know we get a lot of positive feedback from the cities, from the contract cities about the services and the way things are explained to them. So that helps from a transparency standpoint and just the service. They love it. And you mentioned, Chair Long, yesterday's fire, and the sheriff mentioned that the fire start was spotted by our staff in Arctic, Advanced Real-Time Incident Center. It's a new program in their dispatch center while they were monitoring their public safety cameras. And with the wind that was blowing yesterday, that time really mattered. So another great save by the Sheriff's Office.
And I appreciate. Yes, the
Can I
Supervisor
ask-
Parks.
I heard that, and that is just wonderful. But was it our sheriff's public safety cameras? Was it Southern California Edison's? How did that work? Do you know?
I have just now exhausted my knowledge of the subject, but I believe
Okay.
my sense from
That
his
is
my
really great.
text is what it was their cameras. It was
Yeah.
the sheriff's cameras.
So
And that's wonderful that they were able to catch it because they had the cameras there and get it early, right?
I got an
That
update.
made a difference.
It was Sheriff OES cameras that spotted it.
yes.
I've just confirmed that. Sheriff confirmed that.
And when you go into our OAS department, I mean, it was great. I had a memory pop up at Facebook yesterday about the Thomas Fire. And you see all the different cameras that we have set up on South Mountain and so forth to make sure that we have real-time data. And we have a staff that's there with all the different departments making sure. And we know from all of these years of high wind that we have to watch it, and that was a great spot on for them. I know our community really appreciated it. And I do not have any complaints from cities in their support for our sheriff, so thank you.
Yeah, and particularly here where it wasn't used for the typical use that they're using those cameras for, but able to help us stop a fire from growing. So I just think that is wonderful that they are able to do that.
Agreed. Any further questions?
Edison should probably put a camera out that way too, right?
Okay, with that, can I get a motion to approve? This is a receive and file. Oh, thank you. This is an approval. So it's been approved for the rates for Supervisor Huber. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Levere. And without any further questions, we'll roll call.
Supervisor Levere,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is unanimous. Thank you so much. Next item we have is 41. It's an appointment. Mr. Powers?
Actually, Mr. Pettit is going to.
Oh, Mr. Pettit. I got the mic part right.
That's right.
Good morning, Chair Long, members of the board, CEO Powers, and welcome Supervisor Levere. For the record, my name is Mike Pettit with the County Executive Office. This item before you is twofold. The first recommendation is that your board nominate a new board member to serve on the Visera Board of Retirement due to the vacancy left by Supervisor Bennett through his appointment at the State Assembly. And then the second recommendation is to appoint 2 members of the public on the Visera Retirement Board. And I'm thrilled to announce, after a long and a large net that we cast to find members for the board, which involved both a wide media release, advertising on our social media presences, we'll take this off, social media presences on Facebook Nextdoor, and all of our, and Twitter and our social media presences, and then outreach to over 16 different community groups representing a large number of our community advocates in the community, including Weave and MyCop and Cause and many other organizations. So we're really looking to increase the diversity and inclusiveness of our Visera board. And as a result of that, that recruitment effort, we did have 10 candidates that applied. And in the county executive office, we reviewed all of the applications, and then we interviewed all 10 candidates as well. And then as a result, we present to you today for your consideration the appointment of Sim Tang Paradis. And Sim is a remarkable candidate in her own right. She's the vice president of City National Bank's Westlake Village branch. She has over 25 years in the banking and finance industry with financial products and services. She does quite a bit of community outreach and engagement, and we're very fortunate to have her being willing to serve on this board. Additionally, we have Tommy Joe, who is a well-regarded business professional. He's served as the chief operating officer and president of numerous mid-size organizations or businesses ranging from healthcare corporations to information technology corporations. And is well versed in running an organization, the complexities involved with that, investments and finance, and then also disability proceedings and accommodations. So that is the recommendation we make before your board today for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we have the two appointments for the community, and we need to get an appointment for the member of the Board of Supervisors. Does anyone have any suggestion as to the Board of Supervisors? Want to open that up? So we have, this will be an appointment of a supervisor to serve until the next appointment, which we do in the calendar year. So because Supervisor Bennett is not able to be on it anymore, we are asking to fill this position until the end. Supervisor Parks?
I'd say it's good to have someone that has a deep knowledge of the system, or a deeper knowledge. It's a complicated one. So I'm wondering if Supervisor Long is interested in this slot.
Yes, I would entertain the submittal of being appointed to this position.
I would so move. Huber?
Okay.
Yes, that his motion include the other excellent recommendations from staff.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, it's really hard for me to say this, but no, I'm joking. I look forward to being the appointment for the Vicero's board. So the motion is to appoint myself, Kelly Long, and the other two community members for the Vicera board. So with that, I have a motion from Supervisor Parks and a second from Supervisor Huber. Are there any further discussion? I don't believe there's any public comments on this. So then roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, with a thank you to Chair Long for taking on the additional responsibility.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes. So that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you for doing that. It's really important we have a full board always.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Chair Long, for serving on it. It is a critical time on our pension board, as you know, and thank you to Mike Pettit for all the outreach to identify such excellent board candidates, as well as Kay Mand from our office and Catherine Laveau for the interview committee to vet these fine candidates. So great work.
Thank you. I have a few more minutes left to move ahead, and there's some time certains that we have public speakers. I'd like to move with 47 first. I know Joe is going to do a fabulous job with moving us through, so thank you.
APCD too.
Yes, I understand we have ABCD and we have to set up, but I also have some public comments on here, and I want to make sure we address them. So please go ahead. 47? Do you need a clicker? You got it. Great. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Joe Pope, Water and Sanitation Director with Public Works Agency. I will try and get through item 47 fairly quickly. It is a public hearing for the water rates for calendar year 2021 for Waterworks District number 17.
Public hearing is open.
There it is. All right. This Waterworks District 17 serves the community of Bell Canyon. And per the Proposition 218 protest provisions, we did receive 3 protest letters that are in your exhibits. Let's see. I will run through this fairly quickly. Just for your board's awareness, there's a 5-member Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by your board that did approve unanimously the proposed rates today for Bell Canyon. Just a map of the service area includes the community, the residential area to the south, and the Boeing open space area to the north. So real quick review of the district's financial conditions. We did end fiscal year 19 and 20 with healthy funds in reserve. And Since we're living in the COVID world, we have done our best to help our ratepayers with some assistance. We haven't done any water shutoffs. We have waived, and this says $38,000. It's actually up to $55,000 in late charges since March 2020. And then we have basically we're letting people pay their bills over a long period of time. Give them without any interest or late charges. The key feature of this rate for Bell Canyon is there's a 3% pass-through from Cayugas. It's the water wholesaler. They get 100% of the water. It's actually wheeled through Simi Valley, but that's one of the major cost drivers. And then there's other inflationary increases for labor and power and other materials and supplies that the district is required to purchase for safe operations. And then the other feature of this rate increase is the district's plan to build an additional 1.74 million gallon storage reservoir. That's the one of the big drivers. So without rate increases, this is what our cash reserves would look like over the next 6 years. We'd have an operating loss. And what we are proposing is a 7% commodity rate adjustment. Like I said, 3% of that is really a pass-through from Cayugas. Additional 4% on top of that really helps set up the district for this future capital improvement project for this the 1.7 million gallon reservoir. And then we have our fixed meter charge, which is the other component of the rate, and that is we're proposing 16%. And this is the same amount that was proposed last year, and really the goal here is to increase the amount of revenue we get from those fixed charges. We're right now receiving about 9% of the district's revenue from fixed charges, and our goal is to get it to about 10%. So this helps get us there. And so with the proposed rate increases, you see the fund balances maintain them. They go down a little bit, but then it really stays healthy over that 6-year planning period. And then the other feature that we're asking in the board letter is for your board to approve a reserve policy, which we did a rate study back in 2016, and in there, there was a proposal, and it was never codified by your board, so we're putting that in this board letter, which is to set a reserve target of 25% of operations expenses, 10% of revenue, and 2% of district capital assets. And this is just a little slide here, shows what the average residential bill would be under this rate. On net, it goes at about 7.6% when you factor in the fixed charge as well. And this is just a comparison slide showing where the Bell Canyon residents pay compared to their neighboring water districts. They're in the blue there, and just shows you where they fall out at varying water usage levels. And subject to board and public comment, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
No public comments. I am closing the public hearing. Supervisors, any comments on this? I appreciate the increase per year versus waiting and then hitting it in one lump sum. I think that's easier for us to budget, even though no one wants an increase. I do appreciate the thought process on that to make sure that we can pay for the maintenance and so forth. So thank you.
Move approval.
Moved approved by Supervisor Parks. Can I get a second?
Second, Huber.
Second by Supervisor Huber. So any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levier?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza? Yes. Chair Long?
Yes, and that motion is approved. Moving to 48.
Another public hearing.
Yes, another public hearing. Before you're getting your paperwork, I will open the public hearing for this item for 48.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Long, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. Again, I am Joe Pope, Public Works Agency Water and Sanitation Director. This is a public hearing for Waterworks District 1, serving City of Moore Park and surrounding unincorporated area. We did receive 13 protest letters, And I do have I did receive two additional protest letters that I will submit for the record. And it's basically a revision to Exhibit 2. And that.
Thank you.
Put my mask on, be safe.
Thank you. Appreciate the due diligence. Thank you.
All right. There we are. Okay, so this is for Waterworks District Number 1. So Waterworks District 1, our largest of our county waterworks districts. In addition to 177 miles of water lines, it's a very large district. We also serve, have 107 miles of sewer lines that we maintain and operate, in addition to the Moore Park Water Reclamation Facility. For the proposed rates today, the Citizens Advisory Committee, the 5-member panel appointed by your board, did vote unanimously in support of these proposed rates. This is just the district boundary here. The green area is the city of Moore Park. We do provide both water and sewer service within that boundary. And then, of course, the entire district is delineated by the red line, which is the unshaded red area is water service only. So financial conditions of the district, we did end the previous fiscal year with healthy reserve fund balances for both the water and the sewer accounts. As with District 17, we have provided the same services in terms of assistance during COVID with a moratorium on water shutoffs. We've waived late fee charges, and we have water bill payment plans for them as well. The principal driver here is, once again, Cayuga's rate increase. It's a pass-through of 3%, and then we do have additional increases, district costs. Another issue with this district, we do have a groundwater adjudication lawsuit that we've been defending against, and we're still paying legal defense fees on that. And then there's a second lawsuit regarding Prop 218 that the district is also defending itself against. And this is just a brief history of the water rate increases over the last several years. You can see starting last year, we've come down from really on average 7 to 7.5% increases to now we've got 3.5% increase last year. And then this year, we're also proposing 3.5% for the residential and our M&I customers. So this hearing is for really three main components. It's our potable water rates, our reclaimed water, and sewer rates. So these are, it's not just water, it's also our sewer rate increase. So for the water variable commodity rate, we're proposing 3.5% increase. Fixed meter also at 3.5%. Our reclaimed water, which is water that's recycled at our Moore Park Reclamation Facility, we're proposing a 3.3%. And then our agricultural commodity rate at 10.2%. And then the monthly sewer charge, we're proposing a $1 per month increase. And this is just the different classes of customers, just to show what their bills would look like. Majority of our customers fall into the 3/4-inch residential, so that's roughly an average bill.
And seeing on the screen, the increase on ag is because of the Prop 218.
It's to be compliant with Prop 218, yes, to allocate full cost of service to that class of customers. And just for reference, we have roughly 8,500 residential meters at 3/4 inch, and we have 152 agricultural meters at varying sizes. So this is a comparison of at the residential water rate, so the 3/4 inch. This just shows where their bills at different usage levels fall in compared to other water districts. And then without a rate increase for water, we would go negative approximately in fiscal year 2023. We would basically deplete reserves and be in a bad position. With the proposed rate increases, we still deplete our reserves somewhat. Really, this is representative of taking a little bit of risk during this time of hardship for people, but we're still maintaining a relatively healthy, positive fund balance. You see it dips down to $4.1 million in 2023, but it does recover over the planning period. And this chart assumes a 3.5% rate increase each of these fiscal years. And this is the chart for the sewer services. This is what the cash reserve chart would look like without any rate increases, if we don't have any increases over the next 6 years, including this year. And then this would be with the increases. This funds all capital projects planned out of the cash reserve, so no debt service would be required, and there's a sufficient revenue to fund all the future projects we have planned. And this next chart, this slide here, is the agricultural water price glide path slide that we call it. So this shows that the agricultural water price will reach full cost of service by fiscal year 2024. In 2017, the rate study that we did, if we had followed that exactly as proposed, instead of a $4.09 per unit, which is what we're going to be at with this rate increase, we would actually be at $4.92, so roughly 17% higher, or 17% lower from what it was originally proposed. And also, additionally, the whole point of this glide path was, rather than in 2017 putting agricultural customers with a huge rate increase of potentially 50% or higher in 1 year, this has been spread out over several years. You can see from 2017 to 2024 to get it up to Prop 218 compliance.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation, subject to questions and public comment.
Okay, so there is no public comments except for what you submitted just recently. So I will close the public comments. Are there any questions from supervisors? If not,
I have one.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Pope, does the budget include revenue from, was it antennas that they have out there?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Revenue from?
Antenna leases?
Yes, that we get roughly $300,000 a year in revenue from cell phone tower leases on our various reservoirs throughout the district.
And does it get applied evenly for the customers?
Yeah, we do not portion out that revenue to one particular class of customers. It goes in, it's in the revenue and not set aside for any. So yes, the answer is it's shared equitably across all customer classes.
That is such a great source of revenue, isn't it, to reduce water costs? I wish we could have more of that in areas. I'm sure water customers would appreciate it. If we're going to put the cell towers up anyway, why not have it reduce your water costs? So I think that turned out to be a real win-win for Waterworks District 1 customers. Congratulations on that one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. And with that, thank you. And with that, would you take the first motion? Or who? I need a motion.
It's Supervisor Huber's district. I thought perhaps he would like to make the motion.
Yes, thank you. I move approval.
Thank
I'll
you.
second.
First by Supervisor Huber, second by Supervisor Parks. Appreciate that we work together. And roll call.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza. Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Item 49, we have one public comment on there. I do understand that APCD B does have the members on Zoom, and we'll be switching over in just a second. I'd just like to see if we can get through these two. Go ahead.
Do you want to open the public hearing?
Open public hearing.
I can't do it.
I know, I love that. Thank you.
All right. Once again, I'm Joe Pope, Public Works Agency Water and Sanitation Director, and this is the public hearing for Waterworks District 19, serving the Somas community. We did receive one protest letter. So District 19 serves the community of Somas and some surrounding areas around the Somas community. And the surcharges that are being proposed today, we worked closely with the 5-member Citizens Advisory Committee to come up with a solution. to really solve what was a challenging revenue shortfall that the district faced last year. They were very helpful engaging community support for really a solution that works for the community in securing the finances of the district. And so they did have their full support behind what's proposed today. So as I mentioned, we had some financial challenges this last fiscal year. We did finish up with a slightly negative reserve fund balance. We have been, since fiscal year 2018, we've been, same with District 1. District 19 is also defending its groundwater pumping rights. And so we've expended funds out of the cash balance to pay for those legal costs. And to the tune of roughly $312,000, not roughly exactly. That includes money spent and future money budgeted through the end of fiscal year 21. As with our other waterworks districts, we are providing relief during the pandemic where we can. We do have the Cayugas Municipal Water District rate increase pass-through of 3%, although Cayugas water is a smaller fraction of the water supply for District 19, where roughly 80% is locally supplied groundwater, which is really highlights the importance of our legal fight for the groundwater rights. One thing that's helped with the finances this fiscal year is we did have Fox Canyon. They restored the district's groundwater pumping allocation back to what we call the pre-emergency ordinance E levels. So basically, we're able to pump more local water, which is much more affordable than the Cayugas water. This just shows kind of the complexity of Waterworks District 19. For a district that serves roughly 3,000 people, we have multiple pressure zones. It's got very varying terrain and elevation. It's rural. It's spread out, lots of miles of pipes. This just highlights the complexity of the district and its location. So this is the cash reserves forecast without any of the proposed surcharges. As I mentioned, we ended the last fiscal year in the negative. However, since then, with the increase in our pumping allocations, as of the end of October, we were at $450,000 in the black. So we've recovered a significant amount of that capital already, or the cash reserve that was depleted last fiscal year. So what we're proposing is, just to give background, it's two surcharges, the first of which is what we're calling the Well 2 surcharge. This is a surcharge that would last 30 years. So Well 2 requires treatment for iron and manganese. It's operating under a waiver from the state. That waiver does expire at the end of the year, but we have been working with the regulators. I'll be reporting back to them today on the results of this hearing, because that will determine whether or not Well 2 project has a life after this. So the intent of the project, or the surcharge, is we do have this $2.65 million grant from the state. However, when we put the project out for bid last year, that didn't cover the entire cost of the project, so we had come to the county's financial planning committee requesting a loan for the difference. The FPC, or financial planning committee, said, come back when you can show you have sufficient revenue to pay the debt service. So, and this stimulated the community and district staff to work together to figure out how we fund that loan. So this is the surcharge concept. It spreads the cost over 30 years, and it's allocated according to meter size, and which is consistent with the requirements of Proposition 218. And then, as I mentioned, the Las Postas adjudication surcharge is the other surcharge that we are asking for approval. And this surcharge is only a 12-month surcharge, so it'll last during calendar year 2021. It is much higher than, on a monthly basis than the previous surcharge, and it's really to replenish that capital or the cash reserve that was depleted as a result of our past expenses fighting that lawsuit, and then also fund any other, the budgeted legal costs that we have for fiscal year 2021. And let's see, this here shows what the cash reserve forecast will be with the proposed surcharges. As you can see, the finances become very healthy in the out years, and this will allow us not only to do the Well 2 project, but also we have other very critical infrastructure projects that we will be able to fund. And then of course, if conditions change, if our pumping allocation is reduced, then we would likely have to come back for additional surcharges or rate increases if needed. So that concludes my presentation, subject to public comment and questions.
Thank you. And IT, could you let Patrick Richards in? He has a minute 30. We have a public comment. Thank you for keeping with us. I see he's let in. If you could unmute and your video, you can go. Patrick. I see you are in, so if you could unmute and show your video, go ahead.
I'm unmuted.
Perfect.
I don't know if there's any video. We're currently operating without electrical power here, so pardon my opportunity. No, I don't need to. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, and we can see you now. Hi, Patrick. Please go ahead.
Okay. At this present time, I have two questions. One, should the proposed Somas Ranch 360-unit farm worker housing project be approved, will the proposed surcharges for Well 2 and the adjudication amounts shown on page 2 of the December 8th public hearing be adjusted? Inasmuch as there are currently between 800 and 900 ratepayers within Water District number 19 at the present time, this large dwelling unit project should have a substantial impact in reducing the final surcharges amount for each property owner. Second question is that I noticed on the agenda, it talks about establishing a reserve fund policy. That subject is not identified in the notice of the public hearing regarding this matter. And I didn't know if that required a public hearing notice, or is that just part of normal business practice? That concludes my comments. Appreciate a reply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we'll close the public comment portion. Mr. Pope, are there any closing information?
If you'd like to, I can address Mr. Richards' questions. So regarding the Somas farm worker housing, we don't know yet how they're going to set up their metering. So I don't believe it's going to be 360 meters. It's likely to be multifamily meters, so it may be only 4 meters. So when that project comes online, we would then address and look at what we're charging for surcharges. If we need to make adjustments at the time, we would come back and propose an alternative surcharge. And then regarding the reserve policy, that doesn't impact the rates. It's a factor in developing the rates, but I believe it's not something that was required to be noticed. It's just a board policy.
County Council?
Yes, that's correct. The notice requirement relates only to the Prop 218 related issues, which, as Mr. Pope said, are the rate issues, not the reserve fund policy issue.
Okay. Is there any other further questions? Supervisor Parks.
No question, just a comment. First, I feel for you, Mr. Richards, out there in Somas. I know your power is going off pretty often now with the PSPS that's happening with Edison. So I'm sorry that that's happening out there. Glad you're able to be able to communicate with us on this. And I think it's a creative response that was put together by the Citizens Advisory Council, and that is exactly what these advisory committees are to do, is to assist our staff in determining ways to move forward. And this is creative, using surcharges. There won't a surcharge which will actually, as I understand, sunset, and I know that's desired by them out there. But how important it is to be able to utilize the wonderful funds that then Assembly Member Limon and Senator Hannah Beth Jackson were able to get to help move forward with the well treatment. So I'm glad that we will be able to advance the project with this vote. I think anything we can do to increase water quality out there in Somas has got to be a good thing. And so I support the recommendation and after you close the public hearing, I'll be happy to make the motion.
Okay, the public hearing is closed, so I will take your motion, Supervisor Parks. Any other, is there a second?
Huber, second.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. So there's a first by Supervisor Parks and a second by Supervisor Huber. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza, Chair Long.
Yes, that motion is approved. I can't let you leave without just finishing it up with item 50 because you're on a roll, and then we'll be moving to the APCD board. Our board will go into recess, and then we'll do that one. Thank you.
All right, so we're opening a public hearing.
I am opening up a public hearing.
Just checking. Okay. Once again, Joe Pope, Public Works Agency Water and Sanitation Director. Thank you, Chair Long, supervisors, and Mr. Powers.
We have the report packet, and I'd be happy to make the motion if you'd like without the staff report, because it's all very well explained and supported by the advisory committee.
All right, and there are no public comments, so I will close the public comments on that. Thank you for your suggestion, Supervisor Parks. All this information is in our agenda as well. So it's been first by Supervisor Parks, and can I get a second? Huber is second. So it's a first and by Supervisor Parks, a second by Supervisor Huber, and roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
And thank you, and that was to speed up our meeting so we can get to our next one. Thank you. Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, and when we come back, we'll be looking at item number 51, hopefully. So thank you very much, and we will start our APCD board meeting. I do. So I will let us know. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us back to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors regular meeting. We are going to start off with item 11, which is our CEO's comments. So I will pass it on to Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long. Board members, Supervisor Parks had inquired earlier in the meeting about the status of Southern California Edison with the wind event that we're having and the PSPS. And so we've asked Kim Delacourt from Office of Emergency Service, our Sheriff's Office, to give us an update. So thank you, Kim.
Once again, my name is Kim Delacourt. I'm with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, and I'm just here to give a brief update on our current PSPS event. We have good news. The red flag warning that was issued to Ventura County is set to expire this evening at 10 p.m. Winds will continue to weaken through Wednesday, but with low humidities and poor recoveries, we are still at risk for critical fire weather, so we need to keep an eye on that. Sheriff's OES has been monitoring the situation, and we've been posting updates as we receive them from Southern California Edison to our incident map and dashboard located on vcemergency.com. I'm pleased to announce that at 3 p.m. this afternoon, just a brief moment ago, the period of concern for all of the circuits being monitored for this event, which totaled 39, has expired, so they're no longer being monitored for PSPS. We did have 18 circuits end up being impacted with either a partial or a complete de-energization during this event. And so immediately as winds subside, Southern California Edison crews start surveying the area for damage to assess whether or not it's safe to turn the power back on. And they begin this process almost as soon as possible when the winds subside. Right now, their standard promise is that power will be restored within 24 hours of the end of the period of concern, which was again 3 p.m. today. But in our experience, this process happens much more quickly. So this afternoon, we're already receiving many re-energization updates, and some circuits are being restored as we speak. The total customers impacted for this event were approximated by SCE at 22,631. And those were either, again, partial or complete de-energizations on the circuits. We are expecting another wind event to arrive Thursday evening. And Edison is running weather models right now to see what the impacts of that weather event will bring. But they've promised at this point they do not anticipate any circuits in Ventura County being monitored for PSPS. And that concludes my
All right.
Thank you very much. And I was on the advisory board this week in regards to SCE.com is where we need to be registering or look at the power shutoffs. We also have the information on how to register at SCE at our website, correct? At vcemergency.com.
We have a lengthy post on our website, vcemergency.com. We have links to all of the pertinent areas where people can register for alerts. We have phone numbers that they can call for regular and PSPS customer service needs. We have additional links for medical baseline customers to register for assistance with their bill or to get assistance with buying power equipment that they need, backup power supplies. And so we have quite an extensive bit of information on VC Emergency for that.
I appreciate that. There are some people that still think that the county is shutting down the power. And so I wanted to make sure it was clear that we are providing the information and want to make sure everyone is safe, but that SCE is the one that is controlling the power shutoffs and so forth, and that they need to go to that website to register and get the alerts. And it's very helpful. I get the alerts every time they send it, so it's nice. Thank you.
Yes.
Great.
All right.
Thank you
so
for
much.
bringing that forward, Mr. Powers. Thank you, Kim, for the report. Really thorough, and I just love the maps on the vcemergency.com. The information that SCE sends us has, strange names like the Circuit Morgenstern, or, so you don't really know where they are. But you can go to vcemergency.com, and it actually gives a live incident map of the areas that are proposed for shut off and then that are being shut off. And that's our IT people that did that, and I think that's just tremendous service for the community. Southern California Edison could take a lesson. It's so good. But thank you for the report. It's hard to be in a situation where your power is cut off. I know in Santa Paula, we had a fire going and power outages in the same area, and that just gets to be a really bad news. So all we can do to not have our power turned off, but when it is, it's good to know where it's happening and when it's going to happen. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors. I did want to just thank Kim too for responding so quickly. She was already all over it, but able to get here so quickly. And wanted your board to know, when Patrick Maynard, who does such an excellent job as our OES director, but when he's unavailable, Kim does a great job leading, along with Ivan Rodriguez and the whole OES team. So great to see you all, and thanks for what you're doing with all the testing and everything else that you're doing during all these different events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to our time certains. Thank you very much. We will bring it up at item number 51, I believe it is. Yes, 51. And this is a public hearing in regards to our new Land Conservation Act. Who do we have?
Justin, he's coming in. He was outside.
Okay, so as Justin is going to be running down the aisle, it's like
Dave
you're on The
Ward.
Price is Right.
Dave Ward.
Oh, Dave Ward.
Come on.
Did anyone see that show? Come on down.
Come on
You're on
down.
The Price is Right. I don't have any money to give out for the winners, but we appreciate your time here today. Hello, Justin.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
So I'm Justin Berline. I'm a LCA program planner with the county's RMA division. Out of the interest of time, if you would prefer, I can just do a kind of a quick overview of the program.
Yes, please.
Thanks. So this year we received 17 LCA contract applications, which is a lot higher than normal. 10 of those are 10-year LCA contracts, 4 are 20-year contracts, and 3 are rescission reentries of existing contracts into new contracts. All contracts are consistent with all applicable general plan policies, non-coastal zoning ordinance requirements, LCA guidelines, and Williamson Act. All are exempt from CEQA review. Our staff's recommended actions are described in section 1 of the board letter. Should your board decide to approve any of these contracts, it would result in an additional 2,500 acres to the program and cost the general fund approximately $28,000 per year. I did want to bring up that the staff of the Assessor's Office and Planning Division we initiated the direction of your board of last year, and we went and non-renewed contracts that failed to submit their annual Ag Preserve questionnaire. So of the active 1,097 contracts, 171 or 16% failed to submit their questionnaires. On October 23rd, staff recorded non-renewals of 125 of these contracts. And as of date, the Assessor's Office received 19 protest appeals. Those appeal hearings began today and will continue throughout the week. And the decisions on those appeals will be reflected in your 2021 LCA board letter. And if you have any questions regarding that appeal process, we have Assessor's Office staff here to help you out.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing. And do we have public comments? Yes, we have one from Molly Engelhardt.
Steve Long is letting me know that he doesn't have this name, but he has a phone number that's been holding for a while. Do you want him to go ahead and bring it through?
Yes, please bring through the 7228 phone number. Okay, the person with the 7228 phone number, if you can state your name, we are bringing you in, and then unmute your phone. And hopefully you're making a comment for this item. If not, just say you're not. Okay, that person is in the panel. 7228 phone number. Are you Molly Engelhardt? No. Okay. Oh, they're not. Okay. Well, thank you very much for our Molly. I apologize. We are a couple hours behind from our 12 o'clock time certain. But if you can submit your comments to the clerk of the board at ventura.org, we will all receive those there. With that, if there is no other public comments, clerk of the board? None? Okay, there's no other comments, so I will close the public hearing. Supervisors, do you have any questions for Justin by any chance?
Could I ask a question? We, as I recall, changed our policy for those who didn't fill out the application fully. What are the impacts have we seen from that change in policy?
Supervisor Parks, are you referring to the questionnaire, the ones that are the incomplete questionnaires that are submitted?
Correct.
Right. I can let Maddie Hendrick from the Assessor's Office speak on that behalf.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Parks. We had a greater compliance this year than we have ever before. As agricultural preserve questionnaires came, I don't know where to look, I'm looking at you here, as they came into the office, we reviewed them for completeness. The ones that were incomplete, we highlighted what information we needed, and we sent those back to the contract holders. In some instances, they turned the contracts in so close to the due date or past the due date, we ended up emailing them copies of the agricultural preserve questionnaires to complete. And as of the close of the roll, like Justin said, we had all but 171 contracts in filing status.
Supervisor?
So the ones that are appealing, are they because of the fact that they were late, or is that why they're appealing for the most part?
No, we only submitted notices of non-renewal for property owners that hadn't filed at all. If they filed late or anything, just because this was such a large change than we've ever had before, we chose just to do those that hadn't filed.
So this is good news in the sense that you have compliance now that you
Yes.
weren't having before.
Yes, and I'd like to thank thank the board for that. It's made our job so much easier, and we're really looking forward to continuing this in the future years.
Good, process
Good news.
improvement.
Thank you for the feedback.
Maddie, did you state your name?
Oh, I'm Maddie Hendrick. I'm a chief appraiser with the Ventura County Assessor's Office.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification. Good question, Supervisor Parks. Any further questions from our supervisors? In hearing none, if I could get a motion to approve. It's been first by...
Second.
First by Supervisor, I love we're all doing it. First by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Parks, only because you asked those questions. Come on, Matt. But let's get some, I'm just teasing, it's already almost 4. Roll call, please.
Supervisor LeVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber is absent.
Yes, Supervisor Huber is not going to be here. Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza. Yes. Chair Long.
Yes. So that motion to pass 4-0. Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. I apologize I didn't mention it earlier. Supervisor Huber could not be here. He has an appointment, so thank you. Next item will be 42 or 52. Ooh, my dyslexia getting in.
Take this.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, CEO Powers, Glenn Shepard, Ventura County Public Works Watershed Protection Director. I'm joined today by Deputy Director Arnie Anselm, and perhaps still virtually on Zoom, Casitas Municipal Water District's General Manager Michael Flood, City of Ventura Water Staff Member Jennifer Trebo, and United Water Conservation District's General Manager Mauricio Guardardo. Approval of the funding agreement before your board has been requested by the Ventura County State Water Contractors to support preliminary planning and design of a Delta conveyance project. A single tunnel, as proposed in the Governor's Water Resiliency Portfolio, to improve system resilience by addressing environmental requirements, climate change, and earthquakes. Without the project, state water Table A water deliveries, which is the standard contracted annual water allocation amount, are forecasted to be reduced in the future from an average of 60% to a range between 35% and 52%. The California Department of Water Resources has been funding this project effort to date, and that state funding ends this month. Thus, DWR is seeking full subscription commitment by the state water contractors to carry the project forward, and hence this funding agreement is before you. As you recall, Casitas Municipal Water District was assigned the district's full state water contract entitlement from your board's agreement in 1970. Casitas recently adopted a resolution on November 23rd requesting the district execute the funding agreement for $2.1 million on their behalf. The other two water agencies, United Water Conservation District and the City of Ventura Water, have subordinate entitlements from Casitas and have also adopted resolutions requesting the district execute this funding agreement. Financial responsibility for the funding agreement will be borne by these Ventura County state water contractors and not by the county or district. State water contractors who have not executed this funding agreement by the end of the month will not be eligible for any of the benefits of a Delta conveyance project. Approving the funding agreement for planning design does not imply support of a Delta conveyance project. Much more work needs to be completed, including fulfilling CEQA requirements on the design alternatives that will come out of this funding effort. Again, your board's approval has been requested by the Ventura State Water Contractors and is necessary for them to remain eligible and receive additional benefits from a Delta conveyance resiliency project. That concludes my presentation on this item, subject to your questions.
Okay, and we also, I see that we have a couple speakers here on. First, we have Mauricio from United.
if we could let him in to make his comment. Minute and a half. If he's not a speaker on this, and yes. If it's public comment, a minute and a half, please. Okay, Mauricio, are you there? If so, if you can unmute and you can begin. I see him here. So Mauricio, if you can unmute so we can hear you. Hopefully their power has not been shut off. It's in Oxnard. All right, Mauricio, go ahead. I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Maybe IT can help. All right, Mauricio. Okay, we also have Jennifer Trebo. If you could let her in. And who was the third one?
Michael Flood from Casitas, if he's there.
Okay, is Michael Flood a 7228 number?
I don't
Okay.
have that in. I don't know.
We're just going as live as we possibly can here. Mauricio, can you hear us? No. Can you let Jennifer Trebo in, please, IT? Yes, but she's in the attendance aisle instead of the panelist aisle right now. Okay, Jennifer, you could go ahead if you'd like. Thank you, everyone, for understanding our IT. We've got about 4 different things we're doing at the same time. Jennifer, they haven't moved her yet. Okay, there she is. Go ahead, Jennifer. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn. And I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for hearing this item and just, second that the state water contractors are for Ventura County are requesting this be approved so we can move forward in this process. Otherwise, it's just available if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Jennifer? In hearing none, I appreciate your support on this item. And do we have Mauricio back on? No, we don't. Okay, now his video is on and his voice. Mauricio, are you there? We're trying to let you in. I see is everything unmuted and camera, so maybe it's on our end. Mauricio, do you want to talk and see if it works? Okay. Mauricio, are you there? All right, well, I'm sure he is online to support the project. I could only imagine. We talk a lot about the Fillmore and Piru Groundwater Sustainable Agency, which I'm on, and we do with United Water, and I know how important water is for us. So thank you, Mauricio, for your comments. And hopefully I expressed his thoughts correctly. With that, are there any further discussion from our board members?
I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor.
So reading through the report, it looks, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like the Watershed Protection District will front the money and then the water agencies will pay us back, or there was no mention of how that is working. So if you could explain it, that'd be great.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Parks. The prior arrangements that included the transfer of the state water contract entitlements included all the financial responsibility in the prior arrangements. And so Casitas does have and maintains the financial responsibilities for that, to include all the funding that's requested in this particular agreement. So there won't be fronting of the money from the county nor the district.
Okay, the exhibit that was in there indicated by signature of the Watershed Protection District that we would provide the funds. So that is all going to be figured out then. So we, as the Watershed Protection District, aren't on the hook if one of the agencies can't perform, right?
That's correct. We're not on the hook if they can't perform. The contractors that are subordinate to the district, if they don't pay, won't enjoy the benefit from that particular project if it comes to fruition.
Okay, if you just look at the title of the agenda item, it's so the director of the Watershed Protection District can sign the agreement for advancing the contribution or advance the money to the Department of Water and Water Resources. So it seems like we are missing that last piece of information, which you say is in a previous contract, but it's just not in the board letter and it's not in the exhibit. So getting that confirmation orally is great, and maybe later I can get the document too that shows how we are not paying or it gets reimbursed. But this, I feel like I'm missing a piece here.
Is it in your exhibit 1 that was attached?
No, it's not.
Okay. So could you provide that later on, or is there any other comments on that one?
Well, I can.
Yes, County Council, thank you.
First point out that the agenda description is really just taking the title of the agreement and repeating that. So that's where that language in the agenda description comes from. And as Mr. Shepard said, when the Watershed Protection District years ago assigned the rights to the state water to the assignees, all of the responsibilities, duties and responsibilities went with that. So he is correct that there is no financial obligation on the Watershed Protection District's part with respect to the water at all, and then including with respect to this particular agreement your board's being asked to approve today.
Okay, thank you. And also, the approval of the funding agreement is not the same as the approval of a Delta conveyance related water supply contract amendment or of a Delta conveyance facility itself. Correct. Just to make sure we're clarified on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, and I will support the motion. Just would like to see the verifying information at a later date. I'd appreciate that. And I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. It's been first by Supervisor Parks. Can I get a second?
No, second.
Thank you. Second by Supervisor Zaragoza. And any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved 4-0. Thank you.
Thank
Next, go ahead. Was someone, Glenn, thank you so much. And also, I just want to make sure people know, Glenn is also on multiple groundwater sustainable agencies as well and is very well versed in groundwater. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much. It's a pleasure to work with all of you in regards to the water supply for this community, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair Long.
And I'd like to chime in too that he was very instrumental in helping the Santa Rosa Valley community, the Municipal Advisory Council, all on removing a basin that was more complicated than we all thought, and he was just quite helpful as his team. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Glenn.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, next is the item 53, receive and file a presentation from an Economic Development Collaborative. And I believe we have our consultants on Zoom as well. So if IT can make sure that we can let in, is Bruce going to be speaking today? I don't see him on Zoom. Oh, you're on the other Zoom channel over here. Okay, I apologize. We got Bruce. Good. I have quite a few screens up here. Sorry.
You're doing very well.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
May I just
Chair Long. I'm going to push it
Just
to
gonna
Mr.
just
Powers.
take one moment, if I may, Gloria, just to
Yes, absolutely.
introduce Gloria. Actually, we know
Please.
economic vitality is a priority for your board, and Paul Stamper has been leading the charge pre-COVID and post-COVID, and we really appreciate him stepping up. But during this time, we've also been very fortunate to recruit and hire Gloria Martinez, and she's done a wonderful job already, just jumping right into things, and love your spirit and energy. And so,
Thank you.
take it away, Gloria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Long and members of the board, both present and on Zoom. My name is Gloria Elisa Martinez, and I'm the Economic Vitality Manager in the CEO's office. As previously mentioned, thank you very much, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here today and to introduce this item. The Ventura County Film Commission is an essential partner and component of the county's economic prosperity. The commission acts as an important liaison between the county and the industry's base in Los Angeles. They work professionally and proudly to represent our region and to promote Ventura County as a premier location choice in the film industry. Bill Bartels and Bruce Stensley, who operate the Ventura County Film Commission, work in sync with my department and others at the county to represent, advocate, troubleshoot any challenges or barriers that arise in our cities and in our county so that we can all benefit from this lucrative and definitely impactful, and you'll see in just a few moments just how impactful, industry. So let me take a moment to introduce Bruce Stensley from the Economic Development Collaborative to give the presentation.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Good afternoon. Bruce Stensley, President and CEO of the Economic Development Collaborative. And today and in this role, I'm Director of the Ventura County Film Commission. And as mentioned, Bill Bartels is here if you want to ask him any questions and available to chat. I'm our film liaison. And what we're going to try and do today is a bit of a recap, very briefly, in the next couple of slides, who we are, what we do, and why we do it. Then our kind of storyboard for today's chat is really this. The recent history of our Film Commission activity in Ventura County was fueled by the Great Recession, a decade or more ago, when we had some real crisis, and then coming out of that, a real motivation to find economic opportunity where we could, and film became a piece of that, and it has sustained going through. It's facilitated, though, the important point is by collaboration and by the facilitation of efficient permitting throughout, and especially at the county. And then, of course, our story is that we hit COVID-19 after increasing activity for years. Not quite ready to go to that slide yet, Gloria. We'll slow down. There we go. We'll stay there for a moment.
He's moving you.
And the COVID-19 story, which we'll get to a few slides later, is really, we're going to talk just briefly about what it's meant in terms of impact and what does the recovery look like. And then I want to turn it over as early as I can to two of our essential partners. You see on the screen there, Ed Duffy with Teamsters 399 and various positions in film leadership, and Eric Klosterman, Permits Manager for the California Film Commission. So go ahead, flip it to that next slide, please. And I'm going to hit a couple of things before I get here, but the real point I want to make is that in terms of that background, we are one of about 70 film commissions in California. We are Ventura County as designated film commission by the California Film Commission. We established the film liaison position in 2013. While we served as the film commission for a decade or more prior to that, it really wasn't very much activated until, as noted a moment ago, until after the recession back in 2007, 8, 9, 10. We've started to take an increasing leadership role beginning in 2016. We formalized our relationship for funding with the County of Ventura. Thank you very much. Currently, Bill Bartels serves on the FLIX Board of Directors. We don't need to go into detail on that, but that's statewide support leadership for the California Film Commission. And our role very simply is that we're organized to promote the film industry, the management of film activity, and for the purpose of economic investment. On this slide, there's a couple of really important points. One that's not necessarily stated, and that is we are not, as the Film Commission, a permit issuing organization. We simply collaborate with the industry, and we think of ourselves more as a model might be that we are stewards of an ecosystem of film. That ecosystem including the film production world, which is everything from producers, the location specialists, to the labor, the talent of all kinds, And then, of course, the myriad, some 30 permitting agencies in Ventura County, the cities, special districts, property owners, neighbors, vendors, because what we want to do is hit these 5 points. We want to facilitate the right location for production, the right permits efficiently accessed, the right lodging support critically for the cast and crew, and we just want to make sure that we are being safe in all the activity. Go ahead, Gloria, the next slide, please. Normally, we get this presentation to you back around May of the year, and we look at the last year. So what we're showing you here very briefly is the 2019 data. And it just shows that from 2015, we could have gone back to 2013 as well, the steady progression of increased activity. So that now we are up what, around 1,200 permits or more, some 4,500 film days. But 3 thoughts I want to leave with you or for you on this slide. Number one is that the county, that is county planning, county roads, county fire, and occasionally and often the environmental health division are the issuers of some 42% of all permits issued in Ventura County. So the lion's share of activity is not in the cities, but county unincorporated area. And for that, the county is giving us $15,000 a year. That's 23% of our budget. So I just want to make the point there that it's a cost-effective return on investment for the volume of activity that we're helping guide with you, for you, and recognizing and honoring the work that your folks do in that efficient permitting. The second is just simply to reference again that all that data shows a trend upward. And the third is to leave you with the notion that one of our big challenges year in and year out, given all these permitting entities and special districts, is the challenge to really track and gather that data in a real-time basis and really demonstrate the full economic impact, which we're showing there is $76 million a year. But we think that's understated significantly if you look at the full array of activity. Go ahead, Gloria. We're going to show you real quickly 3 maps. The first, these red dots simply denote the concentration, not individual permits, but the concentration of permitting activity in the unincorporated areas. And you can see a lot of that is down there in the Malibu coast and inland from there. A big chunk of it is just south of Thousand Oaks, Lake Sherwood and surrounding. Another big gathering is just above Simi Valley on the east side of the county there, just outside the city limit, and taking advantage again of its proximity to LA and film studio activity in Simi Valley. And then a whole array of activities down the Santa Clara River Valley, concentrations especially in Piru and Fillmore. And there's smattering here and there. The point is that it's widely distributed all over the county. Go ahead to the next slide, Gloria, please. No chat on film is complete in Ventura County without a discussion of the so-called 30 and now 40-mile zone. The 30-mile zone has been long established through negotiation by organized labor with film production. And briefly, and I'll leave it to the professionals to discuss this in more detail, it simply defines if you're inside that zone, you don't need to be paying per diem activity or per diem payments to crew. Outside the zone, you are. And it's a negotiated level of whether it's at the 30 or 40-mile level. And it also has a lot to do with whether or not it's a tax credit film that is being, or a film that is benefiting from tax credits. The point really, and go ahead to the next slide too, because it gives you a little bit better map. The point that we're really emphasizing here is that for Ventura County, we both benefit or maybe occasionally are barriered by the boundary that runs through the middle of the county. We're benefiting from being inside the zone for a lot of activity, and for the activity that occurs outside the zone, we're getting room days and a lot of activity through other vendors. Most of the activity that we benefit from in the investment of the film industry is through vendors and other activity. Finally, the last 2 slides, and I'd love to give enough time as I can to Ed and Eric. 3 dates that matter here. The first is going way back to March 12th. We all hate to remember back then, and that's really the date in the case of the film industry that it really closed down. Although there was a real slowdown in film activity because of the global connectivity of the film industry, which was slowing even before March. There was a lot of activity that occurred from March to June 12th, and the film industry was able to restart in many ways. You may recall in those days, a lot of work was done establishing criteria, templates, protocols, means for industry complying with safety protocols. The message to leave here is the industry was a spectacularly motivated and expert leader in bringing teams and partners in production and labor together to make sure that agreements were established. And the other point to really recognize here is that by September 21, this is all solidified. And the real important point is to recognize that in our case in Ventura County and with Dr. Levin's leadership is to recognize these protocols so that film, go ahead and Gloria, flip to the next slide. Film has recovered extraordinarily well in Ventura County. Not only are we in proximity to Los Angeles where things are a little more constrained, but Ventura County representing this diversity of opportunity and locations for films that were interrupted or productions that were interrupted coming back to the county, finding short shoot days to pick up and fill the gaps, or just this huge volume of activity in television and so on. The core here to leave you with also is that the film industry has this designated COVID-19 compliance officer on site on all locations, so that finally the last slide, Gloria, the film industry, even with the last set of limitations that were announced by the governor a week ago, film is closed and controlled and rapidly tested, and everyone tested opportunity or activity is still in production. A couple of other things here. For us in our partnership, the most important thing is having the relationships and appreciating the work that your permitting folks are doing in the county, our partnerships with the California Film Commission and its labor leadership. We have added a Civic Spark Fellow this year, Jennifer Quezada. You may be familiar with Civic Spark. It's the California version of AmeriCorps. The local government commission in Sacramento administers that. I know the county planning and other agencies in the county have benefited from Civic Spark Fellows. We're simply taking a look at the efficiency of our interface with the permitting players and others in the industry and making sure that we're doing everything that we can. I think I'm going to be kicking this, if I can, to Ed first. He's with Teamsters Local 399, Executive Board Member and Chair of Operations for Film LA, a member of the LA City and County Film Task Force. I'll leave it there and not take up any of his time, and I'll remain available to answer questions. Ed, why don't you hop in, please?
Wow, Bruce, you pretty much covered everything that I was going to say. But anyways, on top of that, I think our biggest thing that happened this year at the very beginning was when the pandemic hit, was trying to figure out how to get us back to work, you know, with the vulnerability of our actors who can't be wearing PPE, who are working together in scenes that the rest of us can all be very well protected. But it was really a challenge to figure out how to get everybody back together. And we spent almost 2 months working with doctors and the studios and other unions across the country and guilds to come up with a white paper, as Bruce mentioned, that we presented to the governor of both California and New York back in the end of May, which allowed us to start back to work in June, but just barely. The only work we were really doing was some commercial work and finishing things that we were halfway done with. The real work started right about then because we really had to come up with more safety measures in terms of PPE, in terms of testing, and what all those protocols were. And that took 3 months. That took all the way to September. And that's when we really started to get busy, and which is where we are right now. It definitely pushed us very fast into over the months of July, August. By the time we got to mid-September, we were prepared and ready to go. And we've been going ever since, to meet air dates for all the TV series people want to see. And we have some release dates for films. There are a lot of things and a lot of commercials for Super Bowls. That has been a focus, and it has run us right up to this point, and we continue to go forward. It has been a challenge, and we are, many of the crew are tested 3 times a week, sometimes 5 times a week, depending on what the actor situation is. and PPE and distancing, and there are so many. And as Bruce said, having the COVID supervisor and a team on a lot of these productions has really been what we've had to do, and it's worked. And we've been working a lot in the area of Ventura. Obviously, in my past life, I was a location manager for 28 years, worked Piru, all the things that were mentioned, and as well as the beaches in Oxnard. We did the Melrose Place there every week. That was Malibu, and we shot there every single week for that 6 years of that series. So the collaboration between us and Ventura has been really stellar, and it is our closest partner to the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles. And there's definitely some very important locations there that keep us going into Ventura time and time again, and will continue, I guarantee, as long as, who knows what will happen in this pandemic, but as long as we continue along the road we're going, at the beginning of next year, it should even get busier. So that is pretty much what I was going to say.
Thank you.
Does anybody, anyway, I'll let you throw it over to Eric.
Eric, if you want to hop in, and then we'll see if we have any questions. How's that?
Sure. Okay. Am I there where I don't see me?
Okay,
You're
we
there.
see you.
Okay. Well,
Hi, Ed. Eric, sorry.
Yeah. As far as the California Film Commission goes, I want to thank Bruce and Paul and Bill Martels for all the work they've done in assisting us in assisting production in Ventura. We've had a number of meetings over the years and been able to iron out problems of production. And I look to that to continue. On the state level, for state properties, filming is going to probably end the year at about half of what we did last year. But right now, we're closer to 2/3 or 3/4 of what we did this time last year. So we're really are ramping up after the 3-4 months of not doing much of anything. And so I look forward to working with our state partners in Ventura, state parks, and we do a lot of driving shots on state highways in Ventura. So it is an important part of the picture for filmmakers in California, both in commercials and in feature films and in television. And we are really grateful for all the work that the EDC has been doing in coordinating that. So thanks very much.
Thanks. Gloria, Chair Long, happy to answer any questions. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Well, thank you very much. I know, Bruce, you've worked with myself and my office a lot in regards to filming in Piru and supporting that community. It is an older style town with single roads, and it's perfect for filming, which we really appreciate. And also just to advocate to work with the Piru Neighborhood Council to ensure that the filming in that area goes smoothly. I would really appreciate that, just as a shout out. Also, I heard from some fellow friends in regards to even on commercials, if there is a COVID outbreak or someone is heard to have COVID, that they've actually shut down that production for the day. Maybe it costs $30,000 or whatever the cost. And I thought that was something that the community needs to know, that the filming industry has worked with the state on their industry guidelines, and they are following it. And I thought that was important to know. Am I correct with that, Ed, Eric, or Bruce, in regards to shutting down production if there was an issue?
That is absolutely correct. and actually, I get reports every day, and so do the other unions and guilds about any positive that is taking place on a set that, and it isn't really, it's usually someone that's just been tested and they're removed immediately. And there's a lot of tracing that goes on. And if there is a feeling that there is someone that's exposed a number of people on that set, or they've been working, then we shut the set is shut down. And it has happened quite often. And they come back to, they regroup and figure out how to make sure that everyone's well, and retest and quarantine the people that need to be quarantined, and then start again.
Well, I appreciate you stating that, because I know our cities really appreciate the working together and the income associated with it. But even in my own home, I like to say thank you, because my kids are binge watching because they don't get to go play with their friends and all this stuff. And you are bringing some pleasure to many people who are at home and not able to go places. So just thank you. Providing happiness. Appreciate it. Supervisors, any other questions from any others? Questions for any? Okay. If there's no question, I could get a motion to approve the receive and file.
Move to approve.
Move to first by Supervisor Levier. Second? Second by Supervisor Zaragoza. Perfect. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levier.
Yes.
This is catching up, sorry. Supervisor Parks.
Yes, and it is good to know that it is still alive and well. Could be better, but it's good to know it's still going well. Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Thank you. Next is our correspondence agenda.
Hi, Mayor Chair Long. I'm sorry.
sorry.
I don't know
I'm buzzing through.
You are, I
Yes,
love it. I'm just be real
please,
quick.
Mr.
I
Powers.
was just looking up at the one slide there talking about the county and the city departments on permitting working well. And I just wanted to really, there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot of places where that could go wrong and has sometimes in the past. But I just think it's great that county planning and all these city planning departments are working so well together. And I really appreciate Bruce and team and EDC and everybody and Gloria and everybody working well to keep that going. Because it doesn't matter where the chain breaks. If it breaks somewhere along the way, that the whole project doesn't work. And so it's just good stuff. Thanks.
That was definitely worth saying. Thank you. Next item is our correspondence agenda for item 54 and 55. It's a receive and file.
So moved.
It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza. Second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. First by Supervisor Zaragoza, second by Supervisor Parks. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Levier.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber. Nope. Supervisor Huber is absent. Sorry. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Next item, we're going to go back to public comments. Do we have any public comments? Number 9.
There are no public comments.
Okay, so there are no public comments. Then we will start with our board comments. Start off with Supervisor Zaragoza.
Okay, I just like to adjourn this meeting on behalf of the people in memory of the people on this list that was handed to the clerk. And I hope that everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving day with their families. And my staff and I continue to be Zooming with regular meetings with the MAX, with VCTC, with Gold Coast Transit, RDP 21, and et cetera. And also helping our constituencies through the safe distancing process and with COVID and so forth. And that's it.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Zaragoza. I will now go to Supervisor Levier.
No comments. Just want to thank everybody for welcoming me today. It's always good to get that first meeting under your belt, and I'm just really excited, as I said earlier, to be part of this team and to get working on so much of the important work to be done in the next coming months as we deal with COVID.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks.
Yes, thank you. I was able to attend a meeting with the Moore Park City Council. You can do so much from your with Zooming, and to say goodbye to their most importantly their council members that were leaving, including longtime council member Roseanne Mikos. And I know that we're having a lot of these reorganizations. I'm actually attending one this evening too for the city council in Thousand Oaks, where they'll be seeing a new council member brought in, Kevin McNamee, and look forward to working with him too. As I mentioned, we do have a lot of appreciation for the Watershed Protection District and their good work out in the Santa Rosa Valley. Oftentimes we don't see what our staffs are doing out there, but we're so focused on COVID. There's still a lot of other things going on there, as we know. In the Clean Power Alliance, it's kind of exciting. A couple of cities have opted up to 100%, and you'd think that that'd be difficult to do, but it's happening. It just happened in Agoura Hills, bordering our county, also out in Manhattan Beach. And then tomorrow night, the city of Camarillo will also be considering to opt up to 100% clean energy for their community, which really is the most effective way at reducing our carbon footprint in our county. Stepped up big time, and we have reaped a lot of benefits from that too. I also want to ask if we can close in honor of the following individuals: Dr. David Birnbaum. Dr. Birnbaum, dentist in our community. He actually served on our area agency on aging. Very widely respected community member. He really enjoyed being able to be involved and serve his community. And then also David Charles Olson, a veteran who has passed away recently, and also Jonathan Lay Van Scoik, and he also was a veteran, and very much appreciate their service and giving our best to their families at these difficult times. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. For my board comments, I would just like to state that I'm continuing to advocate on the state and federal level for our COVID-19 items with all of you board members. I really do appreciate the work that we are doing. And Sue Hughes, our government liaison to our lobbyists, HBE, has been just instrumental, Don Gilquist. So just thank you. Really appreciate the teamwork we're doing. I would like to also congratulate all those that were elected from the year of elections. It has not always been the most fun, but it's extremely important that we have people coming in that want to serve our community. It's important. Thank you to all of you board members that are serving our community, and my best wishes to those that are retiring or were not voted in for this year. So again, we will be having many of the recognitions and items coming through, but I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. And then I also want to really take the moment to talk about two important people. Shirley Randall, I'm going to adjourn in memory of those on this list, but specifically Shirley Randall, who was just astronomical to the city of Camarillo, in which she really was committed to our community. Former Region 68 ASO soccer key role person, which many of you kids know how important that one is. Friends of the Library Bookstore, a city ambassador, docent to both the Camarillo Ranch House and the Pleasant Valley Hospital Historical Museum, or Pleasant Valley Historical Society Museum. She was Mama Shirley for the AAUW Tech Trek summer camps. She was Camarillo Woman of the Year 2005 and the Pleasant Valley Historical Society Donia in 2006. We just really appreciate the community service that she provided, and wanted to adjourn in memory with her. And then lastly, Mr. John Sharkey. And Mr. John Sharkey, he so many talents this man had, be from gifted keyboard player and 2 solo albums with 16 credits, but his real big issue for us was he served continually on the city council in Port Hueneme from 1994 to 2018. He's the second longest term in history of the Port Hueneme. His colleagues elected him a whopping 5 times as mayor. That's how important of a key role he played in the Port Hueneme. Also, I wanted to just talk about the fact that he worked on rebuilding the city's aging wastewater system, advocating for library funding, spearheading efforts to increase affordable housing. He was recognized as a regional leader at Beacon, advocating for coastal erosion issues, as well as working closely with the U.S. Army Corporate of Engineers and Congressman Julie Brownlee to replenish sand from Hueneme Beach, which we continually talk about. And especially he was proud of his 2 innovative projects of the Toland Road landfill and the use of the landfill gas to generate electricity, which received national recognition, and the biosolids processing facility, which takes 9 million trucks miles off the road each and every year. There's more that I could say about him, and I wish his wife Beverly and all those just journey in memory. He was a very special man, especially even with RDP 21, which are Navy base, and making sure that that is such a service for our community. So with that, I adjourn, and thank you very much. Yes.
My apologies, I know that Michael's up, but I failed to mention that John Sharkey and the Board of Supervisors, I know that I belong to numerous committees and BCTC and et cetera, and we've given my condolences in all those commissions, but I second the motion of what you just said, and John Sharkey is going to be missed. He was really a pioneer in a lot of things, especially RDP 21 and Beacon.
Yes.
And in fact, I got to know John Sharkey pretty well because my wife and I would had dinner with him and Beverly several times there at Hueneme. So my sincere condolences to the family. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. We'll pass that along. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members. Do we have some slides up there, Lori? Okay. I know, right? Supervisor Bennett's not here, so hey, look, there they are. Okay. So I wanted to, I don't know who that guy is on the left, but
he has great hair.
Yes, he does. So Area Agency on Aging put together a wonderful Meals for Seniors Thanksgiving event. And it was just fantastic. And the gentleman on the right from GSA is Kenny Milton, and who was volunteering his time. He's also a disaster service worker. We met many disaster service workers over at AAA during this, and it was quite a scene. People would drive up, get loaded up with the meals, the Thanksgiving meals, and then with cards, because the AAA put out information asking for cards for the homebound seniors, and they got way more cards than they asked for. Mm-hmm. And so they get this Thanksgiving dinner and a card, and it would be delivered to their front door with a porch visit, and you talk to them and so forth. And it was a very special event, and I really want to recognize Victoria Jump, Monique Nolan, Deputy Director, Jeanette Haregi, their PI over there, for putting together this program. And also Public Works came out in force. I have to tell you, it was quite a sight to see 40 Public Works trucks lined up. I'll come back and say it like this, all out there, just lined up, ready to go, ready to deliver. It was a beautiful event, and actually Bautista and I also visited. This is Norb. He's 91 years old, looking good.
He does not look 91.
Right, I'm telling you, that guy's posture. I was taking notes. Anyway, we had great conversations with folks, and it's just so important to remember each and every member of our community during this time, and you can just see all the great work. There are over 100 county employee volunteers at this event, and so they are going to do another one coming up December, for Christmas holiday meals. So residents can drop off or mail completed greeting cards, and I won't read it, but you can see it all right there at the address there. So anyway, it was a great event. Also want to remind folks that the virtual pantry for food share is underway. You can go to foodshare.com there. Also, the county's public service intern program and mentor programs are underway. If you're interested, contact HR, either if you'd like an intern or if you would like to be a mentor. I participated in our Leadership Academy along with Marcus Mitchell and Kim Prilhart on their political savvy panel. This is the 8th cohort for our Leadership Academy, and they named themselves each time. And this one, they called themselves Quarantine. That was very good. But appreciate, yes, Kim and Marcus taking their time, and Betsy and team. Management Council is accepting employee award nominees through December 16th in the following categories for their awards luncheon: Best Kept Secret, Innovation, Integrity, Mentoring, Rising Star, and Superior Customer Service. And lastly, I just want to mention, we had Gloria Chavez Martinez up here giving the report, who's our Assistant Economic Development Advisor, and she has really jumped in, and I just want to give you 2 examples of things that are happening. Ojai Valley Inn was struggling, as many hotels were, with some of the guidance in terms of leaving a room open and so forth, and that was really disrupting things. So she worked with industry experts, with public health, with the inn, to identify cleaning protocols to where they could overcome that, satisfy Dr. Levin that he didn't need to require that vacancy anymore, and they were able to move forward on that. So that was one example. Outdoor shopping, outdoor restaurant swap meets, she got out there and helped organize them in a way that were safe and compliant with public health. So just really getting out there, hands-on, helping businesses. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Powers. Now we will be moving on to the closed session part of our meeting. We have items 56 through 58. County Council, do we have anything to report out?
No, Chair.
Okay, there is nothing to report out, so we will be closing this meeting. Please stay safe, get tested, wash your hands, wear your mask, social distance. Appreciate the board's work today. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but just thank you for today.